Hello and welcome to 6 Part 2. I'm going to start a new series. What if Deku had a god tier Telekinesis Part 1? If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up and to watch more videos like this. Subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
It all started in Qingping City, China. The birth of a child who radiated brightness was announced. Since then, these superpowers have been found in an increasing number of locations. No cause was ever identified despite the passage of time. Before anyone realized it, dreams turned into reality and the paranormal into the everyday. Today, 80% of the world's population possesses some special characteristic, and the world has evolved into a superhuman society. The career that many people once dreamed of became prominent in this world, which is naturally chaotic. That line of work is heroism. The superpowers were accompanied by a sharp rise in crime. Courageous people began to perform heroic acts akin to those found in comic books while the world's nations were mired in the slow process of implementing drastic legal reforms to accommodate these abilities, protecting against evil and superpowers. The public quickly embraced heroes, and it became a recognized role in law enforcement. Depending on how well they performed, the government paid them and they became well known. One boy out of these masses aspired to be a hero above all others. Izuku Midoriya is his name. Kachan. Please, stop this, or I won't forgive you. Between a group of 3 children and a sobbing child on the ground was a young boy with green hair. Yeah, or what? Laughing, Katsuki Bakugo, the group's leader, slammed his fist into the palm of his other hand and let out a little explosion. The hell are you gonna do about it, useless Deku? While the boy on Katsuki's right developed red wings out of his back, the boy on his left extended his fingers to the length of his entire body. Why, you'll see, exclaimed Izuku Midoriya, the boy with the green hair, defiantly. When I get my quirk, you'll regret this. Katsuki grinned and said, Oi, you still think you'll get a quirk, Deku? You're the only one in our class that hasn't gotten his quirk yet. I haven't ever heard of someone's quirk manifesting at your age, so just face it. You'll never get one, and you'll be a useless Deku for your whole life. Katsuki started walking lazily toward Izuku. No. You're wrong, Izuku cried, his eyes brimming with tears. The doctor said it should appear any day now. Then stop me with that amazing quirk that you don't have, Katsuki exclaimed as he ran toward Izuku, followed by his 2 accomplices. Izuku closed his eyes and raised his arms in self-defense as they drew closer. Kachan, stop, go away. Izuku's instinctive reaction was to thrust his arms out at his classmates without thinking. He was shocked to hear only screams rather than a blunt, burning force to his face. What the hell? Katsuki's voice screamed out to him. Izuku couldn't even open his eyes for a few seconds because he was so stunned by the sudden turn of events. But when he did, he noticed that his 3 preschool friends were floating in midair, encircled by a gentle green glow. There was a similar glow surrounding his own hands. His own eyes gleamed brighter, but he was unable to see it. Izuku realized that he was experiencing a deep, internal sensation that he had never experienced before. Deku, exclaimed Katsuki, what the hell is this? Izuku's expression gradually brightened as he realized, is this my quirk? However, Izuku's fate was decided when the glow vanished from his hands and the gang of bullies. Really? Katsuki laughed and teased, after taking so damn long to get your quirk, I was expecting something decent at least. You postponed this for a few seconds, but you're still not worth anything in the end, Deku. Izuku let out a little pop as Katsuki slammed his fist into his stomach with a single step forward. The other 2 ran up and started kicking at Izuku's prone body while laughing. From between his hands and the occasional foot to his face, Izuku could hardly see, but he could make out the other boy's running figure. Just then, Izuku grinned. Now that he was aware of his quirk, he grinned. He helped someone in need by using his quirk. He had a quirk that could be used to save others, even if he had to be injured himself. He could save people while grinning, just as he had always dreamed of being a hero. Izuku Midoriya smiled despite the pain of being beaten by the other children because of this, because he was aware of his potential to be a hero. The world learned a lot about quirks and their operation, despite the fact that their origin was unknown. Rarely, people might develop a completely new and distinct quirk. Although it was uncommon, it was possible. However, quirks were more frequently inherited. By the time they are 4 years old, children typically start to show signs of their quirks, which may be inherited from one or both parents. Naturally, If the quirk was a combination, it would be a distinct quirk. However, it was common for the child's quirk to be stronger in some way if it was inherited from just one parent. Izuku Midoriya's quirk was an example of this. Even though his mother had very little telekinesis, he inherited it from her. She could only move a single tiny object in her direction at a time. She was unable to push them away, hold them in place, or apply this technique to anything bigger than her purse. However, Izuku's telekinesis was far more developed from the beginning because he only inherited her quirk rather than his father's, which was the capacity to breathe fire. Like his mother, he had the ability to pull objects toward him as well as push, hold, raise, lower, twist, and turn them. He had the ability to hold several objects in midair simultaneously and move them separately. He was still limited, of course. Instead of something like size, those limits were based on the object's weight. He was able to briefly lift up 3 preschoolers when his quirk first appeared. But as he grew older, he grew accustomed to using his quirk, which naturally became stronger. It wasn't too difficult for him to lift something like the kitchen table for a long time during his 3rd year at Aldera Junior High. For a brief moment, he could even nearly raise his mother's car a few inches off the ground. Aldera Junior High is where this story started. Well, you're all in your 3rd year, so it's time to get serious with thinking about your futures, said the instructor. I have the course recommendation forms right here, but, oh, who am I kidding? You're all going for the hero course, right? Every student simultaneously gave him a hearty, yes sir, and started to flaunt their individualities. Hero Analysis for the Future was the title of the notebook and pencil that Izuku proudly held up, along with his hand. Ah, very good, said the instructor. You all have such wonderful quirks. But just remember, it's against school rules to use your quirks in the classroom. The only student who appeared to take notice of the rule violation was Izuku, who deactivated his quirk right away. Izuku's classmate Katsuki Bakugo sneered, you all have wonderful quirks, You shouldn't lump us all together like that. I'm not gonna stay stuck at the bottom like the rest of these rejects. That was uncalled for, Katsuki. How rude. Arrogant bastard. Izuku simply sighed and disregarded Katsuki's typical arrogance as the entire class erupted in rage. You should all shut your damn mouths, like the extras you are. Katsuki mockingly chuckled. Flipping through a clipboard, the teacher said, oh, you're applying for UA if I remember, isn't that right, Katsuki? The national school, they were in the top 0.2% this year. But their acceptance rate is super low. Izuku felt a sudden fear that his teacher would bring up his desire to attend UA, while Katsuki's anger swiftly turned to admiration. Katsuki exclaimed to the class, exactly. And that's why you're all extras. Before leaping up on his desk. I aced the mock test. I'm the only one from this school who has any chance at getting into UA. I'll surpass All Might, and definitely become the #1 hero. My name would be inscribed in the list of top earners. Oh yeah, the instructor replied, glancing at his clipboard. Oh no, what a waste of time. No, 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 no. Izuku screamed to himself, fearing what would happen. Midoriya wants to attend UA too, right? Shit. Midoriya noticed a lot of shocked expressions around her. He was taken aback to see that some of his classmates were giving him thumbs up and smiling. That nearly offset what Bakugo was going to do. Hyorik, Katsuki yelled as he slammed his hand against Izuku's desk, causing the wood to explode and Izuku to fall out of his chair. Hey, Deku, you're the worst of these rejects. You can't even fight back with your damn stupid quirk. How could you ever stand on the same level as me? Izuku sputtered, crawling back against the wall. Wait, Kachan. At that, I'm not trying to compete with you or anything. Honest, it's been my dream to be a hero since I was little. With smoke streaming from his hands, Katsuki sarcastically remarked, following that dream still. Are you taking the exam just for fun or some shit? What the hell can you do? Make shit float. The crowd of students behind Katsuki let out a few laughs. I can at least try to be a support hero though, Izuku attempted to rationalize. Katsuki smiled and burst out laughing. Yeah, sure, try getting into UA's hero program with a damn supporting quirk. She exclaimed. Yes, Izuku thought, this is going to be a fun day. Izuku was almost ready to go home after the school day, which seemed to go on forever. Izuku whispered to himself, wow, that hero MT, lady's debut from this morning is all over the news. I'll have to write down everything about it when I get home. When Izuku eventually rose from his desk, he was just about to pack his notebook in his backpack when Katsuki snatched it from him. "Kachan," Izuku exclaimed, startled and perplexed. "We're not done talking, Deku," he said with a grunt while lowering his gaze to Izuku. One of Katsuki's attendants, the one with the ability to extend his fingers, said, "Katsuki, what's that?" referring to the notebook. Along with the other of Katsuki's henchmen, who simply sighed, Midoriya, he laughed and said, "Huh. Hero analysis for the future. Seriously." Izuku extended his hand to Katsuki and said, "It's fine, isn't it? Please, give it back." The notebook's edges and exterior were burned when Katsuki slapped an explosion onto it between his palms. "Ah," Izuku cried out in terror. "That's mean." Without even turning to face it, Katsuki tossed the notebook out of the window. Izuku sprang at the window, extending his hand and using his telekinesis to grab the notebook before it fell into the water below. Most top first-string heroes have stories about them from their school days. I want to be called the only student from this mediocre junior high school that has the stuff to make it to UA. I mean, I am a perfectionist. Katsuki continued, holding Izuku's shoulder tightly while the green-haired bit continued to look away, heating his hand until smoke rose from it. Izuku brought the notebook back up to their classroom. "So, don't apply to UA, nerd." Izuku was unable to speak. He simply stood there, trembling from what Katsuki mistook for fear. Laughing, Lackey number 1 said, "Come on, you should at least say something back," as they all made their way to the classroom door. Lackey number 2 added, "Nah, he's too pathetic," and laughed too. He can't even respond to reality. At the exit, Katsuki abruptly stopped and pivoted. "You know, there is a quick way to become a hero, if you want. Just hope to have a useful fucking quirk in your next life, and jump off of a building." Izuku's self-control briefly failed him, and he swiftly turned to face Katsuki while holding up his hand. Katsuki smiled and said slowly, "What is it, Deku?" as he raised his own hand, causing explosions. Izuku controlled his rage for the time being. He would show Katsuki, but not just yet. Not like this, and not right now. Izuku's trembling was again mistaken for fear, and Katsuki snorted and left. On his way home, Izuku looked over his notebook of the 13th hero. Fortunately, every page was still there, so Katsuki had actually done nothing. Although everything worked out well, Izuku was not feeling well. He chose to take the long way home because, despite knowing that Katsuki was mistaken, it still hurt to hate Izuku that much. "Goddamn you, Kachan. I'll demonstrate your lack of intelligence. You'll see." The idea of Katsuki learning about his quirk training made Izuku want to laugh a little. He forced a laugh as he came to an underpass, and he chose to mimic the laugh of All Might, the number 1 hero and his personal hero, in an attempt to cheer himself up. He could hardly hear the clanking of metal as a strange green liquid rattled the manhole cover behind him through the echoes of his laugh echoing in the underpass. Izuku was chilled by a cold, raspy voice that said, "Ah, a medium-sized vessel. It'll do." Izuku instinctively raised his hands in defense as he whipped around. But before he could even think, a green, sticky substance covered and wrapped him. The voice said, "Relax, kid," and Izuku looked up to see 2 eyes floating in the liquid. "I just need to borrow your body for a moment. It will only hurt for a minute before you stop feeling anything anymore." Villain. Izuku began to panic, reaching for the goo that was attempting to enter his mouth. "You can't grab me, I'm fluid," the villain yelled, giggling. "Then, I suppose it's time to check if my quirk training has been worthwhile." Izuku stopped gasping for air, relaxed his arms and legs, and closed his eyes. "Oh, I really like the submissive type," laughed the sludge villain. "It's a shame I need to stop your life right here." Izuku's hands clenched as he concentrated on his own body. He quickly gained control, and a pale green glow enveloped him. Trying to contain Izuku, the villain gasped, what's happening? What's with this force? Grab myself with my telekinesis, and push, using everything that I own." Izuku deactivated his quirk and landed on the concrete after pushing his body out of the fluid with amazing force, remaining glowing and floating in midair for a brief moment. The villain stammered, "Why you?" in shock. "You shouldn't have been able to escape." Izuku reached out and used his telekinesis to grab the villain without a word, limiting his movement and preventing him from fleeing. While struggling to touch the ground, The sludge villain screamed, what are you doing? And fled. Izuku remarked, it's simple, as he caught his breath and continued to focus on the floating ball of goop in front of him. If you were so desperate to get into a vessel, then I assume you were being chased by a hero. I just need to hold you until. The sludge villain's manhole cover was abruptly blasted up from the ground with tremendous force, cutting Izuku off. The villain yelled, and no, as he continued to struggle against Izuku's quirk. This is bad, Izuku thought. He's having a lot of trouble, and I've been supporting him for a while. I'm running out of steam in addition to using telekinesis on myself. He's liquid, so it's easier to hold him, but still. I just have to concentrate. I should be the hero as long as it's not All Might or something. All Might's commanding voice yelled, I am here. As his massive frame leapt out of the sewer. Then he saw that Izuku was carrying the sludge villain. I see I've inconvenienced you due to my distracted harrowing, citizen. All me GHT. Izuku exclaimed, momentarily losing control of his telekinesis and letting the villain escape. All Might shouted, oh, no you don't. As he hurried past the villain to its front and slammed a forceful, Texas smash punch that sent the villain flying across the street. Izuku stumbled, pointing at the pro-hero incredulously, all Might. After removing 2 empty 2-liter soda bottles from a plastic bag, All Might knelt down and started moving at blurry speeds across the street. After 5 seconds or so, the street was clean, and All Might quickly put the green fluid-filled bottles in his pockets. With a throaty, ahahaha, All Might gave Izuku the thumbs up. I thank you for assisting me in capturing this villain. Izuku stammered, AAA of CC course. Before realizing, I need your autograph please. And bowing rigidly. As Izuku fumbled for his notebook and pen, All Might went on, I really must apologize for getting you involved in that. I normally don't make rookie mistakes, but I suppose I was just overexcited as I haven't been around here before now. Of course, I'd be happy to give you my signature. Izuku handed All Might a pen and an empty page from his notebook, which he quickly signed. But he hesitated before returning it to Izuku. I still have some time, All Might reflected. He said to Izuku, may I ask why it is that your notebook is burnt? Izuku looked at the notebook and then back up at All Might, saying, that. One of my friends destroyed it by accident. What kind of accident results in fire? Well, it was a quirk accident. I mean, the quirk part wasn't an accident, but the notebook just ended up in between there. I see, sighed All Might. His eyes widened in surprise as he glanced at the notebook's front cover. Whoa, hero analysis for the future. To Izuku's internal horror, All Might turned the pages and said, interesting. Shit, these notes are quite detailed. And so are these. Is this number 13, if these notes fell into the hands of a villain? Also on the other 12. Izuku stutteringly said, All Might, I have a question. Izuku ignored the fact that his idol was examining his most embarrassing pastime. Yes, of course. All Might said, returning the notebook. But, please make it quick. I'm actually running short on time. Izuku liked to believe that he had self-confidence, with his peculiarity. However, he was more impacted by Katsuki's constant criticism than he would acknowledge, even though he was aware that Katsuki was a jerk. And more than he was aware of. Izuku took a deep breath and summoned the courage to ask, alright, I'll make it quick. Can someone like me? I mean, with my quirk, can someone become a hero with a quirk like mine? All Might looked at Izuku bewildered, then burst out laughing. Is that what? Ahahahaha. Is that what you're worried about? Of course. From what I've seen, your quirk is plenty worthy of a hero. I didn't just see you holding that villain. To be honest, I watched you for a moment from the sewer grate. Ahahahaha. Izuku yelled, really? As he considered All Might witnessing his quirk in its entirety. However, the praise was excessive, and Izuku started crying with happiness. Izuku already knew, but still, for anyone, hearing from their idol that they can achieve their greatest dream would be a transformative experience. Yes, the way you manipulated your own body as well as that of the villain were each impressive on their own. However, you did both. You truly have great potential in that quirk of yours. Izuku fell to his knees, sobbing and gripping his chest. Thank you, All Might. I must go now, but never give up on that dream. Achieve it. I hope to work with you as a fellow hero one day, so keep it. I'll see ya around, All Might said, placing a hand on Izuku's head before launching himself into the air with a small salute, leaving Izuku crying on the ground. That child, he could be the one. However, I'm not very familiar with his personality. In addition, he doesn't seem very brave with that crying. Okay, I'll watcha hold on, did I get his name? Izuku got up slowly and used his sleeve to wipe his eyes dry. He was capable, he was certain he could be a hero for the first time since his quirk first appeared. He started to walk home again. He moved slowly because he wanted his encounter with All Might to sink in before returning home to his mother, rather than because he wanted to move on from Katsuki. An explosion caught Izuku's attention as he was only a minute or two from his home. He noticed a black plume of smoke a few blocks away when he turned to his right. He hurried over to investigate the disturbance without even considering the possibility of being late. His heart nearly stopped when he arrived at the shopping center and saw the sludge villain wreaking havoc on several professional heroes. He must have managed to get away from All Might. Izuku pondered, where in the world is All Might? Izuku glanced around, but the only person standing out in the crowd was a gaunt blonde man who happened to be dressed in the same gray pants and white t-shirt that All Might was wearing that day. Izuku became interested when the person next to him asked, "Hey, why aren't the heroes moving in?" The other voiced concern, saying, "It seems that the villain kidnapped a middle school student." In a panic, Izuku pushed his way through the crowd to reach the safety barriers. He searched for anyone being held captive, but for a short while he was unable to see anything until he noticed Kachan. Izuku leapt over the safety barrier without hesitation and sprinted in the direction of the villain who was holding Katsuki Bakugo. With his heart thumping in his ears, he could barely hear the heroes shouting after him. What on earth am I doing? Izuku pondered while sprinting. I can feel my legs moving by themselves. Damn it, stop. Ohaho, are you back for more? Sorry, but I've already found a better vessel than yours, so I'll just kill you instead. The villain chuckled as he saw Izuku running toward him. Shit, I have to think. Izuku's mind raced. The skinny man behind the crowd thought, I'm so damn pathetic. That's it. Page 25. Izuku threw his backpack at the villain after removing it from his shoulder. Distract. I'm pitiful. Izuku used his telekinesis to aim his school supplies into the villain's eyes as the contents of his backpack shot through the air. The villain yelled, "Arg! I can't see, you damn kid," and briefly took the liquid out of Katsuki's mouth to massage his eyes. I am so utterly pitiful. Izuku threw his hands into the fluid and yelled, "Kachan!" as he arrived at the villain. I got you. Dumbass Deku. Katsuki cried angrily. I can't even blast my way out, so what the fuck can you do? Other than that, Izuku said nothing. A gentle glow soon appeared through the green fluid as he concentrated solely on extracting Katsuki. Katsuki yelled at Izuku, I don't need your damn help. Before Izuku's quirk pulled him away from the villain. If my resolve is this weak, how can I earn the title of #1 hero? As smoke billowed from the emaciated man's body behind the crowd, his body started to gain strength and muscle. Izuku caught Katsuki in midair and used both his arms and his quirk to pull him at the same time, reducing the strain on each. Izuku then grinned. Knowing that he had a quirk that could benefit others made him smile. He was aware of his potential as a hero. Izuku, however, saw a white blur pass by. After putting Katsuki on his feet and deactivating his quirk, he turned around. Katsuki began to yell at Izuku, why the hell Dita? But stopped himself when he saw. Reeling back his arm, All Might was in a lunge. Detrawa, SMAAASH. All Might hurled his fist at the villain, splattering him across the street and shops. Both boys, the other heroes, and the crowd staggered back as the tremendous force of All Might's strength blew a huge wind pressure out in all directions. Before sending down a light rain, the clouds swirled in the sky and gathered over the scene. The crowd outside the shopping district cheered and stared at All Might, asking, is this rain? He changed the weather with his wind pressure. Well, that's All Might for you, she said. But Katsuki and Izuku just stood there, looking at the big man in disbelief. All Might turned slowly in the direction of the two boys and smiled broadly as he gave them the thumbs up. The boys soon found themselves surrounded by heroes and the media. Katsuki received accolades for both his ostentatious quirk and his courage and tenacity. The heroes chastised Izuku for his carelessness, but they also commended him and the media for saving Katsuki. One of the women held up a microphone to Izuku and said, "Could you tell us why you jumped in to save the other boy?" My legs just started running on their own, and It just happened," he stammered nervously. I see, thanks for your time, Do you mind giving us your name? You don't have to. No, it's fine, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Well, thank you for time, Midoriya. Izuku was content with their earlier conversation and wanted to speak with All Might as well, but he was currently preoccupied with the news. So he went home. Oi, Deku, exclaimed Katsuki, who rushed up behind Izuku before he could get home. Izuku turned around and said, "Yeah, Kachan." He was too happy to be intimidated or upset with his old friend. Katsuki yelled at Izuku, "I'll admit that your quirk ain't completely worthless, but it still isn't shit compared to mine." While brandishing his fist, "I don't owe you shit, because I didn't need your help. This changes nothing." Grumbling to himself, Katsuki turned around and headed for his house with his hands in his pockets. Izuku wanted to laugh at his friend's attitude again, but he refrained. He kept walking home on his own until he came to a crossroads where All Might appeared in his oversized form. "I am here," exclaimed All Might. Izuku yelled, All Might," before collapsing onto his butt. What are you doing here? I was not satisfied with our last talk, young man. And also, I don't believe I ever got your name. It's Izuku Midoriya. Well, young Midoriya, earlier, I told you that you can be a hero. That your quirk was worth of being one. But, having a strong quirk is a poor argument for becoming a hero. What do you mean? What do I mean? When that villain had taken the boy, there were multiple professional heroes there who hesitated to take action. You, however, did not. Even though you told me that you're unsure of your ability, you didn't hesitate to jump in and save a life. You know, most pro heroes have stories about their deeds before they were heroes. What do these stories have in common, you asked? They all happened when those heroes jumped into action before they even realized what happened. It was the same here, wasn't it? Your legs moved before you even realized. Why yes, All Might. Today, you were the most heroic person there, young Midoriya. I said earlier that you can be a hero, but I now see that you have what it takes to become one of the greatest heroes of all time. So please, allow me to foster your growth. I can help you become that hero. So, what do you say? Will you train under me? Izuku screamed, wait, what? Despite being fully aware that this was most likely a dream and that it was not real. That's a lot to drop on me at once. Ahahahaha. There's more to drop on you, but don't worry. Not all at once. Listen, here's the thing. All Might knelt beside Izuku, who was now crying. I must know now. If you accept, then we will begin Saturday. I will also impart onto you a secret of mine, though I cannot do that if you decline. This is a lot, but Izuku wiped his eyes on his sleeve and exclaimed, of course. Before grinning up at All Might. I'll train under you, All Might. Very well, All Might roared, rising to his full height once more. Saturday morning at 5 a.m., meet me at the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. You don't need to bring anything except for yourself. I'll go over the specifics of your training tomorrow, so that's all I have to say for now. Izuku exclaimed, All Might. Thank you, as a determined expression replaced his tears. I won't let you down. All Might exclaimed, I'll see you then. As smoke began to emerge from his body. Shit. Izuku was left alone in his joy and excitement as All Might blasted off without saying another word. Izuku came to the conclusion that this was the greatest dream he had ever had, even if it was only a dream. Naturally, though, this was no dream. This is the tale of how Izuku Midoriya rose to become the greatest hero in the world and how he joined the greatest hero duo in the world. Izuku exclaimed, Hey, Mom. As he reached their apartment. I'm home. Izuku, exclaimed his mother, Inko Midoriya, as she rushed to embrace him tightly. Inko Midoriya remained nearly as young and fit as she had been a decade earlier. Before Izuku acquired his quirk, she had been concerned about him. In fact, if Izuku hadn't been eccentric, she most likely would have started stress eating. But it was times like these that caused her to question whether stress eating was really necessary for her. After his encounter with All Might, Izuku nearly forgot about the villain attack and stammered, what's wrong, Mom? Why you were late and the TV was on and there was a versus villain attack, and why you Mom, Izuku interrupted, supporting her with his hands on her shoulders. Calm down, I'm fine. They interviewed you, and I heard about everything. Oh yeah, I forgot that they asked me a question. Inko yelled, how do you forget that? Were you hit on the head? Where is it, sweetie? I can fix it. The hysteria of his mother made Izuku laugh. And no, I wasn't hit on the head. It said, actually, today turned out to be one of the best days of my life. Because you were rescued by All Might. No, but that did have to do with it, I guess. Izuku continued by telling his mother what had happened that day. Naturally, he skipped over Katsuki's usual folly and started with his initial run-in with the sludge villain. He told her how All Might told him he could be a great hero and how he defended himself against the villain. He told her about the speech All Might gave him just a short while ago, as well as how he later rescued Katsuki from the same villain. He's going to train you? Inko asked incredulously. All Might is going to personally train you. Unable to control his joy, Izuku smiled and said, yeah, isn't it great? As she embraced her son, Inko exclaimed, that's amazing. I'm so happy for you. Tonight, I'm making the best katsudon ever. The words, oh, I can't wait, came out of Izuku's mouth. Well, I'm going to do my homework right now. Inko patted his head and said, okay, Izuku. I'm going to put on dinner in just a bit. He then got up and carried his backpack to his room. Izuku stood in front of a punching bag that was suspended from the ceiling of his apartment's third bedroom after supper and before turning in for the night. It was intended to be a third bedroom, at the very least. Izuku was an only child, so it was never used. Over time, it was simply filled with boxes. About a year and a half ago, Izuku transformed the space into a training room after deciding he wanted to explore new aspects of his quirk. In addition to the punching bag that Izuku was now standing in front of, the room also contained a weight machine and a few dumbbells that had accumulated over time. All right, as he inhaled, Izuku told himself, I need to control this now. I am uncertain if I will have the opportunity to practice this once I begin training under All Might. Izuku raised his right arm and directed his thoughts toward it. His arm gradually started to glow a gentle green. To concentrate on the bag before him, he opened his glowing eyes. Move my arm. Right there. Izuku launched his arm into the punching bag using telekinesis. The bag was flung from the chain that secured it to the ceiling with a loud thwack due to the force of the impact. With the help of his quirk, Izuku's hand hardly felt it, but restricting his quirk to his arm and then moving it required a great deal of concentration. Oh no, how can I apply more pressure to this? Izuku started thinking up and swatting down ideas aloud while muttering quickly to himself. When his mother entered, he was completely unaware of it. Izuku. Inko interrupted Izuku's muttering by tapping his shoulder. You should get to bed if you want to be rested for school tomorrow, alright? Oh okay, Mom, sorry, I lost track of time. It's fine, just get some sleep now. After going to his bedroom, Izuku set his alarm. He dozed off, content that he would be able to train with All Might, his idol. However, he had no idea what hell the ensuing 10 months would bring. Welcome to Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, young Midoriya. Izuku was startled to hear a voice after arriving at the beach 15 minutes early. He scanned the area before focusing on a gaunt, blonde man standing on the sand. His attire was incredibly loose. Izuku recognized you and said, I saw you at the incident with the sludge villain the other day. The man stammered, clearly anxious about something. Oh, you saw me there. To the man, Izuku said, yeah. Are you a friend of All Might's? Well, I suppose you could say that. The man said, chuckling with a little blood in his cough. Izuku screamed, Ack, are you okay? As the man wiped his mouth of blood. Toshinori extended his hand to Izuku and said, of course I am, young Midoriya. My name is Toshinori Yagi, and I'll be helping you train for this week. As they shook hands, Izuku said, oh, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Yagi. But I thought All Might would be here, Izuku said. If you can make it through this week, Toshinori joked, then All Might will come. And he'll share that secret with you then, as well. Alright, sir, I see. So, what will we be doing this week? Well, do you see all of this garbage? Toshinori said, gesturing to the beach behind him, which appeared to be a small dump. Yes, well, for some reason, the tide washes up a lot of garbage in this spot of the beach park. People used that as a cover for their own illegal dumping, and it was just ignored for so long that it's ended up this badly. When heroes first appeared, they did mostly volunteer work. No matter how boring or tedious it may seem compared to fighting bad guys, we cannot forget those roots. By the end of this week, you must clear this entire section of the beach and restore the horizon. Gazing at the enormous pile before him, Izuku exclaimed, this entire section. Welcome to hell, kid. All Might worked out a schedule for you this week. It covers training, rest, sleep, school and homework time. It's a tough schedule. I personally think he went overboard, but here you go. He gave Izuku the timetable. I can do it, but how should I even go about cleaning all of this? He pulled out another piece of paper and said, well, All Might actually gave me a note for that. Ahem, young Midoriya, you should begin by moving the largest objects that you can with your quirk. Keep going until you can't anymore, then use your quirk on smaller and smaller objects until it's completely tired out. Then, use your own 2 hands to move the trash until your quirk has recovered. You may only stop at the set rest times, or if you are completely unable to move your body. You can set all of the garbage in this truck, and we'll take it all to the dump bit by bit. A determined smile appeared on Izuku's face as he exclaimed, I can do this. Toshinori said, I won't let you go back on those words, with a blood-stained, sly smile. I'll work you to the bone. Simply put, Izuku struggled throughout the week to maintain the schedule. His quirk and muscles were constantly strained. Additionally, he had to put in more effort than ever before to finish his homework in the limited amount of time given. He was mentally and physically worn out by the end of each day, and his quirk was useless until the following day. Nevertheless, it appeared that he was able to remove more trash each day than the one before, even though he was exhausted. The final day he needed was Saturday, precisely 1 week after the training started. There, Izuku sighed, allowing his tense quirk to toss the final trash onto the heap. I did it. While Toshinori was staring and grinning at the pile of trash, Izuku turned to smile at him. Congrats, young Midoriya, the man said, giving a thumbs up with his hand. You've cleared away the trash from this entire section of the beach. It feels really nice to have that all done, Izuku said, as he leaned his hands on his knees and gasped. So, Mr. Yagi, about All Might. Ah, of course, laughed Toshinori, he shall be here momentarily, young man. But, there's one more condition about that secret of his. Looking irritated at Toshinori, Izuku questioned, how many more times is the deal going to change? Just this once more, and it really should go without saying. You will never write about this secret online, or share it with anyone without All Might's permission. Oh, that's what you meant. Of course I won't. It's a secret for a reason, right? Ah ha ha, of course, I didn't need to say anything. Toshinori slapped his face and exclaimed. He said, well, here goes. After scanning the area for any people, Izuku began to ask, wait, what are you? But a burst of white smoke interrupted him. All Might's recognizable booming voice emerged from the smoke, and then, as he struck a dramatic pose, it started to fly away from his body. Am here. What? All Might, Izuku yelled, more perplexed than on any other occasion. He searched the area for the gaunt man who had just been there. Where did Mr. Yagi go? And where did you come from? Young Midoriya, I am here to tell you my secret. Izuku's question appeared to be entirely disregarded by All Might. Are you ready for this great knowledge to be bestowed upon you? Why yes, I am. But, where did Mr. Yagi go? All Might cried out as a thick cloud of steam engulfed him once more. Ah, yes. My secret, in fact, concerns that man, Toshinori. He and I are, in truth. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw that Toshinori Yagi, wearing his too loose clothing, was unquestionably coming out of the steam. Why you're not really All Might. It was never the real All Might, was it? You're an imposter. Shapeshifter. No. Toshinori yelled, calm down, young man. I am All Might. And then coughed up a little blood. I'm kind of like those guys that puff out their chests to look good at the pool, he added, wiping the blood from his mouth. And no way. After moving to sit against the railing above the sand, Toshinori lifted up his baggy shirt to expose a large scar covering his torso. About 5 years ago, I had a fight with a villain that ended really badly. My respiratory system was almost completely destroyed, and I lost my whole stomach. I've withered away because of the after effects of many surgeries. As of right now, I can only be All Might for about 5 hours per day. Izuku repeated, tapping his fingers on his chin. 5 years ago. Wasn't that when you fought Toxic Chainsaw? Hey, you've done your homework, fanboy. Toshinori laughed, more blood dripping from his mouth. But that weakling could never do this to me. No, the fight that did this to me. It never went public. I made sure that nobody found out. The symbol of peace that saves people with a smile must never be daunted by evil. I smile to show people that I'm confident in my ability to save them. How could I do that if they know that I'm truly vulnerable? Izuku sighed and sat down beside Toshinori. That's a lot to lay on me, she said. The gaunt man got up and turned to face Izuku, saying, of course it is. I told you last week, didn't I? There's certainly a lot. Young Midoriya, heroes are constantly laying their lives on the line. Taking risks to help others. That day, when you saw me in the crowd, I was out of time for hero work. But seeing you jump out inspired me. You saved me from being all talk, young Midoriya. From being a fake hero. I'm honored. Izuku jumped up and shouted. Ah ha ha, I assume that you are going to apply for UA. Why yes of course, attested Izuku. It's because it's the school you went to. Well, I'll be training you from now until the entrance exam. Toshinori said, taking a bundle of papers from his pocket and passing it to Izuku. I'll be helping you train your quirk, of course, but I'm also going to push the physical limits of your body. Training my body. Why, do you think a good quirk and conviction are all that make for a good hero? Your quirk may be very strong, but you'll need some physical ability outside of that. Toshinori cracked a grin. In addition, I'll give you my own quirk someday. Izuku glanced down at the bundle of documents he was holding, a typed timetable for the upcoming 10 months of his life. Izuku was pushed beyond his breaking point every day after school and on the weekends, with the exception of Sunday, which was a day for physical rest. After he finished cleaning up the rest of Dagoba Beach Park in less than a month, All Might began assigning him specific physical and mental exercises. Izuku gradually developed extraordinary telekinesis skills. All Might would subject the quirk to a variety of exercises, each designed to enhance a distinct quality. Since he had to work his body while simultaneously holding up and moving other objects with his quirk, some assisted him in using it without concentrating as much. In order to influence the telekinesis's strength and endurance, he lifted either numerous small objects or a single large one. He tried to increase the speed at which he could move objects by moving them in a rhythmic and repetitive manner. He tore apart his body by focusing on a different muscle group every day. Using some forearm clutches beneath his desk and sporadic air sits while taking notes and listening to lectures, he even exercised in class. After 3 months of training, Izuku stood in front of the punching bag in the spare room once more. In just the past month, he had made 3 attempts. Before his arm glowed and he brought it back, he mentally repeated, focus, 10 times. Get it moving, over there. For the 3rd time this month, though with noticeably more force, Izuku's arm struck the bag and knocked it off the chain that held it to the ceiling. I'm not prepared yet. Oh no. After 8 months of training. Move my arm. Correct. Over there. Izuku agonizedly screamed, ag, as his arm was forced out of its socket. When he looked up, he had not knocked the punching bag off its chain, and he had taken a moment to recover from the shock and pain in his arm. Rather, his arm had completely penetrated the bag, leaving a heap of torn plastic and rubber on the ground. Izuku exclaimed with joy, I did it. Before a sharp pain reminded him that he had just dislodged his arm. I guess it's a good thing that Mom is shopping right now, or else she would have heard that scream. I should probably fine-tune this move. I wonder if... Izuku began to mutter, but when he used telekinesis to pop his arm back into place, he stopped and nearly puked. When he recovered, he picked up a trash bag and cleaned the insides of the punching bag. The day prior to the admission test, Izuku fell to the sand, gasping for air. All Might had given him a final full-body workout that day, along with a general quirkuta, All Might's term for a quirk workuta, before he finished the day with a 2-mile jog. The Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, where it all began, was where that jog ultimately ended. What a view! Exclaimed All Might, raising Izuku's head to observe the setting sun. I wonder, who was it that restored this wonderful beach? Izuku panted and said, I did. I couldn't hear ya, kid. Izuku shouted, I said, I did. While gazing out to sea. Quite the transformation from what it used to be, wouldn't you say? Yeah, when All Might held up his phone, a photo of Izuku sobbing on the beach appeared on the screen. You've gone through an impressive transformation yourself, young Midoriya, he said. When did you take that picture? This is you from 10 months ago. In the past, Izuku gazed at himself. He was noticeably paler and more slender, and it was clear that he lacked much physical strength. His current body, which was tanner and composed entirely of toned muscle, caught his attention. He was undoubtedly muscular even though he wasn't particularly large. Izuku sighed sharply and cocked his head to one side. That's embarrassing, he said. With his hands on his waist, All Might exclaimed, "Ahahaha. I like you, young Midoriya. You were ready to ace the UA entrance exam. Thank you so much, All Might," Izuku said, grinning as broadly as his hero ever did. This is the last time I'll be personally training you. I assume you can keep up this pace, and I'll be keeping an eye on you as a hero. Now, go home and get some rest. You'll need it for tomorrow's entrance exam. Yeah, you have no idea what all of this means to me, All Might. All Might. Izuku and All Might turned their heads as the voices of 6 people running up the beach caught their attention, and they both went pale as the group approached. Run, young Midoriya, run. Before All Might deflated to his actual form, he and Izuku each ran off the beach all the way to the Midoriya house. All Might grinned down at the boy and said, "I'll see you another time, young Midoriya." All Might raised his fist and said, "You better get into UA, you hear me?" Izuku greeted All Might's fist with his own and said, "I will, All Might. Thanks again for everything." Instead, this child, he truly wants to be a hero. He is the one I will give one for all to one day, I'm sure of it. However, I should probably hold off until he has further perfected his own quirk. All Might waved goodbye, and Izuku went into his apartment. Izuku cried, "Hey mom, I'm home." "Hey honey," Inko exclaimed as she rushed from the kitchen to give her son a hug. "I'm so proud of all the work you've been putting in, so I'm making some katsudon tonight as a reward." "Thanks, mom, I'll be ready to eat right after I shower." "Okay, it should be ready by then." "Great." Izuku reached into his room for a fresh pair of lounge clothes and a towel. But he made another stop in the spare room before entering the bathroom. He extended his arm and thought, I might as well try one more time. He had been attempting to determine the precise balance between power and control ever since he had dislocated his arm for the first time 2 months earlier. So far, he had been unable to open the bag without causing his arm to come loose. He wouldn't have a chance after this if he had planned to do it before the test. Perhaps, I'm simply overanalyzing this. He swiftly surrounded his arm with a green glow as he pulled it back. But this time, Izuku's shoulder was not the only part of the glow. He turned his entire body with his arm as he launched it forward using telekinesis. The lower part of the bag swiftly dropped to the ground as he felt his hand enter the front and exit the back. Izuku felt that he had probably overextended his arm, but everything was still connected. As he walked out of the room to take a shower, he couldn't help but smile. The exam morning, Izuku Midoriya stopped outside the enormous UA building and gazed up, taking in the high school's enormous scope. "Oi, Deku," a voice behind Izuku yelled, a familiar, irate voice. "Get out of my way." Izuku turned to face his old friend who was walking behind him and said, "Kei-Kachan." Katsuki whispered, "Don't stand in front of me, or I'll fucking kill you," as he walked past Izuku. Izuku muttered, "Morning, let's both do our best," but Katsuki continued walking without responding. Izuku heard a man say, "Hey, isn't that Katsuki Bakugo? The one with the sludge villain?" "Oh, yeah, he's the real thing. Oh, look behind him. It's that Midoriya guy that rescued him. Since that day, has Kachan not made an effort to intimidate me?" Izuku looked up at UA and shook his head, thinking, who knows, maybe he's turning his life around. Once more. I've spent the last 10 months getting ready for this moment. It's time for me to start down the path to hero status. After taking 2 steps, Izuku stumbled and started to fall toward the ground. Yes, my life ends like this. For me, it's over. Abruptly, he ceased his descent and found himself suspended in midair. What took place? Did my quirk turn on by itself? How? Hold on. This is not the same. I feel as though I have no weight at all. When he slowly raised his head, a very attractive brunette girl was grinning down at him. She raised him in the air with her hands and asked, "Are you all right?" "Why yeah," Izuku replied, giving the girl a perplexed look. Is that your quirk? The girl touched the tips of her fingers together and said, yeah, I'm sorry for using it without asking, as gravity returned to Izuku. But it'd be bad luck if you fell, right? Yeah, thanks for that. What is your quirk, if you don't mind me asking? The girl said, it's zero gravity. I can negate gravity's effect on anything I touch, as they began to move in the direction of the structure. That is so cool. Izuku cried with excitement as his thoughts naturally strayed to all the potential uses for her quirk. She looked at him with wide eyes and said, why you're muttering really fast? Huh, oh, sorry. Izuku apologized for his actions. I didn't mean to. How heavy is your limit? Oh, I'm not sure, really. I think it's around 3 tons. What's your quirk? Huh, oh, mine is telekinesis. The girl said, pausing and cocking her head. Do you need to touch something to activate it? And what's your limit? No, I can pick up anything within about 15 meters. I mean, I can hold things outside of that range, but it needs to be that close for me to activate it. And my limit is probably a little bit more than a car weighs. The two continued to walk. The girl yelled, your quirk is way cooler than mine. Our limits are pretty close to the same, but you don't have to touch the things to activate it and you can move them around. Well, at my upper ranges I can barely move things, but I'm guessing zero gravity affects everything the same, right? Well, I guess you're right. It's probably pretty hard for you to move a car, but I could just push it really hard and it won't stop. Izuku said, wait a minute, after realizing something. If you make something like a car weightless, then I might be able to pick it up like nothing. Eyes gleaming, the girl said, oh, really? That would be really cool. We could probably come up with a lot of combination moves, now that I think about it. He thought, our quirks might be perfect complements, huh? The girl smiled and extended her hand to shake Izuku's. Hey, I'm Ochako Uraraka, she said. He said, I'm Izuku Midoriya, blushing slightly at her thoughtful gesture. He saw that her pinky finger was not touching him and that her fingers had small, soft pads on the tips. Are those pads for activating your quirk? Oh, yeah, it activates when I touch all 5 of my finger pads on one hand to something. I see, Izuku remarked as they arrived at the UA room. I guess we should head to our own school's sections. High School Hero Course Exam Orientation. Yeah, I'll see y'all later, Midoriya. With a radiant smile, Ochako bounded over to her section. Izuku was left alone when he realized that he would be sitting next to Katsuki because they were the only people from Aldera who applied for UA. He searched and eventually located his seat. Izuku merely scoffed as he sat beside Katsuki. He wasn't threatening to kill Izuku, at least. A big UA. Lights shone on the stage, where Present Mike, the pro hero, stood, and a symbol appeared on a screen at the front of the auditorium. Present Mike excitedly exclaimed, for all you examinee listeners, welcome to my show today. Everyone here, say, hey. But the audience remained silent. If Izuku had not been so thrilled to see Present Mike in the first place, he would have spoken up. The presenter sighed, what a refined response. Then, I'll quickly present to you the rundown of the practical exam. Are you ready? More quiet, Izuku whispered as softly as possible, Present Mike. The voice hero, with excitement. I listen to him on the radio every week. I'm so moved. I guess all the UA teachers are heroes, huh? Katsuki hissed, shut the fuck up, but Izuku ignored him. As it says in the application requirements, the presenter continued, you listeners will be conducting 10-minute mock urban battles. You can bring whatever you want with you. After the presentation, head to the battle center that was assigned to you, okay? In other words, they won't let people work with friends from their own schools, huh? Katsuki said in a harsh whisper. Izuku remarked, you're right, as he examined their exam tickets. Even though our examinee numbers are consecutive, we're going to different battle centers. Don't look at my ticket, or I'll kill you, Katsuki hurled. Damn it, now I can't crush you. Izuku suppressed a laugh. Yes, he remains the same. There are 3 types of foe villains in each battle center that you can destroy for villain points. The present microphone announced. There are 1-pointers, 2-pointers, and 3-pointers. Your goal is to accumulate points by immobilizing these foe villains. A tall boy with short black hair and glasses shouted, raising his hand, excuse me. May I ask a question? Present Mike exclaimed, okay. As the boy was highlighted. The printout says there are 4 types of villains. If that is a misprint, as it seems to be, then UA which is the most prominent hero school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. We examinees are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. In addition, the child said, turning toward Izuku, you, with the curly hair. You've been muttering this entire time. It's distracting. If you're here on a pleasure trip, then you should leave immediately. He was muttering, but Izuku hadn't even noticed. I'm sorry, he blurted out, and the audience laughed a little. Present Mike called out, okay, examinee number 7111. To get everyone's focus back on him. Thanks for the message. The fourth villain is worth no villain points. He's an obstacle, so to speak. There's one in every center that'll go crazy in small areas. It isn't invincible, but there's no reason to fight it, either. I recommend avoiding it. With a bow, examinee number 7111 exclaimed, thank you very much. Please excuse my interruption. Present Mike exclaimed, all right, that's all from me today. Finally, I'll leave you listeners with a gift. It's our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes. Go beyond, plus ultra. Now, good luck suffering, everyone. Izuku performed the warm-up stretches he had learned from his training with All Might while standing outside of Battle Center B. This is it, he thought as he straightened up again after completing his stretches. I have what it takes to be a hero, a great hero, according to All Might. It's time to show him correct. One applicant exclaimed, what's this? It looks as big as a real city. Another said, UA has multiple of these on campus. Amazing. A 10-minute fictitious conflict, huh? Izuku looked around and thought. Everyone appears quite self-assured. As Izuku looked around, he saw that very few applicants physically stood out. A tall man with 6 webbed arms was one of them. Another was a man in a helmet, and there was a blonde woman with a metal belt and a fancy frilly shirt. Then there was a person whose hair was gelled into a single spike of red and white, and then he noticed Ochako Uraraka using her hand to fan herself in the center of the crowd. Izuku started to approach her, thinking, I should probably thank her again for earlier. And wish her luck as well. Izuku didn't even take 2 steps before a hand firmly grasped his shoulder. He slowly turned to face the tall, dark-haired, glasses-wearing boy who had called him out for muttering during the orientation, examinee number 7111, if he recalled correctly. So he's also here. Izuku narrowed his eyes at the boy and thought, I'm already getting annoyed with him. Examinee number 7111 tilted his head and narrowed his eyes slightly as he turned back to Izuku and looked up at Uraraka, remarking, that girl appears to be trying to focus. What exactly are you here for? Are you here to interfere with those of us who are actually interested in being heroes? Izuku asked icily, what's that supposed to mean? I'm here to be a hero too. It didn't occur to you that I might just know her. It did, but the students here are all from different schools. I find it unlikely that you'd know her. Well, Ia, Present Mike yelled, okay start. Over the group, he went on, what's wrong? There are no countdowns in a real fight. Run, run, as everyone turned to stare up at the tower from which he was shouting. I can't allow this jerk to divert my attention, damn it. Izuku pondered as he and the other applicants began to dash into the fictitious city. I must pass and not disappoint All Might. As the students started to split off from the main group, Izuku did the same, running into an empty side street by himself. Abruptly, a big metal robot with the number 2 leapt out in front of him. Izuku used his telekinesis to launch it into a cement wall adjacent to the building it jumped from, anticipating it would weigh a lot. Izuku was shocked to discover that the robot was lighter than he had anticipated, and as a result of his increased effort, the machine crashed into the wall. Whoa, they have to be incredibly lightweight and sturdy, he thought. Leave it to UA, and went on down the street. He came across 2 one-pointers, another 2-pointer, and a 3-pointer while driving. When he got to the end of the street, he briefly glanced back at the robots he had smashed against the floor and walls. All right, 9 points. A group of 5 robots, a 3-pointer, a 2-pointer, and 3 one-pointers ambushed him as he peeled off down another side street. They were all aiming at him, but he used his quirk to hold them all at once and then somersaulted out of the way so they would all crash into each other. 17 points. He came across another 3-pointer before he reached the end of the street, increasing his total to 20 villain points. 6.5 minutes left, exclaimed Present Mike. 3.5 minutes have passed. As Izuku began to sprint up another street, he thought, I'll receive roughly 50 points at this rate. That should be sufficient. I must continue. Izuku dashed down a different street. His movements triggered a number of fictitious villains as he went. 2 3-pointers, 3 2-pointers, and 2 1-pointers were all in his grasp as he slammed them into a wall at the end of the street and skidded to a stop. In a split second, that was an additional 14 points. That makes a total of 34. I can't stop yet, though, because that was just a lucky street. Izuku ran down a different street, but he only managed to score 6 points. After collecting 11 points from 2 more streets, he emerged onto a main street crowded with applicants and demolished fake villains. He experienced a sharp pain in his side after completing the journey through those 4 streets. He heard examinee number 7111 yell, 45, 47, 48, as he leapt from villain to villain, destroying them with his swift and forceful kicks. Then he saw Ochako Uraraka, shouting, 28, as she released the robots that were floating behind her and fell to the ground. 48, 28, is my performance really that good? I have 51 points already. Izuku began to catch his breath while gripping his sore side. However, I'm exhausted from using my quirk too much. In addition to the numerous robots, I was constantly running. Abruptly, a huge boom sent a shockwave down the street and rocked the entire city. Izuku turned to face the source and was shocked to see a huge robot that towered over all the nearby buildings. A gray 0 was emblazoned on its shoulder. The 0-pointer. That seems a bit too large, doesn't it? Over the exam site, Present Mike shouted, 2 minutes left. All the would-be heroes started fleeing from the fictitious antagonist. Izuku saw the color brown out of the corner of his eye as he was about to follow them. He noticed that Ochako Uraraka's leg was pinned under some debris. The awkward angle at which it fell on her made it difficult for her to connect her fingers to the concrete as she twisted. She was right in the path of the 0-pointer's tread as it moved down the street. There would not be enough time for her to flee. She was going to pass away. OOW, she cried out, struggling to keep up with the weight of the debris. Izuku pushed himself in the direction of the girl, his body glowing a gentle green despite its fatigue. The fragment of the building that had pinned Ochako's leg down fell off her as soon as he was within 15 meters. After picking up the girl on his knees and dragging her arm over his shoulder, Izuku fled. But as he did, he sensed that the majority of his quirk's power was gone. Midoriya, Ochako uttered softly before experiencing nausea. Thanks. Don't mention it, Izuku shouted. Can you run on your own? I think I broke my ankle, sorry. Izuku cast a sidelong glance. Shit, I can't outrun that thing while holding her. And I can't use my quirk on myself, much less handle it any longer. I suppose I could launch her a safe distance with my remaining strength if it comes to that, but I'd be done. If only I could put an end to it. Perhaps. No, that isn't feasible. I'll have to do that with my quirk. I wish I were lighter. Hold on a minute, Uraraka, can you still use your quirk? I could probably manage it for a few seconds, she moaned. But using it on myself right now wouldn't work too well. That's fine, that wasn't what I had in mind. Use it on me, right now. Alright, perhaps it was a dumb idea. Izuku wasn't thinking about it at the time, but it might have been wiser for him to flee with Ochako while he was weightless. It might have been foolish, but he discovered it after the fact. His fight-or-flight reaction had decided to engage in combat when he was cornered. Izuku used his quirk to launch Ochako around 15 meters ahead of him as soon as she pressed her fingers against him and he felt gravity depart. I apologize, Uraraka. Izuku turned to face the enormous fake villain that momentarily threatened to crush him. Despite his fatigue, he was able to effortlessly cover himself in a bright green glow without the weight of gravity pulling him down. He flew straight up and into the huge 0-pointer, leading with his right fist. He leapt up so quickly that he created a shockwave. He went in through the robot's lower torso and out through the back of its head. The force of his telekinesis protected most of his body, but the impact broke his forearm, dislocated his wrist, and broke his fingers. He was also cut all over by the machine's debris fragments. He turned to face the robot he had just torn through, which was now falling backward and exploding in several places. It thudded loudly to the ground, sending a shockwave that slightly retreated Izuku. He used his quirk to float back down to Earth after realizing that he was still weightless. When Izuku landed, Ochako gasped, touching her fingers together before throwing up a lot. Release. Izuku called out, Hey, Uraraka. Are you alright? As quickly as his weary body would allow, wincing at the ache in his side. Ochako began to speak. I'm fine, Ijusa, before continuing to throw up. Izuku sighed and knelt beside her, placing his hand on her shoulder. Hey, take it easy, he said. When she appeared to be finished throwing up, Izuku inquired, how's your ankle? She sighed and rolled onto her butt. It hurts. A lot, she said. But how did you do that? That was amazing. As she trailed off, Izuku glanced at her and noticed that she was blushing and looking staring at him. He noticed that his toned body was fully visible when he looked down at his tracksuit, the upper part of which had been largely ripped apart when he passed through the enormous robot. She said, why you're really fit, huh, and then she laughed uneasily. Couldn't tell while you were wearing that tracksuit, aha. Well, I guess. Izuku looked away, blushing slightly. Laughing uneasily, he sat beside her and said, well anyway, it's good to know what I'm capable of with my quirk if I use it on something that's weightless, before reaching to scratch the back of his neck. Ouch. I think I broke my arm, though. Well, of course you did, exclaimed Ochako, taking his arm gently so he could examine his hand. Ya punched through that whole thing. I'm surprised Thutacha didn't shatter your whole arm up to your shoulder. That was probably a stupid idea, I probably should have just escaped with you once you made me weightless. But at least we confirmed that our quirks work well together, right? Ochako made an uncomfortable laugh. Yeah, oh hey, maybe we should become a hero duo once we graduate from UA. I mean, if we both pass the exam, she said. Izuku laughed nervously with her, thinking, she's really cute when she laughs, huh? She also has a somewhat adorable accent. What is her place of origin? Over the exam site, Present Mike shouted, time's up. It's over. Ah, man, Ochako exclaimed, raising her arms above her head. I got 28 points, I hope it's enough. I'm sure you'll pass, so don't worry about it, Izuku said with a laugh. I just have a feeling. Ochako leapt to her feet and bowed to Izuku, saying, how many points did you get, Midoriya? You know, before you saved me. Thanks for that by the way. However, she immediately fell back down because of her injury. Hey, don't overexert yourself. Besides, don't mention it. It's repaying you for stopping my fall earlier. The two don't even begin to compare, she said, rubbing her ankle. I'll make it up to you one day, I promise. Anyway, how many points do you have? Izuku looked around and saw that everyone was staring at him and Ochako. I got he said. Why is everyone staring at us? Who wouldn't stare when you just tore through the entire 0-pointer? Ochako murmured. Stop dodging the question though. Is it low or something? And no, I got 51, Izuku replied. Ochako grinned and said, whoa, that's way better than my score. To Izuku, you're definitely getting in. According to Izuku, you did pretty well too, with sincerity. I'm sure you'll get in too. He glanced around and noticed that a short elderly woman was distributing candies among the crowd. Izuku heard the feminine blonde boy say, that mademoiselle is the backbone of UA. His accent was French. She's the school's registered nurse, the youthful heroine, Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl checked on everyone else before approaching Izuku and Ochako. She asked, taking a quick look at the vomit puddle, do you two have any injuries? Izuku told Ochako, yeah, she broke her ankle, while gesturing with his thumb. And I broke my arm. And my hand. Recovery Girl sighed, geez, you kids are too reckless these days, and kissed each of their cheeks. Why Dita? Ochako interrupted herself as the ankle and stomach aches subsided. Izuku tested his recently healed hand by squeezing it and said, whoa, is this your quirk? That's amazing. Recovery Girl extended her hand and said, here, have some Haribo candies, to the two teenagers. After dropping 4 gummy bears into each of their hands, she turned to leave. Ochako exclaimed, I feel all better. And got to her feet. But I'm still not sure if I passed. I mean, if you got 51 and I got 28, then there's probably a lot of other people between our scores, right? Izuku said, I don't know about that, and got to his feet as well. I think you did just fine. I hope so, sighed Ochako. Then she said, how about you give me your phone number? That way, I can tell you once I get the letter from UA. Oh, alright, that's probably a good idea. Let's exchange numbers after we change back into our uniforms. Ochako took a quick look down at Izuku's body again and then turned away. Alright. Izuku and Ochako conversed with each other as they followed the others back to the locker rooms. They reconvened in front of the UA after changing from their workout attire to their uniforms, and exchanged numbers at the front gate. Ochako grinned and shook Izuku's hand, saying, "Well, I'll see you later, Midoriya. It was nice to meet ya." Izuku grinned and released her hand, saying, "Yeah, it was nice to meet you too. I'll text you later, alright Uraraka." "Sounds good, see ya." Izuku and Ochako went their separate ways on foot. However, Izuku chose to walk back to UA rather than return home. Present Mike needed to talk to him. He eventually located the vocal hero after enquiring with a few people about his whereabouts. He hurried into the room with a view of the test grounds. Izuku called as he walked into the room, "Excuse me, Present Mike." Present Mike put down a pile of papers and turned to him, asking, "Oh. What can I do for you, little listener?" Well, there's this girl, Ochako Uraraka. She has short brown hair, rosy cheeks. Her face is kinda cute and round, you know the one I mean. She wasn't confident that she has enough points to pass, but in the end, she had to use the last of her quirk strength on me, and she was super nice besides that. She even saved me from falling before the exam, so could I give her some of my points? At least the few she could have gotten with one more use of her quirk. I think that she really deserves to be a hero, and I want to help her. At least if she isn't already passing, then I'd like to donate as many points as she needs to pass. Even without turning on his speaker, Present Mike's laugh was loud and clear. Ah ha ha, whoa, slow down there, listener. I'm sorry, but I can't transfer points between exam takers. That being said, Present Mike sighed and placed his hand onto Izuku's shoulder. I don't think you should have anything to worry about. I haven't seen the scores yet, but I'll let you know that villain points aren't the only thing being considered here. If she helped you out at the end, when she wasn't confident in her own score, I'm sure that'll be taken into account. Don't tell her that I said that though. In fact, don't tell anyone. I really shouldn't have told you anyway, so keep your mouth shut about it." Izuku bowed and said, I will. Thank you so much, Present Mike." With gratitude. Present Mike sighed as Izuku left the room, saying, "I didn't even do anything, kid." Izuku took a long, hot shower as soon as he arrived home. It eased the tension in his mind as well as the aches and pains in his body. Although it was obviously not the case, it seemed as though he wouldn't be able to use his quirk for weeks. He cleaned up and then had dinner with his mother, telling her everything about the entrance exam, including Ochako. Holding Izuku's hand across the table, Inko exclaimed, "Oh, well, I'm so proud of you. And that Uraraka girl sounds nice, too." Izuku grinned and said, "She is," before scowling. "I hope she doesn't worry too much about her score, though. I just know that she'll pass." "Oh, don't worry about that, sweetie. I'm sure everything will work out." Inko grinned. Izuku got up and carried his dishes to the sink. "Yeah, thanks for the food, Mom. It was delicious," he exclaimed. "I'm going to go for a run first thing tomorrow. Even though All Might isn't training me anymore, I need to keep up with my exercise. So, I might be gone when you wake up." "Oh, that's fine, dear. Just don't overwork yourself, because that can be bad for you." "I know, Mom. I already learned that lesson while training with All Might. I'm going to my room, so I'll see you later." "Okay," she exclaimed, beaming with pride for her son. Izuku finished washing his dishes and headed to his bedroom, where he started going through the hero news for the day. Other than one that caught his attention, there hadn't been many villain attacks or debuts that day. Izuku whispered to himself, "Another victim of the hero killer, huh? Let's see. Power Volt this time. That's too bad, I liked him. When will some hero finally stop this guy? I wonder how skilled he must be to be able to take down so many heroes. What are the specifics of his quirk, too? I've seen a lot of talk online. Stain was the hero killer," and Izuku started muttering to himself quickly. He didn't realize he had gone too far once more for a full 10 minutes. Izuku chose to watch some videos on his computer and perform some bicep curls after reading the hero news. As he sat there, his thoughts wandered and he repeatedly found himself thinking about Ochako. As he reached the end of his curls, he thought, "I wonder if she's doing all right." Perhaps I ought to send her a text to check on her. She was, after all, quite concerned. Izuku quickly located the most recent contact when he took out his phone and accessed his contacts. Midoriya. Uraraka, hello. After everything, I just wanted to check in with you. This is Midoriya from the entrance exam. Just a few seconds after Midoriya reclined on his bed, the word, read, appeared beneath his message, and she began typing. Hello, Midoriya. Uraraka, I'm feeling much better after taking a little break, and I'm doing well. We appreciate your concern. Cute emoji stream, how are you? You punched through that massive 0-pointer, so I think I should be more worried about you. More emojis. Midoriya. Thank you for asking, I'm doing great. Midoriya. You're from out of town, aren't you? I should have asked that earlier. Uraraka. The Mie Prefecture is where I'm from. I came here to attend UA thanks to my parents. Do you hail from the UA? Midoriya. Yes, I spent my entire life here. Do you know anyone in this area? No, I just know you, Uraraka. I arrived in Shizuoka only a few days ago. Midoriya. If you'd like, I could give you a tour of the town. In addition, if we plan to attend school together, we should get to know one another. Uraraka. Should I visit the UA? Pouting face emoji. In any case, I'll accept your offer. Is tomorrow morning okay? Midoriya. Of course, since I run in the mornings, I'm free after around 8. Uraraka. That's quite a commitment. Plethora of emojis. I doubt I'd possess it. Where should we meet, Midoriya? Uraraka. You could come get me from my apartment at 9:30. Is that okay? Midoriya. That sounds fantastic. Where is that? One address is attached for Uraraka. Midoriya. All right, let's meet at 9:30 tomorrow. Uraraka. Fantastic. I am excited to see you. Good night. This would be a huge number of emojis if they had mass. Midoriya. Uraraka, good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Izuku put his phone down and took a deep breath. He genuinely looked forward to spending time with Uraraka and was quite pleased with the way that conversation went. Although he got along well with most of his classmates, most of them shunned him out of concern for Katsuki's anger, which was too frequently aimed at Izuku. Therefore, it would be pleasant for him to spend time with a friend. Izuku got up and went to the living room, where his mother was watching TV, before deciding it was time to go to bed. I'm gonna go to bed, Mom, he declared. I'm actually going to meet with Uraraka tomorrow as she's the girl from the exam. It turns out she's from out of town, so I'm going to show her around a bit. Oh my, Inko spoke as she placed a hand on her cheek. How gentlemanlike of you, Izuku. Well, I guess, I'm, going to bed now. Inko winked at him and called out, all right, sleep well dear. Before leaving. That night, Izuku struggled to fall asleep. He was anxious about meeting Ochako the following day in addition to the excitement of the day. But why would he be? I thought he was doing her a favor. In addition, they were pals. Still friends, but new ones. She was adorable, very kind, and had a contagious laugh that probably made him blush, but... He shook the ideas out of his mind. There was no cause for concern. Instead of feeling anxious, he ought to be happy that someone wanted to hang out with him. Because of Katsuki, he didn't hold it against his classmates, and he would be delighted to be friends with Ochako. Nevertheless, he kept himself awake because of the strange uneasiness he experienced. It was late, but not so late that he was exhausted the next day. Just before 9:30 the following morning, Izuku found himself outside Ochako's apartment. After eating, running, and taking a shower earlier, he was dressed simply in jeans and a green t-shirt before approaching her door. Despite his repeated efforts to relax, he was still a little uneasy and was hesitant to knock on the door. The specifics of this trip had not really been discussed. How did she feel about it? How much time should they spend outside? Would they eat lunch and where would they go? He would likely be anxious even if he didn't have a slight, possibly moderate, to severe crush on Ochako because there was so much that was unexpected. However, he was aware that if he didn't knock on her door and speak with her, they wouldn't be able to make any more plans. At last, he held up his hand and knocked. As was customary, he was going to knock 3 times, but the door opened in the middle of the second knock. Hey, Midoriya, exclaimed Ochako, her voice full of energy. I'm all ready. She was dressed in dark leggings, a gray knee-length skirt, and a pink blouse. For a brief moment, Izuku stood there with his hand raised in the knocking position, a little taken aback by her quick response to the door. He waved his hand quickly and grinned after taking in what had just happened. He stammered, gee, good morning, Uraraka. Why, you answered the door pretty quickly. She sighed as she shut the door and locked it. I didn't have anything else to look forward to today, so I got ready a little early. Well, we should probably get going. Yeah, where are we going, anyways? Izuku stopped himself there because he didn't want to start muttering too much in front of Ochako once more. Well, there's a nice park near here. We could also go to the shopping center near here, or I could show you my favorite places to get food. When Ochako said, let's save that one for lunch, she laughed. I kinda wanna go to the shopping center. I haven't needed to go there yet, but I want to see what stores are there. That sounds good to me. Why do you have an apartment here already? Shouldn't you wait until you know that you'll get into UA? Izuku questioned as they began to walk. Well, my parents are owners of a construction company, Ochako began. They helped build these apartments, and the guy who runs the place said that it's the least they could do to let me stay here for a month free of charge. I'm here early to get familiar with the area. Well, what about school? Don't you still have to go? Nah, she said, shaking her head. The school schedule is a little ahead in Mie, so I guess I have an extra long break. That's lucky, sighed Izuku. I still have my finals in a couple weeks. Well, you can do it. Ochako enthusiastically pumped her fist. He said, yeah, thanks, and nodded. You said your parents own a construction company. Isn't your quirk perfect for that kind of work? Ochako said, yeah, right. Before her smile vanished, I told them I wanted to help and work for them, but they wanted me to follow my own dreams. With a worried tilt of his head, Izuku asked, why do you sound so down about that? Ochako took a moment to look at Izuku. She had intended to keep her family's predicament a secret until she truly got to know them, but why should she go to such lengths to conceal anything from this boy who saved her life? Well, my family's company doesn't get a lot of business. We're poor, like, real poor, but they wouldn't take my help, even though I wanted to give it to him. She grinned at Izuku. That's why I wanna be a hero though. I'm gonna get real popular, and earn enough money to fully support them. Whoa. That's a nice motivation to be a hero, he thought. Your parents sound like great people. They are, Ochako said with a smile. What about your parents? What are they like? Well, my mom's always been really supportive, Izuku replied. I got my quirk from her, not my dad, and she was so happy and proud and all that. Ever since, she's always been cheering me on towards my dream of being a hero. He grinned nostalgically, recalling how, in spite of the bruises covering him, she sobbed joyfully when he first told her about his quirk. Honestly, she's kinda too supportive. She seems nice, laughed Ochako. What about your dad? Izuku sighed and said, oh, I don't know him too well, he works abroad. He sends money home to support me and mom, but I only see him during holidays, and even then only occasionally. Ochako said, oh, sorry I asked, fearing that she would annoy him. Izuku laughed. It's fine, really. He's always nice when he does visit, and mom always seems happy to see him. Besides, he's working for our sake. How could I be upset with him for that? I guess that's true, she remarked. So, what's it like to live in the city, so close to UA? You must see a lot of cool heroes around. Yeah, I've seen some, he said reflectively as he peered at the pavement. We get big villain attacks around here once or twice a month sometimes. Ochako's eyes glowed as she asked, have you ever met 13, the space hero? He's my favorite hero. No, I actually haven't, Izuku said, putting his hand to his chin. But I've met Death Arms, Backdraft, All Might, Kamui Woodsa. Ochako interrupted, you met All Might. That must have been exciting. That isn't even the half of it, Izuku said with a laugh. He even personally trained me for UA's entrance exam. Ochako halted his stride and turned to face Izuku in disbelief. You were trained by All Might. Like, the All Might. Izuku suddenly felt bad about what he had said. Because he didn't have a significant social life, he hadn't had to worry too much about disclosing All Might's physical condition, but now he had to exercise caution. Hell, he was not even sure if discussing the training itself was permitted. But he nodded his head reluctantly, saying, why yeah, All Might. Quote. No wonder you're so strong. Gripping her hair, Ochako cried out. All of a sudden, she understood. It all made sense. See his toned muscles, his fit body, his incredible control over his quirk, and the way he leapt to save her when no one else did. What's he like? Is he really as big as he looks on TV? I thought he looked a little taller in person, Izuku stated. Yeah, taller. Wow, sighed Ochako. Meeting him is one thing, but you trained with him, too. That's so lucky. Yeah, probably. Come on, we're almost at the shopping center. Ochako went on. All Might must have been pretty impressed with you to train you like that. How did you meet him? They resumed their stroll after saying, oh yeah, I almost forgot. Well, it was, about a year ago, I think 10 months. It was his first day in the area, and there was a villain attack. I helped out, and he talked to me afterwards. And he's been training you ever since. Geez, no wonder you're so amazing. Izuku scratched the back of his neck and turned his head away, saying, well, I don't think I'm that cool. Of course you are. You got over 50 points in that exam, and then still had enough power to rip all the way through that huge robot. Izuku grinned as he turned to face Ochako, who had been praising him while making wild gestures. Well, I wouldn't have been able to manage even close to that if you didn't make me weightless. Ochako grinned and cocked her head in his direction. I guess so. It's really cool how compatible our quirks are, huh? Yeah, it is, laughed Izuku. If UA lets us, we should work on combination moves. Ochako pouted and asked, why are you so sure that I'll get into UA? I told you, I just have a feeling. No offense, but that's not very reassuring. Well, we'll see. The two's conversation soon turned to more straightforward topics, like where to go, as they arrived at the shopping center. Initially, they just strolled around to see what shops were there. Eventually, they began perusing a department store and then a convenience store. To Izuku's amusement, Ochako was always complaining that everything was too costly, even though they didn't purchase anything. Even though Ochako didn't want to spend a lot of money there, they ended up going to an arcade. They went to a traditional Japanese restaurant in the shopping center to eat lunch because, before they knew it, it was already time. Ochako ordered sushi, and Izuku ordered katsudon. As they ate, they talked more about the region, their favorite heroes, and other topics. Ochako wiped her mouth with a napkin and remarked, I can't believe it slipped my mind earlier, but I meant to ask about your run this morning. I mean, how long was it? It was about 4 miles, Izuku remarked casually. Their katsudon isn't as good as my mom's. You ran 4 miles. Geez, I know I can't do that in one day. A gust of wind blew Izuku's shirt against his abs, revealing their outline, and Ochako looked down for the 10th time that day. It was not because she liked him that she was staring. Surely she wouldn't do that. No, she was simply struck by how much effort he must have put in. He certainly had a nice personality and a decent figure. His hair looked so soft, and his face was simple but adorable, and she was lost in his stunning green eyes right now. However, no, that isn't how it is, she was thinking as she shook her head and took another sushi bite. Furthermore, he couldn't possibly think that way about me. As he finished his last bite, Izuku sighed and said, anyway, how long do you want to stay out? We could go to the park, the nearby beach, or something. Ochako glanced back up at him and said, there's a beach here. I didn't even realize that. It's called the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. It used to be a junkyard, until pretty recently. What do you mean by that? Well, the current washed a lot of garbage ashore. It built up, then people started to hide their own illegal dumping in with the pile. It was pretty bad. But someone cleaned it. Oh, I cleaned it. As part of my training with All Might. How big is the beach? Ochako inquired, unsure of what to anticipate considering what she already knew about him. Izuku took out his phone and started searching for the local news story that discussed it. Well, the garbage spanned for about half a kilometer, I think. Maybe a little more. How long did it take you to clean? Izuku gave Ochako his phone and showed him before and after photos of the beach. About a month, I think. Here, it's gotten pretty popular since then. Ochako said, sure, let's go, and rose from their table. The photos look beautiful, but I want to see what it looks like in person. Before Izuku could even grab his own wallet, Ochako paid for both of their meals as they walked up to the register. Since she had been publicly demonstrating her frugal living throughout the day and had even confided in him about her family's financial situation, he thought this was quite strange. Ochako took another glance at the stores as they were leaving the mall. Is that a mochi shop? She exclaimed, gesturing to the location. Yeah, said Izuku. Do you like mochi? It's my favorite, she exclaimed, slightly drooling. But I'm so full right now. I can't, she sighed, clutching at her stomach. Well, we can get it later, after we check out the beach. Ochako gave in and followed Izuku out onto the sidewalk. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan, he said. They talked for a while, but Izuku finally mentioned what he had been considering for some time halfway to the beach. He questioned, why did you pay for my katsudon? Ochako said, well, that's just my start on repaying you, in a tone that was almost melodic. You know, for saving my life in the exam. I told you, you don't need to repay me for anything. Don't say that, I wouldn't be alive right now if it weren't for you. Looking at her out of the corner of his eye, Izuku sighed and said, well, I guess I can't argue against that, but I don't want you to owe me anything for it. You can't stop me, Ochako insisted, chuckling a little. Izuku gestured toward the metal guard rail that overlooked the beach park and said, I guess not. Oh, we're here. Ochako gazed out over the blue water and white sand, where people were having fun at the beach. She couldn't help but smile as a salty breeze blew across her face. It's beautiful, she uttered softly. She couldn't put it any better. People get to enjoy this because of you, Midoriya. That's pretty cool, you know, she said, turning to face Izuku. Yeah, I guess so, he said, grinning as he observed the families playing and unwinding on the beach he had repaired. They ended up spending hours strolling along the beach and having pleasant conversations about unimportant topics. When the subject of Izuku having other friends came up, he tried to steer clear of it. Ochako mentally noted that he was reluctant to discuss it, but she continued the conversation as if she hadn't noticed. There were some funny sights along the way, including a volleyball match and a group of performers. Even a villain attack was included, though it was brief and unimpressive in comparison to most. Until they noticed the sun setting and the glint reflecting off the water, neither of them realized how long they had been out. Ochako gazed out over the water and said, whoa, what time is it? Izuku looked at his phone and was shocked to see that his mother had 6 missed calls. It's almost 6, he exclaimed, raising the pitch of his voice. My mom called me 6 times. I forgot my phone was on silent. What? Exclaimed Ochako. We should get going. After a brief stroll back to Ochako's apartment, Izuku called his mother to apologize profusely for staying out so late without telling her. She wanted him home so she could make dinner, but she was okay with it. Izuku escorted Ochako to the door of her apartment when they arrived. Thanks for taking me out today, Midoriya, replied Ochako, grinning slightly. I'm kinda glad that we lost track of time, you know. The beach looked so pretty this late. Yeah, said Izuku. Ochako pouted as she suddenly recalled the mochi shop, asking, but, we never went to get mochi, did we? Well, how about this, suggested Izuku. After we get our acceptance letters from UA, we can go there to celebrate. Ochako was about to reiterate that she might not be accepted, but she changed her mind. Well, I might end up going there on my own in the meantime. That's fine, Izuku said with a laugh. I really need to go home now, though. It was nice to spend time with you, Uraraka. Yeah, it was good to see you too. See y'all later, Midoriya. Izuku began rushing to catch the next train home, and Ochako waved. Thinking back on the day's events, she felt a strange kind of happiness. Although she was happy that Izuku was her first friend here, she also noticed something else. She could feel a warm, pleasant sensation in her chest. It wasn't that she liked him more than a friend, but she couldn't put her finger on it. No. Izuku's mother gave him a mild reprimand when he got home, but she was more concerned than upset. As usual, Izuku reviewed the day's hero news after eating. Izuku kept in touch with Ochako over the course of the following week while he occupied himself with his studies and exercise regimens. Several times he attempted to reach All Might, but his messages were consistently left unread. The week was pretty uneventful. Katsuki was constantly boasting to his classmates about his impressive score of 77 villain points. He assumed that Izuku had failed badly because he didn't say anything about it, so he mostly ignored him. The week went by quickly, and before Izuku knew it, Saturday night had arrived. Letters from the United States should arrive at this time. His mother excitedly knocked on his door and called his name while he was on the phone with Ochako. Izuku said into the phone, I gotta go, Uraraka, as he stood up. My mom needs me for something. She brightly replied, "Oh, your acceptance letter probably got there. My mail should get here in about 10-ish minutes, too. Well, have fun being accepted." "Yeah, you too. If I get accepted, you will." "Yeah, sure. I'll text you later." "Alright, I'll be waiting. Talk to you later. Bye." His mother continued to knock on the door quickly as Izuku hung up and hurriedly opened it. Inko yelled, "Izuku," while presenting her son with an envelope. "Izuku, it's here. The letter." Izuku mumbled, "Ah, my ears," while stroking his temple and gesturing to his mother with his other hand. "Yeah, I kind of guessed that. Let's open it. I wanna see your face when you get in," Inko said with a proud smile and a trace of tears behind her sparkling eyes. Izuku laughed and accepted the envelope. "Okay," he said. Izuku observed the weight of the envelope and the small circular object in the middle as he and his mother made their way toward the living room. He slid out the disc he felt first, then opened the letter on the coffee table and sat down on the couch beside the ecstatic Inko. It beeped once, then burst into a blue glow, filling the air above it with a hologram projection. As All Might's form emerged in the hologram, his thunderous voice roared, "I am here as a projection." "Well, everything. This is from UA, isn't it?" Izuku exclaimed, looking down at the envelope marked, UA. Even though Inko knew that All Might had nothing to do with the high school, she was equally perplexed. "Young Midoriya, I haven't been able to get in touch with you because I've been busy. I'm sorry, but you see, my new job was the main reason I traveled to this prefecture. I'll be at UA teaching." All Might, at UA, Izuku thought, his mouth dropping open at the announcement. "No way," he smiled. A hand appeared in the hologram and motioned for All Might to proceed. "Well, finish it up." All Might argues with the hand, "But I have things that I need Toa, whatever needs to be said can be said later." "Will everything be pushed back?" "Okay, then. Young Midoriya, you passed both the written and practical exams and were admitted to UA. Hi, I'm sure you already know that, but there's more. You scored 51 villain points in the practical exam, which was the third highest amount among the examinees. Well done. In addition to the villain points, we were testing your resolve to be true heroes. The willingness to sacrifice one's own energy, time, effort, and well-being to help others was also taken into consideration. I observed your interactions during the exam and heard about your efforts regarding Ochako Uraraka. I therefore felt that I ought to inform you directly. Additionally, this test was graded using points for rescue. A panel of judges gave them to you based on how you performed during the test. For saving Uraraka, breaking your own bones in the process, and later offering up your own points for her benefit, you get 50 rescue points. And for young Uraraka, for assisting with the robot when she was so exhausted and injured and had her own lower score, and also for inspiring you to take your own action, she also gets 50 rescue points. All Might points to a screen behind him that displays the top 10 practical exam scores. Izuku himself finished first with a total of 101 points. The fact that he had been the top scorer, and by such a wide margin, was beyond his comprehension. To Izuku's delight, Ochako Uraraka came in second. The total of her 50 rescue points and 28 villain points was 78. She also believed she wouldn't pass. Izuku sighed quietly to himself as he became so proud of her. Izuku nearly started laughing when he saw that he had come in third, but the event was moving so quickly that he didn't even have time. With 77 villain points and 0 rescue points, Katsuki Bakugo finished in third place. Despite having the most villain points of any examinee, he was ranked third because of the rescue points, which were thrown in. Izuku found it even funnier that Ochako defeated him by a single point. For the first time in a long time, he was truly on the verge of being afraid of Katsuki. He didn't know what he would do in that situation. You both pass, All Might added, his smile somehow getting bigger. So, young Midoriya. Come on, UA, I will be your hero academia. The hologram then turned off. After Izuku sat there for a while, taking it all in, his mother threw him off the couch and gave him a strong hug while sobbing with joy and pride. When his mother had calmed down, Izuku examined the forms in the envelope. He would speak before UA's annual sports festival as the first-year student representative because he had won first place on the entrance exam. That made him very happy. His new class at the start of the following semester would be Class 1A in UA's hero course. When he thought about Ochako, he recalled that they had planned to visit the mochi shop, and he wondered if she would be in the same class. He had time because she was getting her mail after him. He had enough time to wash away the sweat and BO odor that had accumulated from his workout that day. When Izuku emerged from the shower, Ochako texted him, saying, "I got in." Emojis of excitement. Since they hadn't talked about it after the first suggestion, Izuku texted her to ask if she was still game for mochi. She immediately responded that she would love to. After Izuku had finished getting ready, he left his house and went to Ochako's apartment. "Hey Midoriya," Ochako exclaimed as she leapt out the door and swiftly shut it behind her. "Let's go get mochi." Izuku stammered, why yeah. Gee, good evening," once again taken aback by her quick response to the door and upbeat demeanor. She exclaimed, "I'm so excited to get into UA." As they made their way to the mall. And second place, too. "I had no idea about the rescue points. But your score was big." Izuku looked sideways and scratched his cheek, saying, well, I guess. I'm about as surprised as you." She chuckled a little before straightening her expression. "You got all those rescue points on top of your villain points. The other applicants are probably intimidated by your score, honestly. Speaking of intimidated, did you see the guy who got third? He got 77 villain points and 0 rescue points. Sounds like he's probably pretty brutal." With a slightly perplexed expression, Ochako asked, "Oh, you mean Kachan?" "Oh, I meant Katsuki Bakugo. That's his name." Ochako chuckled and asked, Did you just say Kachan? Is that a nickname or something? Do you know him?" "Oh, yeah, we've known each other for our entire lives." "Well, maybe he's not so brutal, then." "No, he is, definitely." The tone of Izuku's voice struck Ochako as strange. "Are you guys friends?" "We used to be. Not anymore, though." "Why?" "Well, it's a pretty long story. I don't want to bore you." "Well, you don't need to go into detail. I wanna know, though." After giving it some thought, Izuku concluded that, unlike his training with All Might, which he had already disclosed, he had no excuse for not telling her. "Well, we were friends when we were really little. But the quirk he got was really strong. He got arrogant and started bullying me because my quirk hadn't come in yet." "Geez, what an idiot," sighed Ochako. "What's his quirk?" "Explosion. He can secrete a nitroglycerin-based liquid from his hands like sweat, and detonate it remotely. It's one of the most versatile quirks I've ever seen. He can create massive explosions or just little pops. He can propel himself, use it to attack, or use it to maneuver midair. It's really strong. But yours is too, right? He doesn't know that. My quirk was weak when it first manifested, so he still bullied me even then. I've been training my quirk though, so I can show him that I'm stronger than him one day." Ochako grinned and remarked, "I think that's super cool and inspiring. A story about overcoming a bully is always good. Still, I hope he isn't in my class. I can only imagine how pissed he'll be that he got third place." Izuku suddenly remembered something Ochako had said. "Uraraka, what class will you be in?" "Oh, I'm in 1A. I'm in 1A too." When they learned they would be classmates at UA, they both grinned, applauded, and gave each other high fives. When they eventually arrived at the mochi shop, they resumed their usual cordial conversation about unimportant topics. Since they couldn't agree on who would pay, they simply paid separately even though they appeared to know what they wanted to order beforehand. Soon they were enjoying their rice cake ice cream desserts at an outdoor table. Ochako bit into their strawberry mochi and said, their strawberry mochi is good." Afterwards, "What flavor did you get, Midoriya?" "Green tea. It's pretty good, too." "Green tea. That's an interesting flavor. It's my mom's favorite, so I guess it just rubbed off on me." Ochako laughed and asked, "Are you sure it isn't because your name is Green?" "No, it's because yours is Tea Girl." Midoriya chuckled as well. He hadn't really meant it, but when he looked up and saw that Ochako's blush had increased beyond normal, he realized how strange it sounded. Ochako bounced back pretty quickly and chuckled, saying, "Hey, our hero duo name should be Green Tea." The idea of a hero duo called Green Tea made them both laugh. To put it mildly, they found the idea amusing. But they had only been laughing for a few seconds when Izuku noticed two blonde, spiky heads of hair crossing the lot from them. In that shopping center, Katsuki Bakugo and his mother, Mitsuki, were en route to the supermarket. Izuku didn't believe they had noticed him, but from the chair he was now sinking back into, he could see Katsuki's incredibly irate frown. Ochako inquired, worried about Midoriya's apparent unease. Hey Midoriya, what's wrong? Izuku swiftly said, oh, it's nothing, and sat back up in his chair. I just saw Kachan. I don't think he saw me, though. With a furrowed brow, Ochako asked, you mean the bully that got 77 villain points? What's he doing here? Probably just going to the store. He lives around here too, you know. As Izuku turned to face the supermarket, he noticed Mitsuki entering by himself. Instead, Katsuki was heading directly for the mochi shop across the parking lot. His expression was strange. He was still frowning, but it wasn't his usual expression. And never mind, he's coming this way. Izuku stumbled as he turned back to face Ochako and took another trembling bite of his mochi. I swear, if he says one thing, don't do anything to upset him too much, please. Ochako nodded at him while furrowing her brow. She assumed that Izuku was referring to the sour-looking blonde who was approaching the store. He went straight to their table and gave Ochako a fleeting glance before focusing his intense gaze on Izuku. He uttered the harsh words, you piece of shit, worthless, fucking Deku, almost in a whisper. He looked at Ochako once more. Who the fuck is round face? Your shitty girlfriend or something? Izuku denied, more ashamed than afraid. And no, Kachan, she said. I know her from the practical exam. With a tiny pop that rocked the table, Katsuki said, oh, yeah, the exam. How the fuck did you get such a high score? I mean, I know you cheated, but whose dick did you suck to get so many points? I didn't do anything, Kachan. I don't know about the rescue points, but I did get 51 villain points. Katsuki shot his glare away and clicked his tongue, saying, rescue points. They're fucking pointless. You don't need to save people if you just beat up the villains they'd need saving from. That's not true, Izuku declared. Heroes are public servants, not just crime fighters. Katsuki turned to Ochako and continued to frown, saying, that's a damn boring way of looking at heroes. You took the exam too, round face. With trepidation, Ochako said, why yes. Unprepared to speak with Katsuki. And my name's Uraraka. Well, round face, he said with emphasis, considering the fact that you're eating with Deku instead of crying in the corner of your room, I'll guess that you passed. Mind telling me your score? Izuku cut Ochako off as she was about to respond, saying, she does mind. Leave us alone, Kachan. Katsuki glared at Izuku and said, let the girl talk, dumbass Deku. What's your fucking score? He repeated, turning back to Ochako. She looked back and forth between Izuku and Katsuki several times before confessing, I got. IIGG got 78. HMPH, grunted Katsuki. He turned to face Izuku and said, I'll let you both know right now, you aren't shit compared to me. I'm going to become the #1 hero, and you two won't be anywhere close to me. He appeared to have more to say, but he changed his mind and turned to leave. He strode off toward the supermarket while Ochako and Izuku watched in silence. When Ochako noticed that most of the ice cream in her mochi had melted, she pouted and looked down before turning back to face Izuku. Whoa, he's intimidating, she remarked, as Katsuki walked into the store. There's no way someone like him can become the #1 hero. Izuku sighed as he examined his own melted mochi and said, well, he has a pretty good chance if he can get that attitude under control. You're right that heroes are more than crime fighters, Ochako stated. Heroes are people that help others, just like you helped me in the exam. And even after the exam, you have a way better chance. Izuku lifted his mochi to look. After the exam. Oh, in the message I was sent, they played a video that showed you talking with President Mike. I really appreciate everything you said, by the way. Izuku frantically tried to recall what he had said to President Mike that day. Oh, did I say anything embarrassing? Well, you said my face is round, Ochako remarked with a small laugh. Izuku blanched all over. No, I didn't mean that wasn't meant as an insult at anything, I just Izuku stumbled for an explanation, and Ochako laughed. She smiled as she thought, you also called me cute. For the first time, Ochako gave Izuku a serious glance. She examined his face, his body, which she couldn't help but notice during the exam and their most recent outing, his freckles, green eyes, and frizzy hair, as well as the adorable embarrassed face he was wearing at the moment. Does he find me attractive? She tried to think of something to divert the conversation and shook her head to dismiss the idea. Unaware that Ochako's face flushed, Izuku continued. She laughed. It's fine, I didn't take it that way, she said. Hey, Midoriya, why did Bakugo call you Deku? Oh, it's just a nickname that he gave me a long time ago. Why, though? It's another way to read my name. It means, someone who can't do anything. After giving it some thought, Ochako grinned and said, Oh, I see. Well, I like how it sounds. It kinda sounds like Dekiru. You can do it, you know. I guess I never thought of it that way. Izuku grinned at Ochako. You can call me that, if you want. Ochako chuckled as she referred to Izuku by the nickname, alright. Deku. Ooh, I like it. I'll call you Deku from now on, then. Alright, Izuku uttered with a slightly uneasy laugh. And nobody had ever called me that, except to bully me. I think I like it. She sighed. That's good, and got up from the table. I think we should get going. Izuku said, oh, yeah, and got to his feet. The mochi was pretty good, huh? Yeah, I'll come back here sometime. Once more, they traveled to Ochako's apartment while conversing. The encounter with Katsuki was quickly forgotten, and they soon resumed their usual friendly banter. Anyway, sighed Ochako as they arrived at her door, thanks again. I had a great time. Izuku said, yeah, me too, and then he wrinkled his face. Except for running into Kachan, I guess. Despite that, I'll see you later, Deku. At the new moniker, Izuku blushed and chuckled a little. Why yeah, I'll see you later Uraraka. Ochako sighed as she shut the door behind her. Izuku seemed truly wonderful to her. His exam score, the training he received from All Might, and the fact that he endured Katsuki every day were all astounding. Every time she was with him, she experienced this fluttering sensation in her stomach. It must have been awe-inspiring. Admiration was what she was looking for. Respect for this boy who found her attractive. She blushed and grinned to herself, thinking, God, he thinks I'm cute. All Might sent Izuku a message the following evening asking him to meet him at the beach. Izuku didn't even question it. In less than 5 minutes, he left the house. Izuku walked up to the gaunt man on the beach and yelled, All Might. Toshinori responded, who's that? And pointed to 2 beachgoers who had heard Izuku's call. Repeat after me, my mistake, wrong person. He murmured. Izuku shouted, my mistake. Wrong person, loud enough for the couple to hear. Young Midoriya, Toshinori cried out, placing his hands on Izuku's shoulders after saying this. I can't express how proud I am of you. Not only have you gotten better with your quirk, but your selflessness is continually inspiring. Thank you all ma, SSHUSH. Toshinori frantically shushed, putting his hand over Izuku's mouth. And by the way, I didn't let the school or the judges know about your connection with me. You seem like the kind of person who would be dissatisfied with favoritism. Thank you, Mr. Yagi. I really appreciate everything. It's been incredible to train with you, and everything. And I'm so happy with the opportunity to go to UA. And you're teaching there. Listen, Midoriya, I can't train you anymore. As a teacher at UA, I'll have no time to foster your individual growth. Yes, that's fine. I feel like I've already accepted too much help, so I'll be fine. Of course you will be. Since they both entered UA, Izuku anticipated being called into the principal's office with Katsuki. The principal congratulated them both on a job well done, and the meeting had gone exactly as he had anticipated. However, Katsuki grabbed Izuku and dragged him into an alley close to the school that day before he left for home. His snarl pushed Izuku against the wall. We never finished our talk on Saturday, Deku, he said. What, are you looking down on me out something? Did you cheat, or did you just pretend that your damn quirk was worthless all these years, and laugh while I bought it? Izuku began, and no, Kachan. I didn't try Toa, but was interrupted. I was supposed to be the only one from this shitty school to make it into UA. I told you not to apply, you ass. I guess I was too easy on you, and I hardly trained. Well, I'm not slacking anymore. You hear me, fucking Deku. I'm going to get so strong that you can't even hope to match me. Izuku whispered, get off of me, Kachan, while holding Katsuki's arm around his shirt collar. Or fucking what, Deku? Are you gonna fight me or some shit? Huh? Get off. Katsuki was suddenly surrounded by a green glow and flew back against the wall across from Izuku. Izuku may have overcommitted to that, but he wasn't thinking about it right now. Katsuki yelled, "Arg, fucking Deku, I can't move," as tiny explosions burst around his hands. Izuku yelled, "I'm not scared of you, Kachan. I've never been scared of you." With a lot of rage. "I have my own dreams to follow, and you won't get in the way. I'll become a great hero, Kachan. Number 1, and you'll see me do it in front of you." Katsuki was freed from his quirk as Izuku bounded off toward his home. He was immediately repulsed by himself. For a brief moment, he had allowed himself to lose control of his quirk, despite his vow to never use it violently against an innocent person, including Katsuki. He immediately reaffirmed that self-promise. He was still conscious enough to be shocked that Katsuki didn't come after him and fight him at that precise moment, despite his frustration with himself. When Katsuki completely stopped making fun of him at school, he was even more shocked. For the most part, they didn't even recognize one another. Nevertheless, Izuku could sense a shift. He sensed, somehow, that Katsuki was now paying attention to him. However, that would only motivate Izuku to put in more effort. April marked the start of a new academic term. For the majority, it meant changing schools or going up a grade. For a small number of people, it might signify a fresh chapter in their lives, as well as new chances, difficulties, successes, and failures. For some, it might completely alter their lives. Izuku experienced that feeling as he completed tying his red sneakers that morning. He would be going to UA today. The school produced All Might and other high-ranking heroes, and it was the site of Japan's most sought-after hero course. Izuku's journey also began at this point, despite the fact that he couldn't tie his own tie. As her son got up to go, Inko asked, "Do you have everything you need?" He acknowledged, "Yeah, I have everything," as he slung his backpack over his shoulder. "I should get going, or I'll be late." When his mother called his name, Izuku opened the door but stopped. She gave him a gentle smile and glanced at the floor as he turned to face her. She exhaled and wiped a tear from her eye. "Izuku, you've worked so hard, and I'm so proud," she said. She gave him a look. "You're really cool." Izuku gave his mother a smile and said, "I'm off." Before leaving, Izuku knew, almost painfully, what he was experiencing. 1 out of every 300 students was accepted into UA's hero course. It is carried out in the same manner each year. 36 students pass the entrance exam and are divided into 2 classes, with the exception of 4 who are admitted on recommendation. He was also regarded as the best. He had outperformed every one of the select few who were deserving of attending UA on the exam. His shoulders were under tremendous pressure. Izuku became aware of UA's size as he strolled around the school grounds and searched for his classroom. In fact, however, he managed to locate his class in time, and he was taken aback by the enormous door in front of him. Given that some people had enlarging quirks, he figured it was for accessibility. All he could hope was that neither Katsuki nor the obnoxious person with the glasses would be in his class. At least he found some solace in the knowledge that Ochako would be in the same class. He smiled and opened the door to his future, using that thought to calm his anxieties. Izuku heard, "Remove your feet from the desk at once." As soon as he opened the door, he saw examinee number 7111 standing over Katsuki, who had his feet up on his desk, chopping his arm almost robotically. Fantastic. When both of these jerks were on his case, Izuku wasn't sure if he would survive a day. Katsuki sneered up at the other student and leaned his head to the side, asking, "Huh? It is disrespectful to both the upperclassmen who once used the desk, and to the people who constructed it." "I don't think it is. What junior high did you go to, you side character?" The other person first gasped, then straightened up and put his hand on his chest. "I attended Sumei Private Academy. My name is Tenya Iida." "Sumei." Katsuki chuckled. "So you're one of the damn elite, I'll have fun crushing you." Tenya stepped back and repeated, "See, crushing. That's cruel. Do you really intend to be a hero?" Izuku was standing in the classroom doorway when Katsuki scoffed and turned his head away. Tenya followed his gaze to see Izuku, who was frowning at him. Tenya gasped when he realized he was Izuku. "You're..." The other students in attendance all glanced at Izuku as they watched the conversation between Katsuki and Tenya. Izuku took advantage of this chance to briefly examine the pupils. Even though Ochako hadn't arrived yet, he recognized 2 of them from the entrance exam, the 6-armed boy and the feminine blonde boy. Tenya abruptly started to move fast in Izuku's direction, practically yelling, "Good morning." I am from some private academy. My name Isa. I heard. Izuku cut Tenya off in his tracks. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's, nice to meet you, Iida. He chose to be courteous even though he wasn't entirely sure if they were at odds. Tenya said, Midoriya, with a tone that was almost solemn. He squinted his eyes and extended his arms at Izuku, just as he had done with Katsuki. You realized that there was more to that practical exam. I had no idea. I hate to admit it, but you are better than me. He exclaimed. And no, I didn't realize anything. Izuku exclaimed, gesturing with his arms to Tenya, whom he was now liking a bit more. I had no idea about the rescue points. An enthusiastic Deku came from behind Izuku before Tenya could reply. Izuku noticed something snap in Katsuki's expression before he turned to face Uraraka, whom he knew it was. This was likely a mix of shock, bewilderment, and annoyance at the moniker. He turned and said, hey Uraraka, but froze when he saw her. She's adorable in a uniform. His face turned slightly red as he thought to himself. Unaware of Izuku's blush, Ochako remarked, Man, I'm so excited to be in the hero course, you know. And I wonder who our teacher will be. They're all supposed to be pro-heroes, right? Why yeah, Izuku said, turning his head away from the floor. It could really be anyone. When Ochako made eye contact with Katsuki, who was glaring more menacingly by the second, she flinched as she glanced around the classroom. She yelled, Yeep, the mean one is here, and gestured to the agitated blonde. The majority of the students began muttering among themselves after glancing at Katsuki. A drab, monotonous voice said, If you're here to start drama or socialize, then leave, from the doorway. A yellow caterpillar was lying on the floor outside the door when everyone turned to look. Many of them, at least, believed it to be a caterpillar. The face that emerged from the yellow mass had long black hair sticking out from the sides of the face hole, bags under the eyes, and a disheveled beard. The caterpillar went on to say, This is the hero course, before extending a hand through its face hole and taking a long, full gulp from a juice pouch. Someone shouted, there's someone in there. In the classroom. Letting go of his sleeping bag that resembled a caterpillar, the man rose and loomed over the students. He had a gray scarf around his neck and was dressed entirely in black. He sighed and shook his head. It took all of you 8 seconds to quiet down, he said. Time is a valuable resource. You're all too irrational. I'm Shota Aizawa, your new homeroom teacher. I'm pleased to meet you all. When they learned that Aizawa would be their homeroom teacher, many of the students gasped in shock. Izuku, however, was more focused on his status as a pro-hero. Izuku was fairly familiar with the list of professional heroes in Japan, but he didn't look familiar at all. Put these on, Aizawa said, taking his sleeping bag's contents out of the gym uniforms. Once you all change, head out to the grounds. Quickly now, like your rational people. Fearing Aizawa's wrath, the 1A students quickly changed in the locker rooms before gathering again on the school's training field. Aizawa was standing in front of them, and a white chalk circle with 2 precise lines extending out beyond his reach was on the floor beside him. Aizawa stated bluntly, Today, I'll be conducting a test of your quirks. The whole class echoed, a test of our quirks. Ochako protested, but what about the entrance ceremony? Or the guidance sessions? We can't waste time on pleasantries like that if you want to become heroes, he said, avoiding eye contact. The freestyle education system in the United States is well known, and this also holds true for teachers. You've completed exercises in middle school such as the standing long jump, 50-meter dash, endurance running, grip strength, side-to-side stepping, upper body training, and the seated toe touch. You've never been able to apply your quirks to these. For them, this nation insists on using non-quirked averages. The government is putting things off, which is completely illogical. You placed first in the entrance exam, so step up, Midoriya, Aizawa said, pointing to the circle behind him. How far could you throw a softball in middle school? I think 54 meters, Izuku uttered as he entered the circle, having trouble recalling. He threw a softball to Izuku, who fumbled with it for a few seconds before barely catching it. That isn't too bad. Now, launch it as far as you can with your quirk. Do whatever you need to, just don't leave the circle. Give it all you've got. All right, Izuku closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. Focusing, he held the ball loosely in the palm of his hand. Izuku's quirk was entirely dependent on the weight of the object. How much strain extended use placed on him, how quickly he could move it, and how far he could continue to influence it. This had no effect on his quirk other than the requirement that he be within 15 meters of an object in order to activate it. He could easily and swiftly move a ball this light, and he could push it for a considerable distance before letting the laws of physics take control. Then it was gone in an instant. He remained motionless. There was nothing visible beneath his eyelids when he flicked his eyes. All that was visible to everyone was the ball beginning to glow slightly before taking off at a tremendous speed. Izuku concentrated more on pushing the ball as long as he could until it was out of range, while Aizawa resumed his conversation. As she surveyed the hopefuls, Aizawa stated, "It's important to know our limits. That's the first rational step to knowing what kind of heroes you'll be." Izuku walked back to the group of students, stretching his shoulders, and there was a long pause. His score was anticipated by all. Since it was out of range and Izuku had no idea how long it would take to land, it was now beyond his control. Aizawa didn't seem to mind the delay. Ochako thought, "Wow, it must have gone far," and the class as a whole agreed. Aizawa's face broke into a smile. In order for everyone to see the score, he rotated the tiny gadget in his hand. 1244.7 meters. The whole class hurled together. "This is awesome. We can use our quirks. Sweet. I love this course already." Katsuki merely glared at the device's number as the rest of the group celebrated. "Awesome, you say?" Aizawa asked, grinning broadly and with a hint of sadism. "You all want to become heroes in the next 3 years, and you think it'll be all fun and games. Alright, how about this? The student with the lowest score across all 8 events will be deemed as having no potential, and will be expelled from the hero course," Aizawa said, pushing his hair out of his face as the class started to panic. "Your fates are in our hands. This is the hero course at UA." Even Izuku sensed the pressure. He was more worried about whoever would finish last than he was about himself. He was aware that everyone there put a lot of effort into being accepted. With the exception of the suggested students, all of them passed the practical exam. Everybody in this place aspired to be a hero, and one person's dream was going to be dashed. Aizawa was what kind of pro-hero? "Expelled," cried Ochako. "But it's the first day of school." "No, this would be too unfair even if it wasn't the first day. Natural disasters, big accidents, and selfish villains," Aizawa wrote. "Calamities whose time or place are unpredictable. This world is filled with unfairness. True heroes are those who can reverse unfair situations. If you want to hang out with friends at McDonald's after school, then too bad. For the next 3 years, UA will do everything it can to place hardship after hardship in front of you. Go beyond, plus ultra, overcome with everything you have." The entire class was getting excited as Katsuki started stretching his arms and legs and Tenya began sipping orange juice from his hydro flask. Izuku chose to concentrate on his own score despite the fact that someone was already leaving them. Aizawa exhaled, losing his momentary energy. "The demonstration is over," he said. "First, the 50-meter dash. Tenya finished first in the 50-meter dash. He finished in 3.04 seconds using his engine quirk. With a few exceptions, the majority of other times were 5 seconds or longer. Izuku received 4.63 seconds by practically flying the entire distance, while Katsuki received 4.03 seconds by launching explosions behind him. Mezzo Shoji, a 6-armed man, had the strongest grip with more than 540 kilograms of force. Izuku exerted 140 kilograms using his telekinesis to press his fingers onto the measuring device before his fingers became too sore. Many of the students jumped past the measurement devices during the standing long jump. But if he had to guess, Izuku most likely placed in the top 5. Izuku hadn't even noticed Minoru Mineta, a little boy with purple balls for hair, until he stood out the most in the side-to-side stepping. The fact that Katsuki threw the ball 714 meters seemed to irritate him. Ochako threw her ball into the air after making it weightless. In fact, the device displayed the infinity symbol. Momo Yaoyorozu, another girl, constructed a real cannon from which to shoot the ball. Izuku placed among the top few in the long-distance run, sit-ups, and sitting toe touch, especially when he used his quirk to push himself farther in the toe touch. Other than that, nothing noteworthy happened. Aizawa gathered the students once more near the locker rooms after everything was said and done. Aizawa sighed. "Let's get to the results, quickly," so she said. "The scores are the sum of all of your performances in the tasks. Explaining the calculations would be useless and time-consuming, so here are the results. Izuku came first. His average score was higher than everyone else's, despite the fact that he was certain he didn't technically win any of the events. He received the highest score, followed very closely by Momo, a recommended student, Katsuki, and Shoto, another recommended student. Minoru Mineta, who was wailing in grief, was all the way in last place. Before closing the rankings, Aizawa took a moment to think about the 20th position. Saying, "Mineta, come with me to the office," the instructor gestured for him to approach. "I'll switch you out with a student that's in the general education course." Minoru cried out, I won't be expelled from UA." As a tear ran down his cheek. "Just from the hero course. You can choose other options if you really want to though. There are other schools with hero courses to transfer into." I guess I can still be a hero, at least." Momo asked, her eyes wide. "Why, you mean you were serious? I was certain that you just wanted to motivate us. I'm sure that you now understand the position this course puts you in," he said, sounding almost indifferent. "The rest of you go back to class, where there are curriculum handouts. Take a look at them." Minoru was led back into the building and toward the office by Aizawa, who put his hand on his shoulder. After changing, the remaining students made their way back to the classroom. Poor Mineta, Ochako sighed as he followed Izuku into the street. "I kinda hoped he was lying, but sensei really kicked him from the class." "Yeah," said Izuku, "I guess this course is really for the best of the best." "Speaking of the best, you did amazing, Deku," Ochako said with a broad smile. "You even outscored the students who got in through recommendation." "I know. I have to say though, your softball throw was really cool too." "Ah, thanks." Ochako looked down and blushed a little. That means a lot coming from first place." It wasn't until he walked into the classroom that Izuku realized his desk was behind Katsuki's. He hoped to stay away from him, but it didn't look like he would. Grunting, Katsuki shoved the papers into his backpack and said, "Hey, Deku." Izuku responded to Katsuki's glare by saying, "Kachan, don't make a scene on the first day." Katsuki inhaled deeply. With that angry expression on his face, he seemed to be planning to kill Izuku. "Were you really hiding your quirk's strength this whole time? You never showed this kind of control before." "I'm not like you, Kachan. I don't show off and bully others just because I'm stronger. I never said that my quirk was weak, I just never had a reason to use it." Saying, "You never fought back," Katsuki stabbed Izuku in the chest. "And you expect me to believe that your quirk was this strong the whole time? Stop making a scene. Fuck that. Why the fuck didn't you ever fight back?" "Because I'm better than that. I'll see you tomorrow." Izuku didn't have to look back, but he did leave. His words startled Katsuki too much for him to pursue him. After they spoke with their principal at Aldera, Izuku largely left him alone, so he must have known he wouldn't pursue him. However, Tenya and Ochako did chase after him. Deku!" exclaimed Ochako as she dashed up beside him. "Man, that was tense." Izuku sighed and gave a slight shake of his head. "I told him not to make a scene," he said. "He's just so frustrating." He said you never fought back," Ochako remarked. I mean, I already knew that, but why didn't you?" "I agree with her," Tenya said, suddenly showing up on Izuku's opposite side. "If he has been bothering you for a long time, then you should stand up to him." Ochako tilted her head past Izuku and said, "Why, you're Tenya Iida, right?" "Yes, I am. You are Infinity Girl." "Infinity Girl," Izuku chuckled as he thought. "Ochako Uraraka, nice to meet you, Iida." Ochako turned to face Izuku. "So, why didn't you ever stop him before?" Izuku sighed and said, "Because, that's what I hate most about him. He's so aggressive, and arrogant, and he shows off his quirk just because he can. He looks down on people. Hurting innocent people with your quirk is the last thing that a hero should do. I thought that, if I fought back, then I wouldn't be much better than him." Tenya cut his arm in his other hand and yelled, "That's not true whatsoever. It would be out of self-defense if you decided to do so." "Why yeah," Ochako replied, turning back to Tenya. "What are you doing here, Iida?" "Well, I'm going to the station," Tenya said. "Also, I wanted to speak with Midoriya. Congratulations on being first once again. It's being proven that I was wrong about you again and again today." Izuku said, "It's fine," dismissing him. "We were all a bit stressed over the entrance exam." Excuse me, Iida," Ochako said, raising an eyebrow, "but what did you say to Deku during the exam?" Well, he looked like he was going to try to distract you from the exam, so I thought he was there to intervene with the applicants. Ochako turned back to Izuku and said, "Try to distract me. I saw you before the exam started, and I was going to thank you again for stopping my fall," Izuku stated. "It was a misunderstanding on my part," Tenya said, putting his hand to his chest. "I apologize." "And not necessary," laughed Izuku. Tenya said in a serious tone, "Anyway, Aizawa-sensei is ruthless. I knew that this would be the top, but it's going to be more difficult than I thought." Izuku sighed, "We're the best of the best, right? It'll have to be tough." Ochako sighed and said, "I don't feel like the best of the best, but you two sure are great." Izuku grinned at Ochako, who flushed, and said, "You did better than most people could, Uraraka. Plus you placed second in the practical exam. You're right where you should be." You think so?" Tenya said. "Uraraka, are you alright? You're a bit red." I'm fine. Are you sure you don't have a fever?" As Tenya and Ochako shifted back and forth, Izuku was happy. His life seemed to be in the right place, even after speaking with Katsuki. He had friends, was doing well in school, and was attending the school of his dreams. Friends who have the potential to become true, lasting friendships. The idea made him smile. On the following day, despite sitting directly in front of Izuku, Katsuki didn't bother him. In lieu of Minoru, a new student named Hitoshi Shinso transferred from Gen Ed. Izuku sat behind him. As it turned out, Aizawa had personally visited the general education classrooms and conducted interviews with every student. Even though he was a little reserved, he seemed pleasant enough. Izuku found the remainder of the day to be nearly dull after meeting him and a few of his classmates with Tenya and Ochako during homeroom. Present Mike did teach English, to be sure, but it was still English. Lunch Rush was the hero he had been most delighted to see, but only because he was with Ochako and Tenya during lunchtime. The day passed quickly until they arrived at the most eagerly awaited part of the day, basic hero training. All Might was the most popular choice among the many students who were discussing the teacher's identity. Additionally, Izuku had a suspicion that the class was being taught by the top hero. Entering through the door like a normal person, All Might's enormous voice declared, "I am," and then he flamboyantly burst through the door. Izuku suppressed a laugh as he thought, "That's not normal at all." "It's All Might," cried Eijiro Kirishima. "He really is a teacher." Tsuyu Asui said, "Isn't that his Silver Age costume?" Mashirao Ojiro made the comment, "He looks so different from us. It gives me goosebumps." With an exaggerated stance behind the podium, All Might declared, "I'll be teaching basic hero training." He held up a small card with the word, "Battle," on it. "This course will mold you into heroes through special training, and it's worth a lot of credits, too," he said. Battle training. Izuku wished he didn't sit directly behind Katsuki as he began to laugh. "For that, you'll all need your hero costumes." All Might pressed a button on a tiny remote control, and shelves with cases labeled with numbers up to 20 protruded from the wall. "They are labeled according to your seat numbers. Except, unfortunately, for young Shinso. His costume hasn't been made, so he must wear a standard PE uniform now. Get ready. Meet at ground beta, and come out in ranking order." The first person to appear wearing his hero costume was Izuku. His mother got him a green jumpsuit with a transparent mouth guard and a matching green hood to cover his face. The mouth guard featured white vertical stripes across the bottom, mimicking All Might's smile, and the hood featured two protuberances that resembled bunny ears at the top, mimicking his hairstyle. To complete the look, he wore black knee and elbow guards, a red utility belt and shoes, and white gloves. "It's very clear." All Might noticed that his style was being imitated. He almost burst out laughing. The other pupils, dressed differently, trailed behind. They were all quite distinctive, and Izuku saw that Katsuki's attire, which included gauntlets resembling grenades, hadn't changed much from when he doodled as a child. He nearly had a heart attack when he saw Ochako's tight clothing. Ochako yelled, "Wow, Deku!" and rushed toward him. "Your outfit looks so practical. And I love the bunny ears. They were meant to resemble All Might's hair," Izuku was about to explain, but he decided that probably wouldn't seem very cool. "I wish I was more specific with my outfit request, though," she admits, rubbing her neck and blushing. "This suit is so tight and curvy, and it's embarrassing." Izuku blushed and looked away as he stammered, I think it looks good." Oh, why you do?" Ochako blushed more intensely and looked away from him. Although a few of their classmates observed the exchange, no one brought it up. All Might finally started the lesson after Hitoshi arrived at ground beta dressed in his gym uniform. "Shall we begin, my wards? It's time for battle training," he yelled. "You're all looking good in those outfits," Iida called out. "Sensei." From an armored suit. "This appears to be the same complex as in the practical exam. Will we be performing cityscape maneuvers?" As Izuku observed his friend's costume, he thought, "Iida's outfit looks cool. It makes me think of something. However, I am unable to pinpoint it." All Might explained, "No, we're going to do indoor anti-personnel battling. While most villain encounters are seen outdoors, the statistics show that most villains appear indoors. Between confinement, house arrest, black markets deals. In this hero-filled world of ours, the most clever villains lurk indoors. Now, you'll be split into hero teams and villain teams, and face off in 2-on-2 indoor battles." Suyu questioned, "We aren't getting any basic training first. Practical experience will teach you the basics. The difference now will be that you aren't fighting mindless robots." The class suddenly burst with inquiries. "How is victory determined? Can I just blast everyone away? Are you going to threaten us with expulsion like Aizawa-sensei? How will we divide into teams? Isn't my cape fabulous?" All Might pulled out a piece of paper and pleaded, "Quiet down, one at a time. My quirk isn't super hearing. Alright, here's the deal." Izuku whispered, so that only Ochako could hear, "A cheat sheet. The villain team will be hiding a fake nuclear bomb that the heroes must find and secure. There is a limited amount of time. The heroes must either secure the weapon or capture the villains in the time limit, and the villains must either capture the heroes or protect the weapon. Teams will be determined by drawing lots." "Lots," cried Tenya. "Is that really the best way to decide?" "It makes sense," stated Izuku. "In most emergency situations, heroes can't pick and choose who to team up with. They have to make do with whoever is in the area." I see," exclaimed Tenya. "I'm sorry for getting ahead of myself. My apologies, sensei." He took 2 sheets of paper out of a box and said, "Don't worry about it. Let's just get to it. Team A is Ochako Uraraka and Izuku Midoriya. W are on the same team, Deku." Ochako exclaimed with delight and surprise. "How lucky is that?" Izuku nodded his head and smiled. "Yeah, he said. There's no way we'll lose. Team B is Mezzo Shoji and Shoto Todoroki. Team C is Momo Yaoyorozu and Hitoshi Shinso. Team D is Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Iida. Team E is Mina Ishido and Yuga Aoyama. Team F is Koji Kota and Rikido Sato. Team G is Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro. Team H is Suyu Asui and Fumikage Tokiyami. Team I is Toru Hagakuri and Mashirao Ojiro. Team J is Honta Siro and Eijiro Kirishima. Now, for the matchups. First up will be Team A as the heroes, and Team D as the villains." Both Ochako and Izuku froze, then slowly turned to face Katsuki. The user of the explosion quirk was laughing a little and smiling broadly. Tenya was staring at him, as surprised as his friends were by the seemingly terrible turn of events. "Deku and round face," Katsuki sneered while casting a sidelong glance at them. "I'll kill the shit out of you fucks." Ochako remarked, "I guess we should memorize this floor plan," as he peered down at the blueprints for the building they would soon be entering. "Yeah," said Izuku. "Kachan will come for us straight away. We need to be able to find the objective quickly, or he could take both of us out." "Can you hold him with your quirk?" "Not for very long," Izuku said with a sigh and a head shake. "If he struggles and uses the force from his explosions, he could break out pretty quickly." Ochako paused and looked at Izuku. "Are you okay, Deku?" "Yeah, I am." "Why?" "Because it's Bakugo. I'm scared, and I haven't been bullied by him for the past 10 years. Izuku sighed. "It doesn't bother me," saying. Tenya and Katsuki stood beside the paper machine nuclear warhead 5 stories above the two. As the blonde paced the room restlessly, Tenya gave Katsuki a suspicious look. "Bakugo," he at last said, "I'll ask that you not go after Midoriya and Uraraka right away." Katsuki spat back, "Why not, Four Eyes? I don't give a shit about that fake-ass bomb, but I have a score to settle with that damn nerd. Deku's been lying to me, looking down on me. He could have made me stop at any time, but he didn't have the balls. And then he fucking pulls this shit and says he's better than me. Fuck that." "Watch your language," Tenya said. "It isn't befitting of a hero." Katsuki muttered, "I'm still fucking better than him," and left the room. Izuku was still talking to Ochako on the ground below. Ochako questioned, so it's like a fated battle between men, right? Izuku glanced up at Ochako from his building layout and said, yeah, I guess so. Why? Well, you said you didn't want to use your quirk violently, and... Izuku looked down and balled his fist, saying, that doesn't apply here. This is the perfect opportunity to show him how strong I am. He's really an asshole, but he's an amazingly strong one. His quirk, his goals and resolve. It's just too bad that he's such an idiot. Ochako questioned, do you regret what happened between you two? That was unexpected for Izuku. He had never given his relationship with Katsuki any thought and had always assumed it was static. Was it something he regretted? He finally sighed, unclenching and reclenching his fist. Of course I do, he said. Of course I liked it better when we were friends, but he's different than he used to be. That was his choice. I couldn't change his mind back then, and now it's a indoor anti-personnel battle training start. Disregarding the other conversation, Ochako said, Deku, what's the plan? Izuku paused to reflect. Naturally, I'd like to fight him head-on, but this also affects Uraraka's grade. I must accept it and prioritize the assignment. Well, let's just go in and start looking, he said. If Kachan finds us, then you can make us weightless and I can get us out of there fast. Or I could capture him with the tape, but I don't think I'll have a chance. He'd get out of my quirk before I could finish tying it. And then we find the bomb, right? Yeah, I don't like running from him, Buddha. I fully support running from him. I guess it's fine then. Let's go in through that window, there. Izuku was rendered weightless by Ochako, who then used his telekinesis to propel both of them through a window into the second story. Ochako said gravely, infiltration complete, as they settled in. There are a lot of blind corners, Izuku said, glancing at the interior's gray grid-like design. We should watch out. Katsuki jumped out from behind a corner and pointed his arm at them after they had been walking for 10 seconds or so, looking down corridors as they went. Just in time, Izuku tackled Ochako out of the way, only to be scraped by the explosion that followed. He exclaimed, Uraraka, are you okay? As a result of the adrenaline and the ringing in his ears from the concussion. Why yeah, what about you? Ochako asked, shaking off her vertigo as she glanced up at Izuku, whose mouth guard had fallen off and his mask was ripped in half. I'm fine, it's just a scratch arg. Katsuki was not going to slow down. In order to prevent Izuku from concentrating and using his quirk, he attacked him with explosion after explosion. Izuku barely managed to get away in time to use his telekinesis to briefly halt Katsuki. He looked up and shook his rattled head, realizing that Katsuki had gotten in the way of him and Ochako, who appeared quite concerned. Fuck you, Katsuki growled as he escaped Izuku's grasp and shot forward. Katsuki threw his right arm forward, his hand exploding, and Izuku ducked. He then reached behind the blonde's gauntlet and pulled him over his head. He increased the force with his quirk as he threw Katsuki away. Katsuki yelled, Arg, fuck, and used tiny explosions to right himself in midair. Izuku had already arrived at his partner and made his getaway by the time he managed to stand up. You won't fucking beat me. Izuku sat back against the wall and drew Ochako behind the corner of an unidentified hallway. His mother had bought him a costume, which he examined. His left elbow guard was missing, and his left sleeve was only partially intact. The entire outfit was covered in tiny burns, and his hood had completely disappeared. He was also experiencing pain throughout his body. With great excitement, Ochako whispered, Deku, that counter was amazing. You totally read his movements. He always starts with a right hook, Izuku gasped. I've taken notes on all of the most impressive heroes, even him. I know him better than he probably knows himself. You took notes on him? Ochako asked, suppressing a laugh out of concern that they would be discovered. It's a hobby of mine, Izuku muttered. I'll probably have the same notes done for everyone in our class in a couple of weeks. I don't know if I should be impressed or scared. You won't escape, Deku. Katsuki yelled as he sped through the corridors, his voice breaking through the sound of explosions. With a sigh of relief, Izuku said, it looks like my plan is working. What plan? Inquired Ochako. Now that I think about it, weren't we going to start looking for Ida as soon as we got away? Izuku said as he stepped out into the hallway, sorry. I just came up with this on the spot, but look, the places that Kachan passed by are covered in scorch marks. He's probably going back to the bomb, since he's too mad to realize that we don't know where it is. Ochako deduced, so, we just have to follow the trail, but then we'll have to face Bakugo and Iida at the same time. But that also means that we'd need to face them both even if we went straight to looking for Iida, Izuku clarified. Their teamwork probably won't work very well. Besides, we're even faster than Iida if we combine our quirks. All we need to do is touch the bomb. Alright, then, Ochako nodded and grinned resolutely. Let's win, Deku. Yeah, let's do our best. They came to a door after following the charred walls. They thought Katsuki stopped there because that was where the trail ended. Izuku whispered, "They'll be expecting us," and walked over to the door. "Let's be careful." "That's an understatement," Ochako remarked tensely. "They know exactly where we're coming from." Izuku said, "Wait a minute," after realizing. "The bomb might not even be here. They might have moved it once Kachan got here. We gotta take the risk." "Alright, 3, 2, 1. When Izuku kicked open the door, an explosion struck him squarely in the face. Katsuki stalked out of the empty room he had been in as he stumbled back and fell. He seized the stunned Izuku by his costume collar and struck him in the face. Katsuki chuckled menacingly, "Deku, you fucking dumbass. Did you think I'd just lead you back to the fucking nest?" Deku, exclaimed Ochako. "Get offa him Bakugo. Wait your damn turn, round face." "Uraraka," Izuku exclaimed, seemingly regaining consciousness. "Run, go find Iida." After a brief moment of hesitation, Ochako looked down at Izuku's bloody and bruised face before bolting to find the target. Katsuki began to follow her. "Oh no you don't, Yua." Izuku's telekinesis hurled Katsuki into the ceiling. He caught his breath and glanced down at the green-haired boy who was just standing up. "How damn noble, Deku. Fine, I'll fuck you up some more." Until he eventually managed to escape, Katsuki violently moved his arms and legs, causing explosions. Izuku, however, had already recovered and was sprinting down the corridor by the time he had fallen to the ground and straightened himself. As Izuku leapt into another perpendicular hallway, Katsuki pursued him, swiftly outpacing him with his explosive speed. Izuku was hiding behind the corner when Katsuki roared and ran back to the hallway, only to be met with a fist in his stomach. Instead of being taken by surprise like most people would be, Katsuki grabbed Izuku's forearm with both hands and detonated explosives on both sides, severely burning it as he screamed in agony. Izuku instinctively pushed Katsuki back with his quirk, slamming him hard against the wall and taking his breath away before he fled to hide. Tenya was in the room with the bomb when Ochako went upstairs. She decided to wait for Izuku to catch up because she knew she couldn't keep up with him without him. However, she saw that Tenya was talking to himself before she could call him. He put a finger to his chin and remarked, "Bakugo's troublemaking nature makes him well suited for this villainous role." His voice darkened, almost like a bad Batman impression. "I suppose I must also take on the villain role, though it pains me to do so. This training will make me a better hero, so I must commit to it," he said. "I am extremely evil. He's really serious," Ochako thought to herself as she couldn't help but laugh. When Tenya heard her laugh, he turned to see where she was hiding. "So Uraraka, you've come. I expected as much, with Bakugo going after Midoriya like that. I know that your quirk lets you affect loose objects, so before you arrived, I enacted a counter-strategy. I cleaned all of the objects off of the floor. You've miscalculated, hero. Muahahaha. He's really getting into it," Ochako said to herself, a little uncomfortable. Izuku had escaped Katsuki and was sitting behind the corner of another random hallway. He gritted his teeth and shook his burned arm, but the pain persisted. Ochako shouted, "Deku, over the earpiece. I found Iida, and I'm in the room with him." Izuku hissed, I got away from Kachan for now," and shook his burned arm once more. "Where are you?" "The middle room on the 5th floor. That's right near me," Izuku muttered. "I might be able to do something from here." "Aren't you 2 floors down?" "Right, I'll make my way up to you." "Alright, tell me when. I'll try to get the bomb from Iida until then." Then, boom, arg. Izuku was thrown onto his stomach and skidded across the floor until he was just outside of his 15-meter zone when Katsuki materialized behind him and set off an explosion in his back, burning a hole in his tracksuit. Izuku stumbled to his feet and turned to face Katsuki, who was pointing at him with his raised arm. Using his index finger, he grasped the pin of the gauntlet shaped like a grenade. I'm guessing you know this from your stocking, but my hands secrete a nitroglycerin-like liquid, and that's how I make my explosions, Katsuki grumbled. If those damn clothing shop nerds honored my design requests, then these gauntlets have been storing up a good amount of it. Over the earpieces, All Might's voice shouted, Bakugo. Don't pull that pin, you'll kill him. He won't die if it isn't a direct hit. Ping. Izuku was struck by a large portion of the enormous explosion and hardly had time to get out of the way. The whole battle center trembled, and for what felt like an eternity, Izuku was unable to even recall his location. Izuku's head was pounding, and the enormous hole in the building's side appeared to him as a blinding blur. Only a portion of the one remaining sleeve held the top half of his tracksuit to him. He shook the shock from his head and slowly got back up on his feet. Katsuki teased, awesome, ain't it Deku? Come on, you're not dead yet. Izuku realized, that explosion easily hit me from more than 15 meters. That range is too great for me to match. Bakugo, if you use that move again, I will end the match and you will lose. The mighty shouted, using massive attacks like that indoors is a great way to get your own stronghold destroyed. It's a bad play for either heroes or villains. And, it's a good way to lose points. Katsuki shouted back, you're fucking kidding me. Izuku sighed to himself, thank God. Through the earpiece, Ochako said, Deku, what was that? Are you okay? He stammered, why yeah, as he continued to regain consciousness. I'm fine. When Izuku looked up, he saw that the floor layer above him had been destroyed by the blast, exposing the ceiling of the 4th floor. A plan began to form in his mind as he reasoned that he might be able to penetrate at least one layer of concrete. He muttered, Uraraka, I'm coming up, be ready to grab the bomb while Ida's distracted. What do you mean, coming up? Through the floor. What? Katsuki yelled, are you fucking ignoring me Deku? As her hands exploded. Kachan, there's one more thing, Izuku remarked, turning to face his longtime companion. You can call me Deku, but that doesn't mean, useless, to me anymore. To me it means that, no matter what I'm up against, I can do it. The blonde yelled, we'll see about that. As he charged at Izuku. He called over the earpiece, now, Uraraka. As he broke through, Izuku engulfed his body in the drab green glow and soared upward, protecting his face from the concrete with his arms. Regretfully, upon impact, he broke his right arm. He dropped his arms from his face due to the pain, and by some terrible stroke of luck, he crashed headlong into Tenya's armor, knocking him and his classmate unconscious. Ochako swiftly wrapped her arms around the paper match bomb and shouted, secured. While Tenya was preoccupied with the limp boy lying on top of him. Tenya exclaimed in shock, what? I can't believe I let my guard down. Hero team wins, exclaimed All Might. Ochako yelled, Deku. As soon as he saw Izuku, whose head was covered in blood, his arms and back were charred, and most of his hero costume was burned and ruined. Deku. Tenya sighed, he's unconscious, Uraraka, I didn't think he'd go so far for a training exercise. As he rolled Izuku onto his back, Ochako exclaimed, he's bleeding so much. And attempted to dab at the blood on his face. Deku, exclaimed Katsuki as she shot through the opening Izuku made to reach the 5th floor. You fucking why you? When Katsuki saw Izuku, he stopped. He was unconscious, covered in burns and blood, and, of all things, the majority of his hero costume did not cover him. He seemed to be only now becoming aware of the suffering they had caused one another. Ochako continued to fuss in an attempt to wake Izuku. She even began to get a little tear in her eyes. She remained by his side, but only stopped when the transport bots arrived and carried him off. She was sent back to the monitor room to be assessed after All Might stopped her as he passed through. My right hook, he fully understood my movements. Despite the fact that I was going all out, Katsuki clenched his fists and thought, he was able to formulate a plan and act upon it. That implies that, Deku defeated me, totally. Young Bakugo, come along. It's time for your grading. Whether you win or lose, there's always something to be taken away from experience. All Might said, speaking more softly than you might imagine. All Might lined up the 3 people who had just completed the exercise after she and Katsuki returned to Tenya, Ochako, and the rest of the class. Even though Tenya was clearly disappointed in himself, he stood at attention. Frustrated with both Izuku and himself, Katsuki shuddered. Ochako was so preoccupied with Izuku's welfare that she could hardly focus at all. He paused, weighing the contenders. Well, All Might began, coughing into his fist. I'd say that the MVP was. It was Iida. What? Exclaimed Tenya, her mouth agape. Suyu croaked, not Ochako or Midoriya. Even though they won. I wonder why. Let out All Might, who laughed. Anyone have any ideas? Momo raised her hand and exclaimed, I know, sensei. Iida was most able to adapt to the scenario. Bakugo's moves were all obviously made to the end of a personal grudge, and he used far too much destructive force. Uraraka lost focus halfway through, and was only a help to Midoriya when they were trying to escape Bakugo at first. As for Midoriya, I could see that he was acting at least partially on a grudge as well, and his last move was far too reckless and self-damaging. Iida formed an actual counter-strategy and envisioned what the situation would really be like. He was only caught off guard at the very end. Momo's words truly moved Tenya. With a trembling thumbs up, All Might thought, she said it better than I could have. I'd also add that Iida was a bit too stiff, but that's right. We have to start at the bottom and work our way up. Momo urged Katsuki and Ochako. If we don't cheer each other on, we'll never be top heroes. All Might declared, all right. Next up is Team B as the heroes and Team I as the villains. Please, take your starting positions. Ochako walked up to the number 1 hero and said, All Might sensei. May I be excused, I want to go check up on Deku. He put his big hand on her shoulder and said, sorry Uraraka, but no. You must learn from watching others. Don't worry too much about young Midoriya. Recovery Girl will have him all better in no time, but he'll probably be unconscious for a while. Just focus on the exercise. She said softly, okay, and returned to stand with Iida while they observed the other teams. Katsuki was in the far rear. At that moment, he couldn't tolerate being too close to anyone. It infuriated him that he had no idea how Izuku was so strong. Katsuki wasn't supposed to face any more challenges after realizing how unique he was. He was expected to be the best, so he shoved people aside. What did it mean about him now that the person at the bottom of his hierarchy, Izuku, was fucking beating him? Was he frail? He shook his head at that idea. No, it only supported his argument. Izuku wasn't a damn hero, he was a liar. Katsuki also had no intention of falling behind. But he became even more irritated as he saw Shoto walk in slowly and freeze the whole fucking building. How did he fall so far short of the top spot? He was expected to be a prodigy, the best. Now, however, he felt merely average in contrast. As everyone else marveled at Shoto's strength, Katsuki simply distanced himself from it all. At last, his entire world, which was barely hanging on by a few sticks, was starting to fall apart. Ochako found it difficult to concentrate as much as she should have. Her classmates, who might become friends in the future, were all putting in their best effort. She was certain that Izuku's remarkable determination had motivated them. Although she was inspired as well, she was more afraid that he had gone too far. She kept thinking about him even after All Might reassured her. The fact that his blood was all over her hands didn't help either. All Might exclaimed, well done, everyone. Once the exercise was complete, we had no serious injuries aside from Midoriya's. Katsuki sneered as he said that, and Ochako scowled and wrinkled her face. Your teamwork was great, you all did fantastically, considering this was your first training exercise. And as a transfer student, young Shinso surprised us all, I'm sure. In response, Hitoshi simply nodded his head. All Might felt his time limit was running out, so he hurried away as quickly as he could. Now, I'm off to give Midoriya his evaluation. Change out of your costumes, then head back to the classroom. She said. He caught a glimpse of Katsuki's faraway eyes. The most fragile people also have the most inflated egos. I'll have to give him advice as his teacher. However, for the time being, I barely have enough time to finish a class, shit. Recovery Girl asked the skeletal man who had gone into the nurse's office to speak with Izuku. This kid knows about you, Toshinori. Mostly, Toshinori sighed, cleaning his mouth of blood. He grimaced slightly as he gazed at Izuku's unconscious and bandaged body. If that's the case, then I assume you're considering giving it to him. Yes, he truly has a hero's heart, a great attitude, and an amazing quirk to boot. If that's the case, then maybe you should take a bit more responsibility with him. She said. My apologies. Apologize to him, not me. Seriously, what did he even do? A concussion, cracked skull, broken arm, and more than too many third-degree burns. Added onto his blood loss and general fatigue, I was barely able to do anything more than basic first aid. If I use my quirk on him right now, he'll die of exhaustion. Toshinori sighed and leaned back in a chair against the wall. I understand, he said. I'll be more careful in guiding my students. Especially him. Recovery Girl said. Good, because I don't want him back here anytime soon. With clinch. Ochako began to stray from the group as Class 1A made their way back to their classroom from the locker rooms, hoping to find a chance to sneak off to the nurse's office. Tenya noticed Uraraka's movement and asked, "Where are you going, Uraraka?" I was going to go check on Deku, she said. Tenya reassured her. All Might said not to worry, besides, he's being given his evaluation right now. You shouldn't interrupt. I'm worried, okay, he'll be fine. Truth be told, I'm also worried, but I have faith that he'll be fine. If he isn't back by the end of class, then you can visit him. Fine, she came to, trailing behind the other students. The basic hero training was nearing the end of the school day, but for entirely different reasons, Ochako and Katsuki felt that they had an endless amount of time left in their day. Katsuki was doubting himself while Ochako was concerned about Izuku, who had yet to return from Recovery Girl's office. All of his knowledge about Izuku, himself, and the relative strength of his quirk compared to others. He no longer understood it. However, the day eventually came to an end for both of them. As soon as it did, Katsuki got up to go, unwilling to speak to anyone. Ochako, eager to get to Izuku as soon as possible, began packing up her books. Abruptly, a boy with blonde hair and a black streak approached her. He slouched slightly, his hands in his pockets, and he smiled confidently as he said, "Hey, you're Uraraka, right?" "Huh?" Ochako asked, glancing at him but not really listening because she was eager to leave and locate Izuku. "Yeah, who are you?" "I'm Denki Kaminari," he said with an uneven smile. "I was wondering if you'd like to grab a bite to eat sometime." "What do you like to eat?" Well, there was this good restaurant that Deku brought me to. Ooh, we also went to a mochi shop that was good." See, Denki said with a dejected sigh. "Who's this Deku?" She clarified, still too preoccupied with her concern for Izuku to notice what Denki was talking about. Sorry, I meant Midoriya," she said. Denki cried out, "The one that was on Tima with you. He got first on the entrance exam and in Aizawa's test, right?" "Yeah, he did," Ochako grinned. "He was quite remarkable, wasn't he?" "Dude, I'm not stepping in on that guy's territory, no way," Denki said as she began to leave. Still unsure of what he meant, Ochako muttered, "Territory." At last, Izuku was getting closer to the classroom. At the very end of the school day, he was sent back after Recovery Girl gave him a lecture and All Might gave him an evaluation for how well he performed in the exercise. His head was completely covered with gauze, his left arm was bandaged due to the burns, and his right arm was in a sling. He was so dizzy that he had to lean against the wall to stay upright. He had been walking slowly back to 1A, thinking about a lot of things. Perhaps as a result of what Ochako had asked him earlier, some old memories came back. "Do you regret what happened between you two?" After defeating his longtime opponent, Izuku expected to feel victorious, but instead he felt a little deflated and depressed. There was a certain amount of guilt. "What, are you looking down on me out something? Did you cheat, or did you just pretend that your damn quirk was worthless all these years, and laugh while I bought it?" Katsuki was correct. Izuku understood that Katsuki was correct, even though it wasn't the whole truth. Were you really hiding your quirk's strength this whole time? You never showed this kind of control before. You never fought back, and you expect me to believe that your quirk was this strong the whole time? Fuck that, why the fuck didn't you ever fight back? Izuku saw that Katsuki had always been correct. It was the sort of epiphany that was like solving a very long math problem only to discover that he had erred in the first place. It was frustrating as well as relieving. No matter how much the green teen impressed him, Katsuki was not going to make a special effort to treat Izuku with respect. Izuku didn't blame Katsuki, he was simply being stubborn. He was certain that the blonde had developed this way as a kind of defense mechanism because he was aware of Katsuki's difficult home life and how abrasive his mother could be. Izuku had attempted to convince Katsuki of his worth, but he had to resolve the matter more directly. As soon as he returned to class, he had to talk to his old friend. However, the 4 individuals closest to the entrance attacked him as soon as he opened the classroom door. "Oh, Midoriya is back," exclaimed the red-haired man, grinning with his fangs. "I don't know what you guys said in there, but that was a super manly battle." "Nice dodging," added the pink girl with yellow horns. "You got all of us super pumped up," exclaimed a big boy with full lips. "I'm Eijiro Kirishima, we were just talking about the battle training." "I'm Mina Ashido, you dodge really well." "I'm Suyu Asui, you can just call me Suyu." "I'm Sato." Izuku found that the sudden attention and his dizziness were a little too much. When Ochako eventually emerged from the crowd and seized him, he was on the verge of falling back. "Deku," she exclaimed, clutching his shoulders and examining every inch of his body. "Are you okay? Why are you still all beat up? Didn't recovery girl heal you?" Izuku said, surveying the space. "Where's Kachan?" "He left right when the bell rang," stated Ochako. "Now, are you okay?" "Yeah, just some scratches," Izuku says hastily as he turns to face the door. "I have to go, sorry." Izuku walked as fast as he could to the front of the school, leaning against the wall. Fortunately for him, Katsuki was slow today and was still standing in front of the blue entrance arch of the school when Izuku stepped outside. He staggered after him until he was within easy shouting range. He screamed, "Kachan," while holding onto one of the light poles for balance. At the sound of the familiar voice, Katsuki paused and slowly turned to face Izuku. After a few seconds, he said, "The fuck do you want?" Izuku sighed as he continued to hold onto the pole while glancing down at the ground. I've been such an idiot, haven't I? I'm so stupid." "Yeah, I know," Katsuki replied, lowering his scowl at Izuku. "What the fuck is new?" Izuku said, I'm sorry, for everything, and began to move closer to Katsuki, approaching the next pole. Katsuki's eyes grew wide. "You're sorry? Yeah, you were right. I've been lying to you, and looking down on you. I didn't even realize it, but I was. That's not what a hero does. Not at all." Katsuki said nothing. "I used to be such good friends, Kachan. But I was jealous of you because you were so good at everything and then you even got an amazing quirk. And when I got mine, I hoped, just for a moment, that you might accept me again. When nothing changed, I started to hate you, but I didn't hate you. I never hated you, and I still don't. I hated the way you thought of me." Uraraka said something earlier that made me think, "But I regret everything that has happened between us. I became increasingly irate because I believed I detested you, and I had the foolish notion that I would train covertly before outperforming you, akin to a ridiculous comic book. As I grew older, my quirk naturally became stronger in addition to the training I underwent. I pushed myself to get better because of you, really. However, I don't want the status quo to continue, so I appreciate you encouraging me to improve. I apologize for deceiving you, and I sincerely hope you will pardon me for my foolishness over the years." Katsuki's eyes were wide and his mouth was open in shock at what he had just heard. His entire world, which had already begun to fall apart, suddenly found a couple more pillars. The first was something very familiar. Deku was a piece of shit, yada yada, but now he was admitting it. He was manning up and taking the blame for the shit he had done by lying all those years. Additionally, he was thanking the blonde for his strength. Of course, fucking Deku couldn't have become this strong on his own. "What the hell is going on?" Katsuki laughed and said, "You're sorry, damn it. Listen, fucking Deku, if it helps you feel better, I'll accept your apology. As long as you acknowledge that you were at fault." Izuku sighed to himself, I'll go with it. You claimed that I encouraged you to recover." As his eyes grew wide, Katsuki grinned strangely. "As if I'd fall behind either. And I'll outdo that cold-hearted jerk as well. Savor your victory, as it won't happen again. I'll bring everything I've got. I'm not here to play at being friends," Katsuki said, turning around to head home before stopping and giving Izuku another look. "Deku, I'll fucking kill you if you don't give me everything you own because we're competitors." All Might abruptly passed the still dazed Izuku, nearly toppling him, and came to a stop beside Katsuki, putting his hand firmly on his shoulder. "Young Bakugo," All Might yelled, "you have a great deal of self-respect, which is important. You have the makings of a fantastic pro-hero, I assure you. You just have to doa. All Might, get the fuck off of me." Suddenly returning to his normal self, Katsuki yelled, "I can't fucking move." Ah! All Might exclaimed as he realized he had been applying more pressure than he intended to the teen's shoulder. With the same smile he had just given Izuku, Katsuki glared up at All Might and said, "It goes without saying that I'll surpass you too, as the #1 hero." "He's back," All Might realized, letting Katsuki go. "Man, being a teacher sure is tough," All Might said, looking down at Izuku. "Ha. Hi, Deku." Izuku was startled when Ochako spoke from directly behind him. "Yes, Uraraka, how much did she hear?" he stammered. "When I asked if you regretted what happened, I didn't mean that. Given everything he's done, he deserves a solid blow to the throat." She shook his shoulders and yelled, "Seriously, why didn't the recovery girl heal you?" before returning to her earlier panic. "Is it permanent?" Izuku told Ochako that he was too tired to be healed, and All Might laughed again. Yes, Class 1A was doing well, in fact, they were doing very well. At the end of that conversation, a word that no one had specifically mentioned but whose meaning perfectly captured the enormous shift that had just occurred, appeared in the air: rivalry. Izuku and Katsuki both finally understood how to become better heroes. After selecting 2 fresh balls from the boxes, All Might declared, "Next up. Team G will be the heroes, and Team C will be the villains." Hitoshi got up and turned to face Momo, who gave him a nod. Team G, which included Kyoka Jiro and Denki Kaminari, followed All Might out to the building they would be using. Hitoshi could read people fairly well. If he was going to use his quirk, he had to be. Since he had no idea who he would face, he also made an effort to keep a close watch on the other pupils. His assessment of Kyoka was quite favorable. Despite her slight reserve, she didn't appear to be a recluse. She probably hadn't gotten used to her classmates yet. She mostly made fun of her teammate Denki Kaminari in her commentary, but when she did discuss the matches, her remarks were always fairly perceptive. She appeared to be fairly intelligent. But Denki was a strange one. Although he was quite talkative and boisterous, half of his remarks were utterly foolish, and the other half were enlightening. He seemed alert and perceptive, but he also exuded the air of a class clown. Around him, Hitoshi would exercise caution. All Might said, "Here you are," and gave each student a roll of capture tape. He then showed Hitoshi and Momo a floor plan that showed where the bomb was. "Go prepare your defenses, young ones. You may move the weapon if you wish. You have 5 minutes." After giving a nod, Hitoshi and Momo entered the building. The boy introduced himself to Momo as, "I'm Hitoshi Shinso," and they started to move toward the stairs. "It was Momo Yaoyorozu," she said. When they got to the stairs, she kept going, "You were added to the class late, so we don't know each other's quirks. Mine is creation. I can make any non-living object from the fat in my body, as long as I understand the object's makeup. It takes some time to make larger ones though." "That's useful," Hitoshi remarked, turning to face his companion. It appeared that the purpose of her costume was to expose as much skin as possible. After a pause, Momo arched an eyebrow and said, "What's your quirk?" Hitoshi said, "Mind control," averting his gaze. He knew she would be wary of him. "I asked a question, and I can control anyone who answers me." With wide eyes, Momo questioned, Really? That could be really useful in capturing them." The purple-haired teenager sighed and turned back to her. "But it's troublesome against more than one person," she said. It was good that she didn't appear afraid. "It isn't likely that they'd both answer one of my questions, and it only takes a small bump to snap someone out of it. We need to separate them." "Not necessarily," replying Momo. "You only need to control one long enough to get the capture tape around them." Hitoshi questioned, "And what do you know about their quirks?" He sighed as Momo gave him a wary look and said, "Don't worry, I won't use it on you. The blonde one, Kaminari I think, has some sort of electricity-based quirk. I don't know exactly what he can do, but it didn't seem to help him too much in the physical assessment we did. As for Jiro, I can conjecture that she probably has some sort of special hearing ability linked with those earphone jacks. And on her hero costume, she has plugs and speakers on her legs. She must have some sound-based abilities." Hitoshi questioned, "You figured all that? Impressive analysis." "Thank you," said Momo. "But we should come up with a plan." Hitoshi inquired, "Can you use your quirk to make motion detectors? And a receiver to know if they're tripped?" "I can," said Momo. "I can make them pretty small." "Good, that can help us prepare for when they find us," he replied. "What about traps?" I can, but my knowledge is a bit limited on that, she acknowledged. Basic tripwires, pressure switches and the like. I could set up a net launcher. Hitoshi took another look at the map and said, good. The bomb is in a fine spot, so let's set up defenses around the perimeter. Then we get to the bomb. Agreed. Yes, that sounds like a good plan. They started moving around the bomb room, setting traps everywhere. Momo concentrated on developing motion sensors and traps while Hitoshi guided her to locations on the map. They both agreed on where to put the majority of the devices and appeared to have a similar sense of strategy. Due to the 5-minute preparation time limit, they moved swiftly to place them before withdrawing to the room containing the goal. After grabbing one of the room's metal barrels and building a laptop to receive the signals from the motion detectors, Momo completely blocked off the door and the windows using braces made of metal and wood. Indoor anti-personnel battle training start. Hitoshi sighed and leaned against one of the room's pillars. That's that, he said. We've prepared well, don't you think so, Yaoyorozu? Yes, Momo said, closely observing her screen. Do you have experience with hand-to-hand combat, Shinso? She asked, turning to face her partner. His response was, no, I've never needed it. If they do get in, all I have is my quirk. She said, well, I have been trained, as she gradually produced a shield with one hand and a metal staff with the other. So we're well prepared even if they do get to us, Hitoshi said with a smile. You're a good partner to get. You are too, she said with a smile in return. You're smart, and you have a useful quirk. Useful? Hitoshi asked as he raised his head, resting his head against the pillar and giving it some thought. I suppose so. Momo gave him a sidelong glance at that response, but she didn't express her thoughts. She must have been trying to be kind, but Hitoshi was aware of how other people perceived his quirk. He considered it an evil force as well. After a few minutes, not a single sensor had tripped. Momo appeared unnerved, and Hitoshi felt uneasy. The sensors were positioned so that they would activate if the hero team stepped into a trap. Furthermore, the sensors ought to have been inevitable even if they managed to avoid the traps. Momo's receiver would receive a signal from a single movement. Momo sighed and scratched her head. There's no way to get here without setting off at least one of the sensors, she said. Maybe they're just completely off track. Maybe, thought Hitoshi, but probably not. Abruptly, a brilliant golden electricity flashed and shone on the room's door. It continued for a while before ceasing. Then the door began to shake with a vibrating sound. After a while, the wooden braces broke, and shortly after, the metal crumpled and broke. Then Kyoka kicked down the door, Denki standing next to her. Hey villains, the blonde boy yelled, crossing his arms. We aren't going to let you destroy this city. Kyoka sighed. Geez, you don't need to play it up so much, she said. Momo exclaimed, the heroes. Not understanding how they arrived. Hitoshi asked, heroes, how did you get past the sensors? And quickly implemented Plan B. Denki muttered, I'm not into explaining this stuff, to Kyoka. Do you wanna explain it, or should I go straight ahead and fry em? Well, we're supposed to play a part, right? Besides, they're our classmates. Might as well let them know a bit about our quirks going forward, replied Kyoka. Fair enough. I'll answer your question, villain. Declared the girl with the earphone jack. She demonstrated by stabbing one of her earphone jacks into the floor and saying, with my earphone jacks, I'm able to listen this entire building. I was able to pick out your location, but also any anomalies in the building's normally smooth interior. As for your sensors, the walls in this building, luckily, can conduct electricity fairly well. Lightning Dolt here was able to overload them from afar. Lightning Dolt, said Denki. Hitoshi said, I see, as he at last used his quirk on Jiro. Now, Yaoyorozu. While Hitoshi ran to tie Denki's arm with the capture tape, Momo leapt forward to cut her off from Kyoka. Before grabbing the metal staff and sending a shock through it to knock the creation user back, Denki took 2 blows from it. However, Kyoka was apprehended before her partner could take any action, so it was too late. Kyoka Jiro has been captured by the villain team. All Might shouted over the earphones. What? Cried Denki. Not cool bro. It's over for you, don't you agree? Hitoshi screamed at Denki. Over the years, he had become adept at framing a lot of things as questions. No way, Denki exclaimed, grinning. I won't just let the villains win. Sorry about this Jiro, but... Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 Mila. Hitoshi's quirk suddenly caused the blonde's body to freeze in place. His and Momo's victory was officially sealed when the purple-haired hero in training approached him and wrapped the capture tape around his arm. "The villain team wins," declared All Might. Momo rose shakily from the floor, rubbing the side of her head, appearing lightheaded from the electric shock. She smiled at Hitoshi as she raised her head and looked him in the eyes. He released both of his opponents from his quirk after he was relieved that she was okay. Denki rubbed his head and asked, what happened?" Kyoko was equally perplexed by their circumstances. Hitoshi grinned and sighed, "You guys lost," as he and Momo left. "Come on, let's get our evaluations." The nation was finally informed that All Might was a teacher at the esteemed institution following the first full day of classes at UA. Since many people were conflicted about the idea that he would no longer be at his agency in Tokyo, the news rocked the nation. The following morning, news anchors gathered outside the entrance to UA and asked teachers and students to be interviewed as they passed. A reporter asked Izuku, who still had bandages on his head and other arm and his arm in a sling, "Excuse me, what's it like to learn from All Might?" "Wait, aren't you that kid from the sludge incident?" He quickly explained, I'm sorry, but I'm due at the nurse's office right now," as he made his way through the throng. As Ochako arrived, another reporter asked, "What does the symbol of peace look like in front of the classroom?" She raised her arms in a bicep flexing position and said, well. He's real muscly, yeah." Tenya was asked, "What do you think of All Might the teacher?" Tenya started out by giving a detailed account of All Might's teaching style and feelings. The speech was not prepared, despite the reporter's assumption that it was. A reporter began to ask Katsuki, when All Might is, before realizing who he was. "You're the kid from the sludge incident." Katsuki spit out, "Fuck off," and proceeded to enter UA. With an irritated expression on his face, Aizawa walked out to the reporters and looked around. One reporter yelled, "Does All Mia? You're a mess," when they saw the 1A homeroom teacher. "Who are you, anyway?" Aizawa said, "All Might is off today," with a weary expression. He used his hand to shoo them away. "You're disturbing our classes, so please leave." After him, the reporters continued to yell questions, but one of them approached too closely and triggered the UA obstacle. They stopped talking after that, and Aizawa was glad of the quiet. Aizawa pulled out a stack of papers as 1A, which included the healed Izuku, started class. He told the class, "Good job with yesterday's battle training," and they were taken aback by his encouraging words. "I looked over your grades and evaluations. Bakugo, grow up already. Stop wasting your talent." "Yes sir," Katsuki smirked in response. He went on, "And Midoriya, I heard you destroyed your body," which made Izuku wince and turn to face the desk. "It's good to be determined, but if you get that kind of injury in a real situation, you'll be there one who needs to be saved. Be more careful." "Yes sir," Izuku sighed softly, conscious that some people were watching him. Aizawa let out a sigh and said, "Now, onto homeroom business. Sorry for announcing this so suddenly, but today." The entire class was afraid that it would be another harsh evaluation because they could feel Aizawa hovering over them. "You'll be picking a class president. That's such a normal school thing," exclaimed several people at once. People shouting that they wanted to be chosen and raising their hands caused the class to erupt. Even Katsuki held up his hand, his eyes full of fierce rivalry. Though not quite as high as everyone else's, Izuku also raised his hand. Few people want to be class president in a typical high school because the role consists solely of menial duties. However, in a hero course, it represents the group leader. It's a job fit for a top hero in training. Suddenly, Tenya addressed the class, "Quiet down. Leading the group is a position of great renown, but willingness doesn't equate directly to ability. This sacred office requires the trust of its constituents. If this is to be democratic, then I put forward the motion that we must choose by election. This is a classroom, not Congress. We haven't known each other long enough to build any trust yet, though. Besides, everyone will just vote for themselves." "That's exactly why," Tenya exclaimed. "Anyone with multiple votes is best suited for the position. Sensei, will you allow this?" Aizawa sighed and returned to his yellow sleeping bag. "I don't care, as long as you do it quickly and quietly," he said. The students then started voting after receiving that approval. Tenya was in a bind. He supported democracy and wished to vote for someone else even though he wanted to be the class president. He couldn't decide between Momo and Izuku because of the way she broke down the battle training and Izuku's sincere kindness and quick thinking. He ultimately decided on Momo. If the green-haired boy had truly understood the purpose of the practical exam, he would have selected Izuku, but he had informed Tenya that this was not the case. Even his honesty and integrity were good reasons to choose him, but he thought Momo's analytical abilities made her a little more qualified for the job. When the votes were finally counted, Momo received 3 votes, followed by Izuku with 2. 1 vote, or 0, was cast by the remaining students. While Izuku was freaking out, Momo seemed pleased but not overly surprised. He grinned and asked, "I got 2." As he wondered who had cast their ballot for him. "Who the fuck voted for Deku?" Katsuki snapped, glaring at the other students before focusing his scowl on Ochako, who was whistling and averting his eyes. "Round face. Awawafut," she cried, raising her arms in a protective stance. Tenya struck his desk with his fist. 0 votes. I thought as much. This is the harsh reality of this sacred office. Seeing that only she and Izuku had multiple votes, Momo questioned, "So you voted for someone else?" Rikido gave Tenya a curious glance. "You were the one who called for an election. What did you even want, Iida?" Aizawa said, "Fine then," and got out of his sleeping bag. "Your president is Yaoyorozu, and the vice president is Midoriya." Momo gave Izuku a look. Despite his apparent nervousness, he managed to keep his composure. Although he wasn't her first choice for class vice president, he wasn't all that horrible either. Izuku, Ochako, and Tenya sat together again during lunch that day. Izuku continued to be taken aback by the sheer number of students at UA. The cafeteria was much louder than it was at his previous middle school because of the hero courses, gen ed courses, business courses, and support courses, but he could still hear Tenya, who sat across from them, and Ochako, who sat directly next to him. Ochako sighed in relief. This rice is tasty," she said. "I know I'm just the vice president and not the actual class president," Izuku said with a sigh, "but I'm still a bit worried that I'm not up to it." The encouraging words, "You'll do fine," came from Ochako. "Midoriya, your grit and decisiveness in a pinch shows that you are perfectly suited for the role," Tenya said with determination. "Really, you were my second choice for president." Tenya nodded in response to Izuku's question, "Does that mean that you voted for Yaoyorozu?" Ochako questioned, "But didn't you want to be the president, Iida? You have glasses and everything." Tenya took a sip of orange juice and clarified, "As I mentioned before, ambition and suitability are different matters. I humbly made the choice that I felt was correct." Ochako, "Iida, the way you talk," laughed. "Are you a rich kid?" "A rich kid," Izuku cried, glancing at Ochako before him. Her directness surprised him. Tenya paused dramatically before continuing, I try to hide it because I don't want people to know, but yes, I am the second son of a renowned hero family." "Whoa," exclaimed Ochako. "Cool," Izuku exclaimed simultaneously. Tenya inquired, "Have you heard of the turbo hero Ingenium?" "Of course," Izuku exclaimed, displaying a hint of his nerdiness. "He has 65 sidekicks at his own office in Tokyo." Startled by his friend's rapid recall of those details, Tenya remarked, "You are very well informed." "Well, you see, I am his younger brother," he said, pushing up his glasses. "Wow, he's so frank about it," said Ochako. "He leads people with absolute adherence to the rules, and is a truly beloved hero. It is my admiration for my brother that inspired my own determination to become a hero." Tenya was beaming with pride as he gazed at his, although, I realize that I am not ready to lead anyone yet. That's why that role should rightfully go to Yaoyorozu or you, Midoriya, as superior candidates. For a brief moment, Ochako and Izuku gazed at Tenya, stunned and gaping. Ochako remained perplexed as Izuku slowly returned the smile. "Never seen you smile before, Iida," Ochako remarked, still stunned by his happy expression. Tenya looked genuinely surprised. "I do smile on occasion." Izuku came to see that Tenya was influenced by his brother in the same manner that All Might had influenced him. Now that they shared something else, he felt a little closer to his friend. The voices filling the cafeteria were suddenly drowned out by the sound of the school's alarm. Startled, Ochako spat up some of the rice she had been eating. "The alarm!" exclaimed Izuku. The robotic voice recording announced, "Security level 3 has been broken," over the loudspeaker. "All students, please evacuate in an orderly fashion." Tenya said, "Excuse me, but what is level 3? To an older student walking by. He yelled back, "It means someone breached the campus. It hasn't happened in my 3 years here. Just get out of here." Just as the 3 first years started to rise, they were sucked violently into the mass of panicked students. Tenya exclaimed, a quick response to danger. I'd expect no less from such an esteemed institution. Maybe too quick, Izuku retorted. Everyone is panicking. Tenya was abruptly separated from Izuku and Ochako by someone shouldering their way between the three of them. Tenya called, Midoriya, Uraraka, and extended her hand. He was also called for by Izuku and Ochako, who both reached out but were unable to seize him before the crowd engulfed him. Despite their best efforts to stay together, the crowd eventually pulled them apart. Izuku, now by himself, did his best to assess the situation. Izuku realized that the panic would only worsen the situation and cause injuries when he suddenly saw some students being trampled on the ground through the crowd. He leapt to his feet and held himself in midair without hesitation, using his quirk. He knew he had to calm the crowd down fast because he couldn't do it for long. When he yelled, "Calm down!" over everyone, the majority of the students turned to face him. You're trampling over other people in your panic. Calm down, or you'll just get other people hurt. Behave like you're at UA. Tenya yelled from the crowd, besides, look outside. It's just the media. After everyone had been staring up at him for a while, Izuku saw his friend's arm shoot straight up from next to the window as he followed Tenya's voice. The press inside the UA walls was undoubtedly outside that window. Izuku realized what he had just done, blushed heavily, and said, "Why yeah, so stop panicking." Before lowering himself back into the crowd. Ochako exclaimed, "That was awesome, Deku." When they reconnected in the classroom, "You got everyone to stop panicking." He turned away and rubbed the back of his neck. "Ah, no it wasn't," he said. "I'm really embarrassed that I did that." Tenya swore at the Class 1A vice president. "What are you talking about?" Tenya clenched his fist and looked up, shedding tears of pride for his friend. "You took the lead and kept calm in what could have been a crisis situation." "Ah, if only I could change my vote for class president," he exclaimed. Izuku began, "Really, it was just in the spur of the momenta," but Eijiro interrupted. "That's exactly what makes it so damn manly," he exclaimed, weeping like Tenya and clenching his own fist. Aizawa droned, "Everyone, please quiet down," as he walked into the room. He stepped into his sleeping bag and zipped it up, saying, "Please give me a break, because dealing with those reporters was exhausting. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya, you two pick the other student council members and let me relax." By the following day, things had returned to normal. Thanks to police intervention, the school was no longer being harassed by the media, there were no break-ins, and everything appeared to be normal. When basic hero training finally resumed, Aizawa stood in front of the class. Aizawa sighed and leaned back a little, his hands in his pockets. "This time, All Might, myself, and one other pro will supervise," he said. Izuku muttered, "So it's a special class." Before Katsuki gave him a stern look. Izuku's seatmate, Hantashiro, held up his hand and said, What are we doing, exactly?" Aizawa said monotonously, "Preparing you for disaster relief, like fires or floods," while displaying a card with the word, "Rescue," written on it. "It's rescue training." Denki smiled and remarked, "Ooh, sounds like another rough day." Mina exclaimed, "Totally, right," with excitement. Eijiro leaned forward into their conversation and exclaimed, "This is what being a hero is all about. I'm getting all pumped." "I'd be perfect in a flood, hero," Tsuyu remarked casually. Aizawa glared at the talkers who suddenly became alert. "I'm not done yet," she said sharply. "You can decide whether you want to wear your costumes, since they might not be well suited for this kind of activity. The training site is a bit remote, so we'll be getting there by bus. Now, get ready." Izuku began to feel enthusiastic. He could at last begin his journey to becoming a hero who could save lives here. He was going to give it everything he had. Unfortunately, the repairs to his hero costume were still incomplete. He had to wear his gym clothes underneath his green jumpsuit, even though he had gloves, a new mouth guard, knee and elbow guards, and his belt. Izuku happened to glance over as the boys were ready to leave the boys' locker room and saw that, despite having only transferred in a few days prior, Hitoshi had already received his hero costume. In addition to his black jumpsuit, he had boots that reached his knees and gloves that reached his elbows, both of which were lavender, just like his hair. He was wearing a lavender cloak with a black stripe down the back, and he had a black utility belt that was barely perceptible against his jumpsuit. The majority of the rest of his costume was actually hidden by the cloak, which fit him strangely so that it wouldn't restrict his movement. There was a small pull string at the top, and the black stripe led up to an additional piece of fabric that could be used to cover the lower part of his face. Izuku couldn't really predict what it would do. Izuku called out, "Hey Shinso," as he approached. "Nice costume. I like the cloak." "Thanks," Hitoshi remarked as she examined Izuku's attire. "They haven't gotten you a new green jumpsuit yet." Izuku clarified, "No, they haven't finished repairing it yet," as they began to leave the locker room. "Hey, I didn't get to see you during the battle training and I've been meaning to ask, but what's your quirk?" Hitoshi gave Izuku a perplexed expression for a moment, but his perpetual bags under his eyes made him appear more bored than anything else. Then he smiled a little. "I'll keep that to myself for now. If you want, I guess," Izuku said with a disappointed sigh. With the exception of her helmet, Ochako ran over and exclaimed, "Hey Deku. While dressed as a hero, where's your costume?" Izuku pulled on his mouthguard after stating, "The school's support company is fixing the jumpsuit because it didn't survive the battle training. I still have the rest though." "That's a different face mask, right?" she inquired, observing that it lacked the other face mask's tooth-like pattern in favor of a solid white line. "Yeah, most of these are actually replacement gear," Izuku commented, laughing sheepishly. Ochako said, "I like your costume, Shinso," as he leaned forward and glanced at Hitoshi past Izuku. He said, "Thanks," without turning to face her. Momo yelled, "Come on everyone," from the bus next to it. "Let's line up and get onto the bus in an orderly fashion." The bus had a section of seats in the middle that faced each other, a couple of seats at the very front that faced forward, and seats facing forward in the back. Ochako and Tsuyu were seated on either side of Izuku, who was seated in the center. Denki, Yuga, Mina, and Momo were on the other side of the bus, and Eijiro was seated on the other side of the frog girl. "Hey Midoriya," Tsuyu said, turning to face Izuku with a strangely blank expression. "I generally say what's on my mind." With a sidelong glance at her, Izuku said, "Oh, what is it, Asui?" "Call me Tsuyu," she reminded him. "What's your quirk?" "I've been thinking, but I can't figure it out." Eijiro concurred, "Now that you mention it, me too. I thought you might have super strength or something because you launched that ball so far, but during the quirk assessment, you practically flew." "Oh, it's telekinesis," Izuku clarified, "and I can use it on almost anything, including myself, as long as it's not too heavy. However, if someone is resistant to it, it is difficult to apply it to them." "Is it telekinesis? Isn't that the capacity to manipulate objects with your thoughts?" Mina wondered. "However, how did you manage to get the ball that far?" Denki inquired. "Well, the strength of my telekinesis depends on the weight of the object," Izuku remarked. "I could push something small like the ball really fast. I held onto it until nearly halfway through the ball's flight because the range I could push it was fairly long." "How did you move so quickly when you were fleeing Bakugo if it depends on the weight?" "It appeared that you were traveling at roughly the same speed as the ball," Momo inquired. With a keen interest in the tricks of his childhood friend's quirk, Katsuki, seated in the front of the forward seating section, leaned forward. "My quirk, zero gravity, is to blame. I can make things weightless," Ochako declared with pride. "If my calculations are correct, you can move weightless objects at infinite meters per second if there is a ratio between weight and effectiveness." Momo cried out, "That's essentially teleporting." "Except for going through walls," Izuku sheepishly replied. "And wind resistance alone would probably incinerate anything going that fast." Ochako continued, "My quirk has a weight limit of a couple tons. Even so, picture being able to shoot a 2-ton piece of debris more quickly than a bullet." Eijiro yelled, "That is really manly. When you go pro, hero," Tsuyu said, putting her index finger to her chin, "you two should become a hero duo." Eijiro's arm grew stiff and pointed in demonstration. "It's good in a fight, but it's pretty boring," he said. "You guys would go up in the rating super fast with moves like that. It's way better than my hardening." "I don't think it's boring," Izuku remarked, focusing on Eijiro's arm. "If you want to go pro, it's more than good enough. Pros need popular appeal too, not just a strong quirk," Yuga remarked with a smile. "My naval laser is both flashy and strong." To Yuga's dismay, Mina laughed and said, "If you don't destroy your stomach in the middle of a fight, you wanna talk strong and cool. That would be Bakugo and Todoroki." Tsuyu casually remarked, "But Bakugo won't ever be popular, because he's too unhinged." Frog face, what the devil did you say? Katsuki yelled. See, Suyu turned to face Izuku. But I'd bet Midoriya and Uraraka would be really popular as a hero duo. Smiled Denki. Don't you guys think they look adorable together? Katsuki, who was aware that Izuku and Ochako were not dating, laughed at Izuku's red face as the other people in the room nodded their heads in agreement and both of them began to flush. What's so amusing? Unaware of the consequences of his remark, Denki asked him. Round Face and Deku aren't dating. Ha ha. When he saw their ripe tomato faces, he pointed at them and burst out laughing once more. Wah, wah, wah. Ochako stammered, shielding her flushed face as she scooted away from Izuku, pushing back against the armrest the entire time. With one hand on his face, Izuku also scooted a little bit closer to Suyu, but he appeared to be managing it a bit better than Ochako. Denki chuckled uneasily. Sorry, I just assumed since, you two seem very near. Mina nodded her head and said, really, I thought so too. You guys didn't hold hands or make out or anything, but you do seem close. Ochako and Izuku both became slightly more inward-looking. Momo reprimanded Ashido, saying that only made things worse. Well, I guess if that's the case, Mina said with a smile as she turned to face Izuku, who was barely conscious enough to glance back at her through his hand. Midoriya, you're single, she gave him a wink. What? Izuku looked up from his hand and squeaked. Katsuki rolled over in his chair with laughter, and Ochako glanced up a bit and gave Mina a scowl. Geez, I'm joking. Mina waved her hand at Izuku and laughed, saying, I like you guys. You're entertaining to play with. That's cruel Ashido, hero, Suyu said, her expression remaining expressionless. Yeah man, Eijiro remarked, barely suppressing his own chuckles. See cruel. Mina turned to face the still glaring Ochako, and with a wink and a knowing smile, the gravity girl immediately went back to hiding her face behind her hands. Can't you guys find something to scream about for 5 minutes? Aizawa called out over the group of kids, who quickly silenced themselves. We're here. Izuku and Ochako looked everywhere but at each other as they entered the building next to each other, but as soon as they were inside, Izuku forgot about the earlier humiliation as he took in the sights. The building had several zones, each of which was devoted to a different kind of disaster, such as hurricanes, raging fires, or landslides. This facility houses training for every disaster and accident you can imagine, said a voice in front of the group, who the students soon realized was Space Hero 13. There's the flood zone, landslide zone, conflagration zone, etc., the voice said. I constructed it myself. Unforeseen simulation joint, is the name of it. Whoa, Ochako and Izuku both yelled. It's the Space Hero 13. Izuku whispered with excitement. As a gentleman hero, he performs at his highest level during rescue missions. He's my favorite hero, exclaimed Ochako. Where's All Might, 13? He was supposed to meet us here, right? Inquired Aizawa, sounding irritated. 13 gestured for Aizawa to approach and said, about that, senpai, holding up 3 fingers and whispering so the students wouldn't hear. It appears that he reached his 3-hour time limit earlier today during his commute. He's in the break room, sleeping. All Might really shouldn't be a teacher if he needs that time to be a hero, Izuku thought, realizing from 13's hand gesture that All Might's time limit was probably up. The height of irrationality, Aizawa sighed, turning back to the students and shaking his head. Anyway, let's get started. I do have 2 or 3 points before we do, though, 13 stated, turning to face the pupils. Or 4, 5, in any case, black hole is my quirk. Anything can be sucked in and disassembled by it. And you've saved many lives in a variety of calamities with it. Ochako nodded her head angrily beside Izuku as he spoke. The students all grew more serious as 13 said, indeed, but it is also a power that could easily kill someone. In our superpowered society, the use of quirks is heavily restricted and monitored. You may believe that this system is stable, but anyone can die with just one mistake and an uncontrollable quirk. During Aizawa's fitness test, you all brought out your quirk's potential. During All Might's battle training, you saw the threat that those quirks can pose through your own eyes. This class will show you how to utilize that power to save lives. Your powers aren't meant to inflict harm. I hope you all leave here today understanding that they're there so you can help people. That is all. I thank you for listening. 13 allotted a bow. Bravo, Bravu, Tenya exclaimed. Ochako looked at her friend and exclaimed, wow, 13 is so cool, Deku. With a glance back at her, Izuku said, yeah, really. They blushed and looked away from one another as soon as they made eye contact, recalling their friends taunting. Sighing, great, Aizawa said. First off, let's. There was a whooshing noise coming from beneath the class. Aizawa paused his conversation and looked down the stairs, and his students did the same. There was a black swirling mist in front of the fountain, and it grew slowly until a hand appeared out of nowhere and grasped the edge. Before long, it was large enough to pick up the back of another hand. An angry bright red eye behind a hand with shaggy light blue hair was staring at them. Aizawa yelled, "Everybody," as he turned to face his class. "Huddle up and don't move." Uncertain of what was happening, the students reluctantly gathered. They discussed in whispers whether this was a genuine test from the teachers or something else entirely. The black mist suddenly grew in 10, 20, no, 40. Aizawa tensed visibly as over 100 people fled the darkness. Eijiro squinted down at the people and said, "What are those?" "UA employees. More robots like the entrance exam." Aizawa yelled, "Don't move," as he yanked up his yellow goggles and pulled back his scarf. He frowned and fastened the glasses to his face. "Those are real villains." "Those goggles," Izuku exclaimed as he discovered them. Aizawa-sensei is the erasure hero, Eraserhead. Eraserhead? Inquired Eijiro. "Never heard of him." "I have," Hitoshi said, smiling and squinting his eyes. "He's an underground hero. He doesn't like the attention of media." Eijiro questioned, "But those are real villains. What villains would be stupid enough to break into UA?" "Sensei, aren't there intruder sensors around the school?" Momo questioned 13. 13 uttered, "Of course there are," with a bewildered tone. "Are they only here, or at the main building too?" replied Shoto. "Either way, if they can get past the sensors, it has to be one of their quirks that's doing that. Also, this building is far from the campus, and they picked a time when there'd be few people here. They may be smarter than they seem. This attack is too well coordinated for them not to have an objective." Shoto's analysis shocked the majority of the class, but Izuku had been thinking similarly. Aizawa turned around and yelled, 13. Begin evacuation and try calling the school. If one of their quirks is jamming the sensors, it's probably an electric-type quirk causing interference. Kaminari, try using your quirk to signal for help. Using his headset, Denki verified, "G got it." "Sensei, you can't fight them all alone," exclaimed Izuku. "Against so many, you won't be able to erase all of their quirks. As Eraserhead, your fighting style relies on erasure and quick capture. Head-on fighting isn't a." Eraserhead retorted, "No good hero is a one-trick pony, Midoriya." 13. Take care of the students. Then, with his hair standing on end, Aizawa leapt down the stairs and unwrapped the cloth around his neck. Before Aizawa wrapped the cloth around them and slammed their heads together, Izuku witnessed a number of villains approach him and then pause in bewilderment. He outwitted and outpowered the stunned villains in a hand-to-hand battle. "He's keeping up even though he's outnumbered," exclaimed Izuku. Snatching Izuku by the arm, Ochako yelled, "Come on Deku. Time to go," and spun him around. Tenya concurred, saying, "Now isn't the time for analysis, we must evacuate." The black mist in front of the fountain appeared between Izuku and his classmates and the entrance as they turned to flee. The two yellow streaks at the top of the mist looked to Izuku like eyes, but he wasn't positive. A deep, authoritative voice said, "Sorry, but I can't allow that. Greetings, heroes and heroes-to-be. We are the League of Villains. I apologize for our audacity, but today, we've come to UAA, this bastion of heroism, to end the life of All Might, the symbol of peace." His proper tone briefly darkened before returning to normal. "We were under the impression that he'd be here today, but it seems his schedule was revised. No matter, my personal role is not Afeka." Eijiro and Katsuki suddenly leapt up at the fog. After Katsuki detonated an explosion against the knight, Eijiro kicked him hard. Katsuki growled, "Not if we kill you first." "Hey," Eijiro sighed and gave himself a thumbs up. "Betcha didn't see that coming." The mist laughed and came out of the smoke. "Well, that was close," it said. "Although you're only students, you really are the best of the best. It might prove troublesome if you were allowed to stay here." 13 yelled, "No, get back." But it was too late. "Be gone." The mist quickly spread to encompass the majority of the class. "Uraraka," Izuku yelled as he swiftly turned and reached out to Ochako as he watched his friends fade into the night. The last thing Izuku saw before his vision turned black was Tenya grabbing Ochako with Rikido in his other arm as their hands failed to make contact. Izuku closed his eyes and felt a blast of cold air hit him. When he opened them, he was falling over the collapsed area. Glancing around, he saw that Masharao Ojiro and Mina Ishido were falling with him. After calling out to get their attention, he maneuvered within 15 meters of both of them using his quirk. Izuku managed to slow their descent enough for a safe landing before they hit the ground. "Thanks Midoriya," Mina said, grinning broadly as she got to her feet. "Yes, I also owe you my thanks," Masharao bowed. No need," Izuku uttered honestly. "We should focus on our current situation right now." When Masharao said, "Of course, you are right," Mina raised her fingers in air quotes and remarked, "Well, UA is being invaded by a League of Villains. Totally easy to focus under these conditions." "Ishido, this is serious," Izuku uttered. They knew that All Might should have been here. They somehow knew UA's schedule. They probably used that media invasion yesterday as a cover to get in and get intel. "They said they came to kill All Might," Mina remembered telling her. "But there's no way, right? Like, he's All Might. Ishido, they wouldn't come here if they didn't think they could beat him," said Masharao. Izuku, "I hate to admit it, but he's right," concurred. "This attack is too organized for them to be that stupid." "There you are," a rough voice yelled at the trio of pupils. Looking up, they saw a large group of villains approaching them, led by a pale, bald, and emaciated man with a scar across his shirtless torso. He was actually wearing only a pair of gray shorts with a huge hole in one leg, and he was brandishing a machete. "Ah, finally, time to collect our payment. A few young flesh bags to maim." Maim," Mina inquired, then nervously laughed. How about no?" Izuku picked up pieces of debris scattered across the street they were standing on using his quirk. He hurled them at the bad guys, knocking some of them unconscious while others escaped. Those who remained ran at the would-be heroes, but Ojiro proved to be their match. He countered and dodged, keeping them at bay as Izuku continued to throw debris at them. They were all eventually rendered unconscious because they were unable to handle both of their attacks. Mina said, "Whoa, you two were real cool. Ojiro, you dodge really well." Masharao nodded. Thank you, Ishido," he said. "That's strange," Izuku muttered. "It seemed like they knew about our class, but I guess they aren't as informed as they should be." With a raised eyebrow, Masharao asked, "What do you mean by that?" "They put me in the collapsed zone, where there's plenty of rubble for me to manipulate." Mina deduced, so they don't know all of our quirks." "That's my guess," Izuku was sure to say. A shrill voice squawked close by, "Hey, I think they're over here." As the young students heard footsteps leaping closer, Izuku looked around and saw that there were no more pieces of debris or broken buildings that were the right size for his quirk. A plan came to him as he looked at Mina and then at Masharao. Mina said, "What's that you're muttering about, Midori?" Izuku started to explain, I was just before realizing what she was calling him. Midori. Saying, your name's too long, she gestured with her hand. "Midori is way cuter, and also quicker," she said with a smile. Izuku joked nervously, I guess it's faster," while rubbing his cheek. Masharao said, "Midoriya, do you have a plan?" "Oh, right," recalled Izuku. "Ishido, use your acid to break down the big pieces of debris and buildings into smaller chunks. Ojiro, you and I will work together to hold them back." As she started to melt a big piece of concrete in half, Mina asked, "How big do you want M?" "About the size of a backpack is good, maybe a little bigger," Izuku stated. "Oh, and can you control the acid strength?" "Yep, sure can." "That's great. Coat the pieces in a weaker acid that can't break down concrete, but can burn skin. That way, it'll be more effective." Mina grinned broadly and said, good thinking Midori. To the telekinesis user. By the time the villains turned the corner of their street, Mina had already prepared a couple of projectiles. Izuku launched a ranged attack, attempting to strike them with his telekinetically controlled pieces of concrete coated in acid, while Masharao ran at them. Mashiro exploited their gaps if they managed to avoid the floating makeshift weapons. They were beaten and burned by the acid-covered projectiles if they escaped the tailed teen's martial arts. Mina added more to the flurry until they were inevitable, and after a few minutes of effort, the villains were vanquished. Only a few students and 13 remained at the front entrance, where everyone had been assembled just moments before, to confront the ominous mist. Tenya looked around at Ochako, Rikido, Mezzo, Honta, and 13 and asked, "Where is everyone else? Can we confirm their locations?" Putting an ear to one of his limbs, Mezzo confirmed, "They're all scattered inside of this building." As the mist gathered into a single, smaller mass, Honta sighed, "This guy's quirk is too much to handle. Physical attacks won't work if this guy can just warp away." 13 cried out, "Iida." As he realized something, Tenya said attentively, "Yes, sensei. With your quirk, you need to get back to the school and report what's happening. The alarms aren't sounding and the phones aren't working. With Aizawa erasing the villains' quirks, that means that whomever is jamming the signal is hidden elsewhere. Our best option right now is for you to go back to UA. I can't just abandon her. Just go, Iida," yelled Rikido. "There are alarms outside, so that means the villains must only be in here." Honta added, "And they can't follow you." To him, "Just go fast. Please, use your quirk to save us all," 12 begged. When Ochako said, "We got your back, Iida," the others nodded in agreement. "Do it." The mist looked over them and mockingly said, "Aside from the fact that it's hopeless anyways, the fact that you're discussing this plan where I can hear it is foolish." "It doesn't matter if you can hear it," 13 stated, releasing a latch on his glove's tip. "You can't stop us." Hitoshi slammed into the water. Fortunately, he was able to breathe before entering the flood area by looking down. He blinked to get his eyes used to being underwater, only to see a gill-covered villain. However, Tsuyu Asui arrived and kicked the villain in the side before he could get to him. Before throwing Hitoshi over the side of a big boat, she brought him to the surface by wrapping her tongue around him and letting him take a few breaths. Hitoshi gasped for air and leaned down on all fours to cough. "You could have been more careful, Asui," he said, panting as he glanced up at Tsuyu as she also climbed over the side of the boat. "Call me Tsuyu," she reminded him. "Hero." His sai said, "Yeah, thanks Tsuyu." She shrugged, then turned to gaze over the water. "Don't mention it," she said. "They said they came to kill All Might, Hero. They wouldn't have come if they didn't have some plan," Hitoshi remarked as he rose slowly to his feet. Tsuyu tipped her head in his direction. "And they said they'd kill us, too. We'll have to hold out until the pros get here. But even then, these guys think they can kill All Might, Hero. What other pro can keep up with that?" Hitoshi saw several heads emerge from the water as he peered past his drowsy classmate. "We just have to deal with it. Time for me to get to work." Tsuyu said, "What'll you do, Hiro? I'm good in water, so I shoulda." "Just watch," she was interrupted by Hitoshi. There was no time for conversation now. After balancing himself for a moment, he climbed up onto the boat's side and peered down over the villains in the water. Several more heads emerged from the water. One villain yelled, "The hell are ye doing up there?" at him. Another one called out in a voice that sounded much more normal, "Waiting for us to shoot you down or something?" "Hey, no problems over here. I just need verbal consent for what I'm about to do to you." Hitoshi sneered as a few villains screamed and jeered at him, which caused him to smile. "So, how about it? Who's too chicken to fight a high schooler like me?" Before Hitoshi used his quirk, the villains below erupted in a chorus of threats and retorts. Since he had never used his quirk on more than 20 people at once, he was unsure of what to anticipate, but as their consciousnesses put pressure on his mind, a sharp pain shot through his head. He put a hand on the side of his head and grunted, "Ah," as he staggered back against the cabin of the boat. Tsuyu asked, "Are you okay?" But that only made his headache worse. Hitoshi pushed himself back to the boat's railing and yelled, "Go beat the hell out of whoever is in charge of your little attack. Over the mind-controlled villains. It's just a lot to use my quirk on so many people. I don't know how long I'll last, so I'll make this quick." Clinging to his head, Hitoshi fell as they turned and swam toward the flood zone's shore. Tsuyu's hand touched his shoulder, but she remained silent. That or the throbbing pressure in his brain drowned it out. Before he heard Tsuyu speak, he endured what seemed like an eternity of pain. "They're far enough away now, Hiro. You can release your quirk." Hitoshi's head felt as though 100 pounds of pressure had been removed. He buried his forehead in the ground, screamed, breathed, relaxed, and clenched his fists. He became conscious of his hyperventilation as his heart began to pound in his head. He took a moment to gather himself before looking at the villains who had emerged from the water. His body was half numb and half sore. The water villains appeared perplexed as the villain with the disembodied hands was shouting at them. "Come on, let's go before they come back, hero," Suyu said, giving Hitoshi a shoulder tap. He sighed and followed her into the water. "Right," he said. Shoto Todoroki looked down and saw what appeared to be a small, flaming cityscape. In order to land safely, he reacted swiftly and created a slide out of the ice. There was no one on the slide, but he thought he heard a noise behind him, as if someone else was on it. The crackling of the flames all around him made it difficult to tell, so he dismissed it as his imagination. Shoto was irritated by the flames. They made him tense because, aside from the annoying noise and movement, they made him think of his father. They simply had to drop him off here, of course. "Look what we got here," exclaimed a woman to his right. Without hesitation, Shoto launched a pillar of ice that covered roughly 25% of the area that was on fire. The fire surrounding him seemed to prevent him from overcooling, even though that would have normally chilled him a little. The purple-haired woman screamed, "What the hell?" as ice covered her entire body. The sentiment was echoed by several villains behind her who were also apprehended by his attack. Shoto deadpanned, "If you're in there for too long, you'll get frostbite," as he approached her. "I'm trying to be a hero, so please don't make me do something disagreeable." She chuckled, "Dumbass, this ice will melt in no time. And I bet that took most of your power, since it was such a big attack. I'll just kill you once I get out of here." Shoto turned back to face the flames. It's true that the villains would thaw completely in a matter of minutes. He took the sensible course of action and started freezing the entire area. His ice was somewhat weakened by the fire, so it took a few blasts before there was no more fire. He tilted his head back in the direction of the woman. "So, now you'll tell me everything about your League of Villains and what your objective is. Or your body will become unusable." "Why you wouldn't, right?" she said with a trembling laugh. "Yes, I would," he said, meeting her gaze. "I'm in a bad mood now, so yeah I would." Katsuki slowed his descent into the landslide zone by detonating explosions beneath himself. As he did so, he noticed Eijiro leaping ahead of him. The redhead's head was buried in the soft dirt as he landed face first. Katsuki ran over and exclaimed, "Oi, shitty hair." As he landed, "The hell are you doing, dumbass?" Eijiro left a hole in the ground as he pulled his head up and pressed his arms into the ground. "Man, that was a rush," he said, turning to face Katsuki and attempting to clear his ears of dirt. "Oh, hey Bakugo, I guess we're in this together my man." Katsuki snarled, "You are a fucking dumbass," and put his hand to his forehead. Eijiro yelled, "Yo bro, watch out," as he leapt in front of Katsuki to stop a leaf from cutting his hardened arm. "Damn, what the hell? What kind of leaf can cut through my hardening?" Ahahaha. The tall villain's top right quarter of his head was hidden by a dark plastic mask. His left eye had a white iris, and his long silver hair reached about his shoulder. He was wearing black clothes underneath a metal chest piece that was somewhat elegantly adorned, as well as metal greaves and gauntlets. As more villains started to emerge around the heroes in training, he yelled in his deep, composed voice, "So, you're our prey. Humph, Shigaraki put me in the wrong zone then. Whatever, maybe you'll be able to give me a little bit of entertainment." The antagonist showed off his fingers. All of the leaves on the branches of the several trees that were in the landslide zone's debris detached and pointed at the redhead and blonde. "Oi dumbass," Katsuki muttered, "get on my back when I give the signal." Why? Katsuki's suggestion seemed to really turn Eijiro off. He pointed to the pin and tapped his gauntlet, saying, "I don't really like it, but it's probably the only way I won't kill you." Eijiro nodded his head and put his hands on Katsuki's shoulders after his eyes widened in comprehension. Katsuki glared up at the villain while aiming straight down. The leaves all flew at the two students as the villain in question flicked his fingers. "Fucking now," exclaimed Katsuki. The blonde leapt before letting loose the enormous explosion as Eijiro grabbed hold of Katsuki and raised his feet off the ground. The blast destroyed all the leaves, and the shockwave threw the students to the ground and knocked several villains down. "Why you?" the villain from the leaf yelled at the teenagers. As they continued to ascend, Eijiro exclaimed, "Yo, that was super manly." With excitement, Katsuki yelled back, "Shut the hell up, shitty hair." "Hey, I just got a super manly idea," smiled the redhead. "Throw me down there with an explosion. Do you wanna fucking die?" "No, man, I'll use my hardening," and I'll be just like a human cannonball. Alright, if you say so. Katsuki grinned and laughed. With his hand on his feet, he repositioned Eijiro in midair and pointed at the biggest gang of villains below them. Now, cried Eijiro as their upward momentum died. Katsuki yelled, die, and slammed Eijiro to the ground. Katsuki couldn't help but laugh at how unmanly the screech from the hardening teen was. Using explosions to propel himself, he followed Eijiro down. The villains were mostly rendered unconscious as a result of their panic and inability to avoid the human cannonball's path. Eijiro rose more quickly than Katsuki anticipated and began using his hardened fists to battle the villains, while Katsuki joined him with his explosions. Katsuki was enjoying himself immensely. Though they couldn't quite match his skill, he was finally able to cut loose and eliminate villains. The grit and manliness of Eijiro impressed him, he had to admit. In Katsuki's opinion, he was somewhat respected. Woo, what a workout. Eijiro wiped the sweat from his forehead. Now, let's go help the others. Since we're here, everyone else is probably still in USJ too. Some people don't have the same combat abilities as us, so I'm worried about them. Besides, we were the ones who charged the villain like that and probably gave 13 Sensei more work. As men, we've gotta. Katsuki grunted and said, fuck that, you can go it alone, I've got a grudge to settle with that misty fucker. Huh, exclaimed Eijiro, what's with you and grudges, man? This isn't the time to be immature. Besides, regular attacks don't affect him. Fuck off with that, Katsuki said, gesturing. Katsuki turned and slammed a villain who was approaching him stealthily into the ground, saying, he's their mode of transportation. If he goes down, they can't run away. Besides, I do have a way to take him down, idiot. Besides, if these are the best they've got, we shouldn't have any trouble. Eijiro laughed. Whoa, where'd this calm, rational side come from? I'm always calm, shitty hair. Aha, you're back. Katsuki quipped, whatever, I'm gonna go find that asshole, and turned to leave. Eijiro ran up beside him and struck his fist into his palm, saying, hold up, bro. A man's gotta trust his comrades, and you convinced me. Hey, smiled Katsuki, damn straight, underscore. In pursuit of the edge of the collapsed zone, Izuku and his companions strolled through the streets. As they walked, the green teenager picked up small rocks and pieces of debris while keeping his eyes open. With a curious tilt of her head, Mina asked the boy, why you picking those up? Izuku said, ammunition, while he continued to add stones to the pile in his arms. If we run into more villains, I need to have something to use my quirk on. They chose to hide behind a shattered concrete pillar that was lying on its side at the edge of the collapsed zone after walking for a little while longer before emerging into the main plaza. Izuku glanced at the other areas. He thought Katsuki was in the landslide zone next to them because he heard screaming and explosions. In the mountain zone, he was unable to discern what was happening. He was certain it had once been on fire, but there was a zone that was mostly covered in ice, with a few large pillars of ice protruding from it. Izuku could see Tsuyu and Hitoshi in the water, heading toward the plaza, across from them in the flood zone. Beside it was a dome, but he had no idea what was inside. He glanced up at USJ's entrance and saw that Ochako and other students were still there. Finally, as he battled the villains in the plaza, he turned to face Aizawa. With a start, Mina leaned beside Izuku and remarked, Aizawa-sensei is drawing a lot of villains there. He is, Izuku said, surveying the square. Eraserhead was clearly slowing down, and there were far too many villains. There are too many of them. He's definitely holding his own, but there are too many villains. He knew that, but he still jumped in to protect us. Mina questioned uneasily, are you serious? Serious about what? Mashirao inquired, then mentally pieced it together. Actually, I think that we should go down and help too. I'm not saying that we should fight head-on with them, Izuku told Mina, but we should at least look for any opening to lighten his load. After scuttling past one villain after another, Aizawa arrived at the one with the bluish hair and the disembodied hands encircling his body. Before he reached out and took the hero's elbow, the hand villain was silently counting. Eraserhead cried out in agony and jumped back as it began to unnaturally crumble to dust in his hands. It's hard to notice when you're jumping around like that, but there's a little moment where your hair falls back down in front of your face, the antagonist rasped. And your max duration is getting shorter and shorter. Don't push yourself, Eraserhead. Before kicking the villain to the ground, Aizawa struck him on the side of the head where the hand was not covering it. The pro hero was attacked by 2 more villains, but he deftly sidestepped them both and retaliated. Your quirk isn't very good in long battles, huh? You normally specialize in quick sneak attacks, yet you jumped right into this fight to make them feel safe. The hand's villain continued, slowly getting up. He started to laugh softly. So cool, so cool. Oh, and by the way, hero, I'm not the biggest bad guy here. The enormous beast seized Aizawa and slammed him to the ground before he could even turn around and look up at it. It had a yellow metal beak in place of lips, its skin was an unnatural, leathery blackish blue, and its brain was fully visible on top of its head. As it broke Eraserhead's arm, it gargled unintelligible sounds without saying anything. Oh, 13. It looks as if even the best rescue heroes can't measure up to ordinary combat heroes in a fight. The mist laughed as 13 unleashed his quirk on it in an attempt to absorb it. Abruptly, a second mass of darkness appeared behind 13 as the mist swirled. In the end, his black hole was sent through the portal, destroying his own back rather than the villain's. Sensei! Exclaimed Mina, Tenya, and Ochako. Did he distort my quirk? 13 thought. I'm done. Rikido yelled, Iida, he told you to run. At the engine quirked teenager. Tenya screamed angrily, damn it, and then bounded off for the door. The warping villain appeared in front of Tenya and teased, poor scattered children. Mezzo suddenly leapt in, encircling the villain with his 6 webbed arms. He shouted, go Iida, I've got him. Oh no, Tenya took off once more. Everyone, hold on, please. Tenya had just made it to the door when the villain suddenly twisted back toward him, escaping Mezzo's hold. Ochako ran after him after spotting the glint of something metal in the fog. You underestimated me, 4 eyes. He interrupted Tenya, and the cloud laughed. Now, vanish. Ochako took hold of the metal. She threw him toward the ceiling, saying, I don't know exactly why you're wearing this thing, but that must mean that you have a real body. There was no gravity to stop him from gaining altitude. Run for it Iida. The villain began, as if but stopped himself when Honta's tape caught him in midair. Go, Iida, he exclaimed. Tenya then made the reservation for UA main campus of the high school. With a dejected sigh, the warp villain said, if he calls for backup, it's game over, and then vanished entirely. It seems that neither Mina nor Mashirao could believe what Izuku was witnessing. The giant villain who gripped their teacher's broken arm with one hand and held him to the ground with the other left them all in complete shock and terror. Heroes had to deal with villains on a daily basis. They had yet to see anything. See, can you get him off of Sensei? Mina asked Izuku, her usually upbeat attitude faltering a little. Izuku stammered, he's out of my range, unable to take his eyes off the terrible scene. Besides, that guy might be too heavy anyway. He saw Tsuyu and Hitoshi from the water, both of them looking equally shocked. Eraserhead, meet the anti-symbol of peace, the hand's villain declared with pride. The villain walked around Nomu to get a better look at Eraserhead, who was struggling to stand up before his head hit the floor once more. The bioengineered Nomu, he exclaimed, erasing quirks is pretty useful. But against this guy's insane strength, you might as well be completely quirkless. Reaching down, Nomu roughly grasped Aizawa's other arm and snapped it as if he had the other arm. Grrragh. Aizawa gritted his teeth and screamed. He gave me a twig-like arm snap. His quirk was definitely nullified by me. This implies that this is only his fundamental strength. He could be just as powerful as All Might. Nomu raised the hero's head once more before slamming it back into the earth. This isn't good, admitted Mashirao uneasily. Mina said, yeah, as she lowered herself behind the concrete and turned her head away. Tamura Shigaraki, said the black warping villain, who suddenly materialized beside the hand's villain. Tamura asked the other villain, Kurogiri, is 13 dead? Kurogiri paused as though he was worried about Tamura's response before saying, he's incapacitated, but there were some students that I couldn't warp away and one escaped. Oh, huh. Tamura began to scratch his neck, and soon he was doing it more forcefully. Kurogiri, if you weren't our way out, you'd be ashes now. We don't stand a chance against a bunch of pros. It's game over. For now, we're leaving. Mina exclaimed, leaving, and sprang back to glance over the pillar once more. We're saved. No, Mashirao said with a headshake. Just leaving after putting in so much effort. I guess it'd be logical to avoid any more losses, but the hands don't make me think he's the logical type. Yeah, Izuku concurred as well. Besides, there's no way UA would let this happen again, and they'd lose their shot at All Might. But before we go, Tamura said, turning to face the three people who believed they were hidden, let's leave some dead kids. None of them could have predicted how quickly the gap was closed. In less than 2 seconds, Tamura was on them, grabbing Mina's face. However, he stopped dead in his tracks and was enveloped in a faint green aura just before he made contact. He complained as he attempted to move his arm. What the hell is this? Izuku climbed up on top of the concrete pillar and yelled, you aren't going to touch her. Izuku sensed that Tamura was suddenly struggling against his quirk's hold, even though no one could see it. No, Nomu, Tamura yelled in exasperation. Izuku didn't even notice any movement until Nomu took hold of his right arm and used it to support him. After a few seconds, Nomu hardly moved, but Izuku felt the beast tighten its hold, and his entire forearm broke. He screamed in excruciating pain and used his other hand to grab Nomu's arm. Tamura sighed, well, whatever, and then grabbed Mina's face before she could escape. However, nothing took place. Hey, you really are cool, huh? Tamura laughed as he turned to face Aizawa, who was glaring at him. Ochako yelled, Deku, as she dashed down the steps. She heard his scream and turned to see his arm in the villain's vice grip. How could she not run down there? Izuku attempted to use his quirk to pry open Nomu's fingers, but they were too firm for his telekinesis to overcome. He then attempted an attack using the rocks and debris he had gathered, but it was completely unsuccessful. Every student, hero, and villain still alive looked up as the sliding doors to USJ were suddenly blown open with unbelievable force. Even Ochako, who actually stumbled and fell down the stairs before stopping herself from falling by using her quirk. The voice of All Might boomed, fear not. Throughout the dome, I am here. The students found his presence to be both terribly unnerving and remarkably consoling when he entered the light. Even in the most dire circumstances, no one had ever seen him without a smile on his face. Now, however, a furious frown made his face terrifyingly menacing. Nevertheless, the pupils shed happy tears. With him there, they would be secure. He was also dressed in a tie and button-down shirt. Good. I got a bad feeling, so I cut my conversation with the principal short. And then, I met young Iida on the way here. He explained what basically happened. And it made me so angry. My coworkers did their best, and I know you were all terrified. But that's precisely why I now have to stand tall. All Might tore off his tie and exclaimed, fear not. I am here. Tamura laughed and got up, seemingly forgetting the students. You took your time, symbol of peace. He exclaimed, how worthless you are, you trash. I've never seen him in person. Exclaimed one of the antagonists, stepping back. Another yelled, shut the fuck up, wimp. And cracked his knuckles. We got a job to do. Let's kill this Fua. More clearly than a blur, All Might moved faster than anyone could perceive. All Might reached his fellow hero, knelt down, and picked him up, instantly knocking out a dozen villains who stood between him and Aizawa. Aizawa, I'm sorry, he said softly as he examined his colleague's wounds. After lifting him over his shoulder, he gave Tamura, Nomu, and the 3 students who were with them a fierce glare. With the same speed as before, he snatched up all 3 of them, Tsuyu, and Hitoshi, and brought them back to safety, knocking the hand off Tamura's face. All of you, get to the entrance. Take Aizawa, he's passed out. Stunned, Hitoshi exclaimed, so fast, as he picked up his teacher. Izuku realized, no, All Might is low on steam. Isn't he pushing too hard? Tamura muttered angrily, hun, and shuffled slowly in the direction of the hand on the ground. Carefully, he reached down and put the hand back on his face. No good, no good. I'm so sorry, father. He halted his laughter and aimed his head at All Might. Throwing punches to save people. Ahahaha, there's some government-sanctioned violence for you. He exclaimed, you're too fast for me to keep up with, but you were once faster. Is it true that you're weaker than you used to be? All Might, Izuku sighed, that big villain is strong. Almost as strong as you. And Shigaraki, the handsy guy, called him the anti-symbol of peace, so be careful. All Might said, young Midoriya, as he turned to face Izuku. He gave him the thumbs up and his face returned to its usual broad smile. With his arms raised in an X, he bounded in Nomu's direction and exclaimed, don't fear. Carolina, smash. Shigaraki stepped back and said, Nomu, calmly. The villain hardly moved when All Might's hands touched Nomu's chest. He attempted to grab the number 1 hero after staring him down, but All Might swiftly sidestepped him. All Might yelled, really? No effect, and delivered another seemingly pointless blow to Nomu's stomach. No effect, because he has the quirk shock absorption, Tamura clarified. If you really want to damage him, then you'd be better off ripping him apart piece by piece. Not that he'd let you. All Might shouted to the villain, thanks for the info, I appreciate it. As he snuck around Nomu and seized him from behind. No sweat. All Might slammed Nomu so hard that the dust cloud it created shot hundreds of meters into the air. All Might is really in another league, huh, Mina said. But he's still a newbie when it comes to teaching, Hiro, Suyu replied. He uses cheat cards. We're powerless, but perhaps they do have a way to murder him. Izuku pondered in frustration. Even worse, if one of us were taken hostage, we would only obstruct him. The only thing we can truly rely on is All Might. However, the only person who knows is me. He became aware. The only person who is aware of his injury is me. His allotted time for today must have already passed, and I am the only one who knows his secret. Ochako cried out, Deku. As she got to them. Your arm. It's all broken. He dismissed it with a quick glance at the anxious girl before turning back to face the dust plume that was just beginning to clear. I'm fine, Uraraka, he said. Tamura laughed and said, so, you hope to stop his movements by embedding him in concrete. It wouldn't have worked either way. He's as strong as you are, All Might. Izuku returned to grasp All Might's torso after his eyes widened upon realizing that Nomu had been forced through a portal. His fingers penetrated and extracted blood from the wound on his side. By the way, Kurogiri, perfect timing, Tamura added. Impressive for first offenders, but prepare yourselves. Exclaimed All Might, skillfully concealing his anguish. Nomu held All Might over the portal he was bending through, lifting him until the hero had to release him. Kurogiri sneered, I usually don't like blood and guts in my portals, but I'll gladly accept those of the number 1 hero. As Nomu started dragging All Might through. You see, it's the job of Nomu's speed and strength to catch you, while it's my job to close the portal while you're halfway through and cut you in half. Izuku said to his friends, stay back, and he took a hesitant step forward. No, All Might, there are still a lot of things to do. You should stay for a lot of reasons. All me GHT, exclaimed Izuku as he ran in the direction of his hero. Ochako yelled, Deku, no. But Mina stopped her from chasing after him. Kurogiri sighed and twisted in front of Izuku, saying, foolish. No, Midoriya, with a glance at Izuku, All Might thought. Don't. Abruptly, Katsuki appeared out of nowhere and exploded in Kurogiri's side. He then used the metal neck brace to pin him down. He yelled, what the fuck are you doing, Deku? The fuck happened to your arm? Before All Might could be bought into the portal, a blast of ice encased Nomu's body. Shoto said, I heard you people are here to kill All Might, and moved forward. Eijiro leapt in and attempted to strike Tamura, but the villain casually sidestepped. Damn, I almost had him. The teen who was hardening called out. Katsuki scoffed and said, this misty fuck isn't all that great. You fools aren't good enough to ever kill All Might, Shoto declared emphatically. Kachan, guys, Izuku cried, delighted to see his childhood buddy. Katsuki shouted, Deku, I'm serious. Once more, get the fuck out of here with that fucked arm. Young Todoroki barely managed to keep me from freezing. All Might became aware. Thus, Nomu's hold has relaxed. All Might leapt from Nomu's hold and returned to the students. He caressed his sides, which were gushing blood from Nomu's piercing fingers. Tamura turned to see Kurogiri's body restrained by Katsuki. You've pinned down our way out. This is a problem. It's just like I thought, Katsuki assured Kurogiri. When we attacked you, you said, that was close. You wouldn't have said that if you didn't have a physical body underneath. Enenga. Kurogiri fought to escape Katsuki's hold. Don't you fucking dare, snapped Katsuki menacingly. If I think you're up to anything fishy, I'll blow the shit out of you. That isn't very heroic, Eijiro said with a trembling laugh. Tamura said, strangely composed, not only did you beat our stage, but you did it with almost full health, holding his hands together. Kids today sure are something. Nomu, kill that explosive brat. We need our escape route back. Nomu abruptly emerged from the portal, despite the fact that his frozen arm and leg were broken in the process. He started to limp on one leg in the direction of the heroes. No way, cried Izuku. He's still moving even though his body is crumbling apart. All Might extended his arm toward the pupils and said, all of you, stay back. I thought his quirk is shock absorption. As Nomu's limbs started to reorganize, Tamura thought, I don't remember saying that was his only quirk. This is hyper-regeneration. He's a superhuman sandbag designed to take you at your best. Nomu leapt in Katsuki's direction and delivered a blow that knocked back the other students and created a cloud of dust and shockwaves. Izuku exclaimed, Kachan, as he looked up at his friend, who was genuinely unharmed despite being blown away by the warped villain who managed to escape. Did you dodge that? No way. Katsuki retorted, of course I didn't fucking dodge it, I didn't even anticipate it. All Might coughed up blood after taking the blow for Katsuki. He doesn't know how to hold back, does he? He was panting. Tamura sneered, anything to save a comrade, huh? Violence for the sake of saving others is admirable, isn't it? That plain kid tried to paralyze me or something earlier. All Might, you know what? It annoys me. Violence is the lifeblood of both heroes and villains, but we are divided into good and evil. Symbol of peace. Haha. You are ultimately just another instrument of violent oppression used against those of us who don't agree with society. There will always be more violence as a result of your violence. I'll kill you to prove it to the world. What a bunch of bullshit. Villains with true idealism have a fire in their eyes, yelled All Might. You liar, you're just having fun. Hey, you got me, Tamura sighed, you apparently saw right through me. It's 30N5, stated Shoto himself. And Kachan revealed the weakness of the mist to us. Izuku cried out. We'll win with all of us, even though these guys are tough. Eijiro pounded his fist into his palm and uttered those words. No, leave this place. All Might informed the pupils. Things wouldn't have worked out so well if we hadn't stepped in, Shoto said. You're bleeding, All Might, Izuku said, before noticing the steam rising from the hero's body. And your time. Todoroki, you are right, All Might remarked, deliberately disregarding Izuku's argument. But worry not, watch a pro get serious while you relax. Tamura said, Nomu, Kurogiri, take him, I'll take care of the children. All Might grimaced and thought, it's true that I only have barely a minute. I'm wearing down faster than I expected, but I have no choice here. Because I am the symbol of peace. Nomu fired directly at All Might, who met him halfway as Tamura lunged towards the students. The impact of their collision actually made Tamura jump back. A direct attack, Tamura exclaimed incredulously, stupid fool, he has shock absorption. You're correct. As he engaged the creature in countless blows at full power, All Might yelled, it's shock absorption, not shock nullification. He has a limit, then. He's built to withstand my 100%, you say. I'll go beyond that after that. Izuku thought anxiously, he's pushing so hard, and he's spitting up so much blood. A hero will always go above and beyond to save the day. Tell me, villain, do you know the meaning of All Might wound back his arm? Plus ultra. With a loud boom, All Might's massive uppercut sent Nomu hurtling out of USJ's dome. Holy shit. Gazing up at the hole in the dome, Eijiro cried out, he broke through the absorption like something from a manga. That bruiser. And those quick attacks were too quick for the regeneration to keep up with. Stunned, Katsuki said. Ha ha ha, with his fist clenched, All Might roared, oh, yes, I am weaker. It would have only taken 5 of those hits when I was at my best. That was closer to 200. Ha ha, oh no, my time is up. Well, villain, let's get this over with, shall we? No. Tamura scratched his neck and accused him of cheating, saying, you've weakened. No, we couldn't compete at all. You have no right to treat Nomu that way. I was duped, damn it. So, will you come get me? Glaring at the villains, All Might questioned, whatever happened to clearing the game? Come on, if you think you can take me. Shoto concluded, we aren't ready for this level yet, and their group started to back off. Eijiro turned to face the lone person who was not leaving and said, hey Midoriya, come on, let's hang back for the moment. Let's leave since they'll take you hostage or something. Izuku screamed in his head, no, he's bluffing to buy time. He's completely exhausted, he can't even move, can he? Deku, let's go, Ochako said, approaching him from behind. And how's your arm feeling? Huh, I thought you went back, Izuku said, turning to face the zero-gravity user. Oh, it's fine. Not at all. When you guys are being so courageous, I can't flee. Tamura angrily scratched at his neck, saying, if only Nomu were still with us. He was so resilient to those blows. Calm down, Tamura Shigaraki, Kurogiri muttered, Nomu certainly dealt some damage. For some reason, the children are holding back, and help will arrive shortly. We have a chance if we double-team him now. With a sigh, Tamura took his hands off his neck and said, ah, yes, right, we can do this. There it is, the last boss. As the villains began to move, Izuku said, Uraraka, give me your hand. Ochako's face flushed a deep red. Why? Just take action, he spoke sharply. Right. Too bewildered and ashamed to recognize what Izuku was doing, Ochako extended her hand. This is Nomu's retaliation. As they got closer to All Might, the villains yelled. Before Ochako knew it, Izuku grabbed her hand in a strange way and touched all of her finger pads. What are you, Deku? Thank you, Uraraka, Izuku yelled. I'm sorry, but I'm the only one that knows the trouble he's in. Before using his telekinesis to propel his weightless body forward. Before the villain could react, Izuku struck Kurogiri's metal brace with his left fist, cracking it and causing him to stumble. He's quick. Tamura stared, then thrust his arm into Kurogiri, saying, this is my only chance, then. Tamura stared down at the two heroes for a moment, then took a step forward before a bullet shot through his arm. Izuku moved his body back to stand with All Might as the hand came out at him. They've arrived. With pleasure, All Might exclaimed. Tenya Iida shouted, I'm sorry it took so long everyone, but we brought everyone we could. As a dozen professional heroes stood at the top of the stairs. The pro-hero Snipe fired multiple more shots into the villain, who crawled through Kurogiri's portal and turned to face All Might. I may have failed here, symbol of peace, but you're dead the next time we meet. Tamura sighed, game over, saying, let's try again another time, Kurogiri. The portal then shut down. What's tarnation? Snipe inquired bewilderedly. Midnight sighed, it's unbelievable that they simply ran away following such a spectacular invasion. As Vlad King, the teacher of Class 1B, set him down, Nezu brightly remarked, they took us completely off guard, but for the time being, let's focus on the students' safety. Young Midoriya, All Might said, causing Izuku to turn to observe his mentor's condition. He had only partially changed, with a cloud of steam rising off of him and blood dripping from his mouth through labored breathing. Then, if you hadn't obstructed, I would be dead. Young Midoriya, you saved me once more. Izuku winced as the adrenaline started to wear off and he felt the pain of his one broken arm and the bloody knuckles on his other hand from Kurogiri's metal brace. All Might, Izuku grinned up at his hero. I'm glad you're okay. Deku, Ochako ran over and yelled. Are you alright, Midoriya? From behind her, Eijiro yelled. Oh no, they'll discover. As they approached, All Might became aware. We need to make sure you guys are okay, so go back to the entrance, Smintos said to the two worried students as the floor abruptly rose up in a concrete wall. Here, I'll tend to the injured. That makes sense, Eijiro said as he began to sprint toward the USJ's front. But Deku, was Ochako's feeble protest. I'm all right, I just need some attention for my arm, so I'll go to the entrance too, Izuku called as he ran around the cement wall. After a brief moment, Smintos nodded, and the two students left. When will I stop having heart attacks from you? Ochako reprimanded, and take a look at your hand. Everything is bloody, you also have a broken arm. And it's unbelievable that you put yourself in danger by using my quirk in that way. Izuku laughed and scratched the back of his neck with his bleeding hand. Ahaha, I'm sorry, he said. After they were outside, the police, under the direction of Detective Tsukauchi, counted the number of students and sent Izuku to Recovery Girl to have his hand and arm healed. After reviewing the list on his clipboard once more, the detective sighed and said, all right. Looks like the kid with the broken arm was the only injured student. Hey Ojiro, Toru said, placing a hand on the tailed teen's shoulder. You and Ishido and Midoriya were in the collapsed zone. Whoa, that must have been difficult. Mashirao remarked, Midoriya devised a good strategy to overcome it. Where were you, Hagakure? With Todoroki in the conflagration zone. He's incredibly powerful. Shoto was extremely relieved that he hadn't frozen her along with the other villains, even though he knew that he could have easily done so. Is there anyone who can guess where I was? Yuga inquired, but the other pupils paid him no attention. How certain are we that Midoriya and Uraraka aren't in a romantic relationship? Eijiro inquired. I don't know about Round Face, but Deku doesn't have the balls to ask anyone out, Katsuki said with a grin. It probably ain't happening. This exchange was not heard by Ochako. Instead, Yuga turned to face Suyu and asked, where do you think I was? Hiro, where? She inquired. It's a secret, he said. Let's get you all back to your classroom, declared Detective Tsukaichi. This is not the time to ask you for statements. Detective, what about Aizawa-sensei? Suyu inquired. He said, his face was fractured, and both of his arms were smashed to splinters. His eye sockets were crushed, but it doesn't appear that he will have any long-term harm there. He might have chronic vision problems. Hitoshi appeared especially distressed, and Suyu gave a dejected, Hiro. Although 13 has cuts on his arms and back, they are not life-threatening. All Might was taken to the nurse's office, and his injuries are not too severe. How about Deku? He's okay, Ochako inquired. Deka, the other student, he's all right. He and All Might returned to the nurse's office. In fact, I do have some business there. Take over for me, Sansa. He was saluted by a cat-headed officer. I can't scold you too, considering what happened, Recovery Girl sighed as she glanced at the two she had lying in bed in the nurse's office. Damn, grunted All Might. I probably shortened my time limit again because I pushed it too much. If I get 1 or 2 hours a day, I'll be lucky. All Might, scowled Izuku. Well, what will you do? All Might sat up and shrugged, saying, unfortunately, bad things do happen. Detective Tsukauchi said, pardon me, as the door opened and he stepped inside. Well, All Might, it's been a long time. Tsukauchi, I had no idea you were here. All Might cried out. Is this okay, All Might? Yoria, All Might wasn't in his muscle form, and Izuku briefly freaked out. All Might promised, it's okay, young Midoriya. Naomasa Tsukauchi is a good friend of mine who works for the police. Thanks for the introduction, the investigator laughed. Not to rush you or anything, but I have some questions about the Villansa. Hold on, he was interrupted by All Might. How about the students? And 13 and Aizawa? Naomasa stated, well, aside from this guy here, there were no student injuries, and the teachers are no longer in danger. You three would not have survived if you hadn't risked your lives for the students. I see. However, Tsukauchi, you made one mistake. Not only did the teachers fight with their lives, but so did the students. They had to fight such a battle at such a young age. They are now aware of the world's dangers. Have you ever seen a first-year class like that? Those bad guys chose the wrong battle. I'll make sure these kids grow up to be amazing heroes. Touching, Recovery Girl said with a smile as she approached Izuku and gave him a piece of paper. You can leave now, child. Avoid returning here too frequently. He nodded his head and said, yeah, I'm sorry, before rising and heading for the door. Thanks Recovery Girl. Thank you, All Might. As Izuku left, Toshinori gave him a thumbs up. Oh, Deku, I came to bring you this and check up on you, Ochako said, holding his backpack out to him as he entered the hallway. He took the yellow, weightless backpack and said, thanks, are we being released early? Oh, of course. As Izuku placed the bag on his back, Ochako let out a sigh and released her quirk, saying, we have tomorrow off, too. Really? That's good, I suppose. Ochako and Izuku began to move. When she looked at the floor, she said, hey, Deku, you work out on days off, right? Yeah, he said with a nod, I use training to fill in the gaps whenever I don't have anything planned. Well, I wanted to know if I could possibly accompany you. Izuku grinned at her and said, certainly. Really, I would be happy to have some company. Kachan and I would work out, but... yeah, no need to explain that one, Ochako said with a smile. I start my morning run at about 6 usually, if you want to join in for that, Izuku stated. Otherwise, I'm ready anytime tomorrow. Where? She inquired. Izuku realized, I don't really have a gym membership, and that she works out at her apartment instead. I have a machine for back exercises, dumbbells, and a bench with a bar. Really? That is quite charming. You can text me your address later, Ochako remarked. Izuku grinned and said, all right, but he was secretly concerned about his mother's reaction to the girl visiting his home. They were shocked to see Katsuki waiting for them as they descended the UA steps. About fucking time, Deku, he growled. Kachan, what are you doing here? Izuku inquired. Why in the world did you jump out there with that fucking broken arm? The blonde yelled, I won't have anyone else to crush on if you fucking die. Aside from the icy bastard, but that's not important. Ah, I'm sorry, Izuku chuckled. I'll try to keep myself healthy enough to challenge you. Izuku may have forgiven the blonde for reasons she didn't understand, but she wasn't particularly interested in hanging out with him. Katsuki joined their stroll on the other side of Izuku as Ochako, and she studied Katsuki's frowning face from across Izuku, wondering why he was there. Well, that was pretty crazy, isn't that right? We've been at UA, Izuku remarked, glancing at Katsuki. We've already battled actual villains in just 1 week. Real stupid villains, Katsuki sneered. They not only believed they could defeat All Might, but they also believed they could defeat me. All Might had to save you from the bird, noted Ochako. Stop being so rude, round face. At least I didn't have to see the nurse afterwards, Katsuki yelled. You got me, laughed Izuku. Anyway, how the devil did that happen? Katsuki arched an eyebrow. Izuku laughed nervously and admitted, I'm a bird guy. Huh, did you really fall for that guy? A fucking failure, Katsuki laughed. I'm sure I would have been fine if All Might saved me too, Izuku shot back. Stop talking so much. In the end, I wasn't the one foolish enough to leap out and obstruct All Might's path. You did that, but why? All Might had it handled, right? Inquired Ochako. I just moved without thinking, Izuku said, chuckling uneasily and scratching his neck. Katsuki crossed his arms and grunted, that's a bad habit of yours. You should get it fixed before you jump to your fucking death. Bakugo, Ochako exclaimed, do you genuinely give a damn about Deku's welfare? Huh, no way, I just won't let this idiot die until the next time we get to fight, Katsuki yelled. When they arrived at the station, Ochako shouted, well, I'm glad you're okay at least, Deku, and she greeted Izuku with a, see ya tomorrow. As they split up, Katsuki was left perplexed. Are you going to spend tomorrow with her? After they boarded their train, the blonde raised an eyebrow and asked. Izuku replied, yeah, she's going to work out with me. Are you two going to put in a lot of effort? He smiled. Certainly, Izuku said, before realizing what Katsuki was insinuating. Wait, no, that isn't the case. Katsuki mockingly said, no shit, no way you'd get a girlfriend before me. Why is everything a contest? Never mind, Izuku said, perspiring. Will you be working out tomorrow as well? I am, of course. I won't mind if I get ahead of you, but it's your fault that you'll be preoccupied with round face all day rather than keeping up with me. Some things never change, but, Izuku said, laughing at his friend's attitude. Kachan, I'm happy that you're now considering me seriously. Katsuki simply sneered and turned away. Some things are always the same. All Might, Naomasa sighed as she leaned against the nurse's office wall. You can't continue taking such risks. Particularly because you haven't yet passed it on. The skeletal man acknowledged, I know, but I had to take action, didn't I? Toshinori, said Recovery Girl, exactly when are you going to give it to the boy? He clenched his fist and said, I haven't decided, but that wasn't the right moment to give it to him. You really can't wait, Naomasa said, her face becoming noticeably darker. Taking into account what your former sidekick said years ago. Don't worry, All Might said with a laugh, I'm still alive. And until he's prepared to accept my offer, it will remain that way. At 5:45 a.m., Ochako was standing outside Izuku's apartment. Naturally, she worried about the specifics as she paced back and forth. What happens if I can't keep up with the run? What if he suppresses himself to protect me? It looks like he would do that. Was my attire appropriate? She glanced down at her attire once more. She had on her running shoes, dark gym shorts, and a plain white t-shirt with a sports bra underneath. Yes, that's probably all right. Had I forgotten to pack a bottle of water? If I don't need it, I can just leave it here. Do you want me to knock on the door? What if his mother is sleeping, though? Shall I simply wait outside? Hold on, I ought to text him. Ochako, of course. She informed him that she was ready by sending him a message and shaking her head. She mentally chastised herself after going over the details one more time. No, Don't worry about this so much. You must concentrate on being a hero. Ochako, pay attention. For Mom and Dad, I must succeed as a hero, which is why I'm here. Since I'd like to catch up with Deku. Since Deku is a fantastic hero. Why can't I concentrate, gods? Prior to what Kaminari and Ishido said, I never gave relationships or anything else any thought. No, before I can consider anything else, I must provide my parents with the comfortable future they deserve. Furthermore, it's common knowledge that relationships in high school never last. This is only a fleeting crush that will go away on its own. Izuku exclaimed, "Ah, good morning Uraraka," as he left his apartment and shut the door. She instinctively exclaimed, "Morning," before putting her hands over her mouth. In a whisper, she said, sorry Deku. Gee, good morning." He laughed uneasily at her response, and she glanced at his attire. Running shoes, green gym shorts, and a simple white t-shirt. He had a towel over his shoulder and a water bottle in one hand. Well, it appears that I have mastered the dress code, she thought with a sense of relief. So, what'll our running route be? Well, I normally go on a 5-kilometer run, but I was thinking of doing about half of that today, said the man. No, she said, gesturing with her hands. You don't need to hold your training back for my sake. Oh, it isn't that, Izuku promised again. I'm just a little tired after what happened yesterday. Oh, yeah, she let out a sigh. I guess I am too. Izuku muttered, but pro-heroes need to face villains like that every day, before his contemplative expression changed to one of resolve. If we aren't up to snuff, then that's all the more reason to push ourselves. Never mind, I'm doing the full 5 kilometers. Gay. Ochako's eyes widened and she started to perspire. So motivated. You keep up for as long as you can, Uraraka. Then I can just meet you back here, okay? My mom will let you in. Yeah, that sounds fine, she said with a nod. But I'll try to keep with you the whole time, she added, pumping her fist. They started their warm-up exercises after making their way to the front of the apartment building. Although she wasn't entirely certain she was successful, Ochako tried her hardest to emulate everything Izuku did. The run began at 2 minutes to 6, and they ran at a pace that was just a little bit faster than a light jog. Ochako was initially perplexed by the slow pace until she recalled that they would be running 5 kilometers. She was soon having trouble breathing, and Izuku had pulled slightly ahead of her. She made the decision to concentrate on the running portion of it and disregard how long she believed it was taking. Her top priorities were controlling her breathing, moving at a steady pace, and taking long, effective strides. After a while, Ochako's mind strayed once more. Geez, I wish I brought headphones to listen to music while we run, he thought. Even if I could keep up with him, we wouldn't be able to waste breath on conversation. He's simply more fit than I am, even though I even lightened my attire. What was the nature of his training with All Might? He cleared that beach, I know that, but the outcomes are impressive, regardless of what he did. I must catch up, I suppose. Generally speaking, I'm not catching up in this run at the moment. I can't think about anything else while I'm running, geez. Concentrate on running. Which she briefly did prior to. I'm curious about Deku's thoughts as he runs. He most likely doesn't have to consider moving forward. Additionally, he's not the type of person who doesn't think about anything, so he's probably not thinking about yesterday's events. Personally, I'd like to forget it ever occurred. Perhaps he's considering our classmates' peculiarities. He claimed to be working on notes for everyone, and I am aware of that. Or perhaps villains are pro-heroes. Perhaps he's just considering his post-run plans. My side hurts, wow. Perhaps I ought to take a little rest. No, I'll lag behind in that manner. Ochako's gaze remained fixed on Izuku's back. She was appreciative when he occasionally turned around to make sure she was still with him. As she ran, she took a sip from her water bottle, trying not to spill any. Eventually, her curiosity overcame her and she looked at her phone to see the time, 6:11 a.m. At that point, they had been running for 13 minutes, and Ochako wasn't sure how much longer she could go. The light jog pace was much more difficult to maintain than she had anticipated. To her delight, though, Izuku abruptly stopped in front of her. When she finally caught up to him, she took deep breaths while bending over and placing her hands on her knees. Izuku breathed, "This is the halfway point, drink up, this is a 5-minute break." "This is only halfway," Ochako gasped after downing roughly half of her bottle. Izuku laughed and scratched his cheek, saying, "Well, you can go back if you want to. My mom should be fully awake and ready by the time you get back." With a heavy sigh, Ochako said, "You're hardly winded. Man, I'm way behind, huh?" He sighed and used the towel to dry his face. "Well, it took me a long time to get used to this too," he said. "You should have seen me back in middle school. I was a twig," he laughed. "Really?" she asked, chuckling as she caught her breath. "Did you do this kind of stuff with All Might?" Izuku scratched his head, Yeah, but mostly quirk and strength training. Hey Uraraka, have you told anyone that I trained with All Might? No, why? Well, I kinda just told you by accident. I don't know if I'm actually supposed to tell anyone. Oh, why not? I mean, it'd kinda change how people think of me if they hear that I was personally trained by the #1 hero, you know. And I don't want to cause All Might any trouble either." She sighed and said, "I guess that makes sense. Why do you train your body so hard if you have such a great quirk though?" "All Might told me to," shrugged Izuku. "He said that I need more than just a quirk and determination to be a hero, and that I need physical ability." Ochako pondered. "I don't think that's necessarily true. I guess it depends on what type of hero you want to be, but there are plenty of heroes that rely completely on their quirks. Still, it might just come in handy at some point. And it doesn't hurt to put in some extra work in the long run." Ochako moaned. "You can say that, but my side is aching. I think I'll meet you back at your apartment, Deku." "Sorry, but I can't run anymore." "That's fine," he said with a smile. "Just knock on my door and my mom will let you in." "Alright, I think I've had enough of a break." As Ochako entered his address into the map on her phone, Izuku gathered his belongings and bowed his legs, preparing to run. Despite the distance they had run, she was surprised to find that they were only a few blocks away. Ochako yelled, "See ya there, Deku," before beginning the walk to his apartment, and Izuku waved before beginning his run. How exactly is he able to do that? As she took another sip of her water, she thought. After all, I still have a long way to go. Even though I already knew he was incredible, that is too much for me. Ochako took occasional sips of water while using her phone to browse social media. She grew increasingly conscious during the few minutes that passed that she was going to meet Mrs. Midoriya for the first time. It wasn't just that she was going to meet Izuku's mother that made her anxious. Although he had characterized his mother as highly supportive, he had also painted her as overly protective, which made her anxious. That was not the case with her own parents. They essentially forced her to leave the house in order to attend UA despite her desire to assist them in running the family business. She was therefore unsure of what to anticipate because she lacked experience with such demanding parents. But she knew she had to end it as she ascended the stairs and reached the door of his apartment. She tensed up and rapped. "Why, hello," exclaimed a young woman who resembled Izuku as the door opened. Ochako was a little taken aback by how similar they appeared, aside from the woman's straight hair, which she assumed to be Izuku's mother. "Are you Ochako Uraraka?" the woman inquired after glancing at Ochako's attire. "Yes, I am," Ochako replied, grinning and nodding his head. The woman put her hands together and exclaimed, "Ah, Izuku said you'd be here today." With a smile. "Where is he?" she asked, glancing around. Ochako laughed and scratched her cheek. "Oh, I couldn't keep up with the run, but he's still going," she said. "He said you'd be awake and could let me in." She said, "Ah, yes, of course," and moved to the side of the door. "Come in. Would you like anything to drink, or something like that?" The zero-gravity user grinned and said, "Ah, no thanks," before taking off her shoes. "I drank a lot of water, so I'm not thirsty." "Well, we have plenty of that if you run out." "Oh, please take a seat." Mrs. Midoriya pointed to a door on the left side of the corridor. The first door on the right, with the All Might themed sign, Izuku, hanging from it, caught Ochako's attention as she followed the woman inside. After giving it a small laugh, she followed Mrs. Midoriya into the kitchen, dining room, and living room and took a seat at the table across from her. "Well, now that we're here," the woman said, extending her hand to Ochako from the other side of the table. "I'm Inko Midoriya, Izuku's mother." With a smile, Ochako shook Inko's hand and said, "Ochako Uraraka. It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Midoriya." Her smile was warm. "Oh, it's nice to meet you too, Uraraka. And call me Inko," she said. "Izuku's talked a lot about you." He has." Ochako touched her cheek, blushing slightly. Inko smiled and explained, You and your other classmates, of course. It sounds like he made plenty of good friends at UA, so I'm really happy about that. Though, I'm upset about what happened yesterday. UA is definitely a good opportunity for him, but I'm not sure I could let him go if I know he'd be in danger like that. Ochako blurted out, "Oh, of course we're in no danger. The teachers have everything handled real well." "They'd better," sighed Inko. "Still, it must have been scary." "Yeah, kinda," laughed Ochako. She recalled that Izuku had been reluctant to discuss any other friends prior to UA as she considered what Inko had said about Izuku making good friends. She might as well investigate the matter if she was going to be worried. "Hey, Mrs. Maida, Inko. Did Deku not have many friends before UA?" "Deku?" inquired Inko. "Isn't that Katsuki's nickname for Izuku?" Oh, yeah," Ochako said, rubbing her cheek. "I liked it, and I kinda just picked it up, ehe." After a few moments of blank staring at Ochako, Inko smiled once more and said, "Sorry dear, what was your question again?" Before coming to UA, did Deku not have many friends?" "Well, he was never very social," Inko said with a sigh. "The only one he spent any time with was that Katsuki." Ochako furrowed her brow and asked, "His only friend was Bakugo?" Inko sighed, "I'm not stupid, I know they aren't really friends. Izuku used to come home with bruises and burns. I put a stop to that pretty quickly, but I know they still didn't get along." At this new information, Ochako gasped. She was aware of Katsuki's general rudeness and bullying of Izuku, but she hadn't considered the possibility that he had physically mistreated him. She became even more angry with the blonde and perplexed as to how Izuku could be able to forgive him. "But you know, he's been so much happier since meeting you and his other classmates," Inko said, observing the concern on her face. "I didn't think I'd ever see him happier than when his quirk first manifested, but he just might be." Ochako smiled slightly and nodded. "So, what was Deku like as a little kid?" After giving it some thought, Inko smiled and said, "I could just tell you, but I do have some pictures of him." Ochako exclaimed, "Yes," a bit too hastily, and Inko laughed. After completing his run, Izuku paused outside his apartment building to sit on the curb and catch his breath. After emptying his water bottle and using his towel to wipe the perspiration from his face, he headed upstairs to his apartment. He hoped Ochako was on good terms with his mother. Since he knew Ochako well enough, he wasn't overly concerned about that. However, he was concerned about what his mother might do. Since he had never invited a friend to his home, he had no idea. He only hoped she wouldn't make him feel embarrassed. Ochako's voice exclaimed, "Oh my god," as he entered the living room. "That All Might onesie is so cute." Izuku ran for the door as his face turned pale. Upon opening it, he discovered Inko and Ochako seated at the kitchen table, each holding an old photo album belonging to his mother. With red cheeks, he squeaked, "WW, what are you doing?" On his lips. With a smile, Inko said, "Oh hey Izuku. I'm just showing Uraraka here some of our old pictures." Ochako held up a picture of him wearing an All Might onesie and exclaimed, "Deku, oh my god." He laughed. "This is so cute." "Don't say that." Izuku grabbed the picture book as the rest of his face flushed. And stop looking at this, it's embarrassing." "Ah, come on Deku," laughed Ochako. "Don't be such a party pooper." "Alright you two," Inko said as he got up from the table. "I'm going to get your breakfast ready." "Thanks mom," muttered Izuku. With brightness, Ochako exclaimed, "Thank you Inko. Your mom's real nice," she said, turning back to Izuku. "Glad you two got along," he sighed. "I was kind of worried about something like this from the start though." "Come on, it doesn't make me think you're any less cool, if that's what you're worried about." "I'm not," he sighed. "It's just embarrassing." For a moment, Ochako racked her head, saying, "Well then, since I somehow keep learning secret things about you, what other secrets can I know? A juicy inside scoop on the number one hero. Something horribly illegal that you did once. Anything." Izuku said, "Well, I'm not telling you anything now," with a small smile. "Fine, geez," she dejectedly said. "Then, can I see what your room is like?" Izuku raised an eyebrow and asked, "My room? Why?" She laughed, smiling, and scratched her cheek. "Well, I saw the sign with your name, and I'm kinda curious about how nerdy it is inside," she said. "Why does it have to be nerdy?" he protested. Ochako said nonchalantly, "Then prove me wrong." getting up and making his way to the hallway. Unless it's totally an All Might shrine or something, EHE. Izuku dashed ahead of her, obstructing the door. What if it is? Calm down, Ochako said with a laugh. I won't judge or anything. I just wanna see. Please don't. Ochako simply chuckled and opened the door behind Izuku. The amount of All Might in the room made her laugh uncontrollably after taking 2 steps in. Izuku shouted, covering his beet-red face, Uraraka. I'm sorry Deku. Ochako choked, trying to contain her laughter. It's even geekier than I imagined it. Izuku said, crossing his arms and averting his gaze while she collected herself. After she had finished, she said, but you know, I think that it shows your dedication to following your dream and becoming a hero. My room would probably look like a 13 shrine if my family could afford it, so I really don't think any less of you for it. Actually, I kinda think it's cool. Really? Izuku asked, turning to face Ochako, whose blush had somehow intensified. Yeah, she said, her smile expanding. Inko called out from the kitchen, hey kids. Breakfast is ready. Coming mom, called Izuku. Come on, let's go, he said, turning to face Ochako. Right, Ochako smiled. Ochako and Izuku worked out briefly in Izuku's home gym after eating, but she couldn't keep up with him. Izuku continued after she took a shower, but she ultimately left because she wanted to do so. After taking a shower, he studied and then relaxed for the remainder of the day. Inko remarked, that Uraraka girl was nice, while they watched television that night. Rising from his phone, Izuku looked up. Yeah, she is. Hey mom, why did you have to embarrass me with the photo? Oh come on, Inko chuckled. That's my job as a mother. Besides, she liked it. He looked back down at his phone and said, even so, it was embarrassing. A short while later, Inko said, Izuku sweetie, you never told me that she calls you by a nickname. Oh, I didn't think it was relevant, he said with a shrug. As she nodded, I see, well, I like her. She's welcome here any time. Izuku said, oh, that's good, as he raised his head from his phone. She said she wants to work out again tomorrow, and maybe Sunday. Inko said, oh, that's fine, with a smile. Overall, the following 2 days proceeded similarly, with Ochako falling behind Izuku in the weightlifting and running. On Sunday, they also conducted some improvised quirk training. She never mentioned Katsuki's abuse or Izuku's lack of friends, believing that she already knew more than she should and that he was likely content to steer clear of the subject. However, they did discuss the USJ attack, particularly since it made headlines over the weekend. By the time Monday arrived, the class was a little chatty. Due to the events of the previous Thursday, everyone was still a little agitated and conversing with their fellow students. From across Mezzo, Toru said to Mashirao, hey, did you see the news over the weekend? Yeah, the teenager with the tail nodded. All of us were on screen for a second. I didn't stand out at all though. That's true, Mezzo said, and Mashirao wasn't sure if he was being sarcastic or just agreeing. Well, it's kind of hard to stand out if you're invisible, isn't it? He laughed. With an overly broad smile, Denki remarked, the media made a huge deal out of it. The statement, I was pretty surprised by it, was shrugged by Eijiro. Kyoka sighed as she tinkled with her earphone jack. UA is famous for pumping out high-level pro heroes, she said. Of course it'd get a lot of publicity if it got attacked. True, I guess, and Eijiro nodded. But who knows what would have happened if the teachers showed up a little later. Shiro murmured. Katsuki sneered, those punks weren't so tough, right, Kirishima? Eijiro grinned and said, yeah, right. To the blonde, Bakugo and I took out the landslide zone without trouble. Yeah, well the collapsed zone wasn't too tough once we followed Midori's plan. Mina replied. Sato exclaimed, but All Might was awesome. With excitement, he pushed those villains back like fodder. Yes, it's evident how amazing his strength is, Fumikage said as he nodded his head matter-of-factly. Everyone, Momo exclaimed as she rose from her desk. I'd appreciate it if you'd quiet down. It's my duty as class president to keep things in order in the absence of the teacher, after all. Speaking of, Mina replied to Suyu in a whisper. Who do you think might teach homeroom, Suyu? The frog-like girl said, well, Aizawa-sensei is recovering from his wounds in the hospital, Hiro, holding a finger to her chin. So they'll probably give us some pro-hero or UA staff member as a substitute. Morning, Aizawa said in a droning, bored voice from the doorway. At the same time, the entire class turned to face their teacher, who had bandages on his face and casts on both arms. Aizawa-sensei, you're back already, exclaimed several pupils. Tenya shouted, I'm glad to see you are doing well, sensei. While holding up his hand, Ochako said anxiously, I'm not sure if that counts as, well, behind the engine user. Aizawa sighed, my personal welfare is hardly relevant, she said. Because, your battle is far from over. Our battle? Inquired Katsuki. Izuku whispered, what does that mean? There can't possibly be any more villains, can there? UA's sports festival is going to be here before you know it. Exclaimed the professional athlete. That's such a normal school thing. Exclaimed several people, feeling both relieved and frustrated. Kyoka questioned, is that smart right after the villain attack? Mashirao also questioned, couldn't they attack again? Muffled by the face bandages, Aizawa stated, the upper management of UA believes that this can be a way to show our confidence in our crisis prevention and security. We'll have 5 times the security that we've had in the past. Besides, the sports festival here at UA is too big of a chance for you. We won't just cancel because of some pesky villains. It's one of Japan's biggest events. In the past, the Olympics were a huge event that the whole world went crazy over. But, after major population reductions when quirks first appeared, they're just a shell of their former glory. Japan now turns to this event, your sports festival, in place of that old event. And of course, pro-hero agencies will be scouting all of us. Exclaimed Momo. Denki gave Kyoka a thumbs up as he said, that's how pros will hear about us, and we'll become sidekicks when we graduate. Some people don't have what it takes to move up, and they get stuck as eternal sidekicks, she said. That's stupid people like you, jamming way. Denki dropped his head in surrender. Of course, joining a popular heroes agency will net you a lot of experience and publicity, Aizawa stated. Time is limited. If you want to be a pro hero, then this'll be your chance to open your future. 1 chance a year, so you'll have 3 chances to show the pros what you're made of before graduation. None of you can afford to slack here, got it? Yes sir, the students said. After classes for the day, lunchtime arrived. The students discussed the sports festival as they were wrapping up their classroom preparations. Man, even though all that villain stuff went down, I'm getting pumped. Said Eijiro. Shiro responded, no kidding. And gave Eijiro a shoulder bump. If we catch the attention of the pros, we'll have taken our first step towards becoming pros ourselves. Sato pounded his fist into his palm and declared, it was definitely worth coming to UA. Fumikage closed his eyes and nodded. We rarely get chances like this, so we can't afford to miss it, he said. Toru exclaimed, hey Ojiro. With excitement, I'm really nervous. I need to stand out at the sports festival. Mashirao remarked, you needed to try extra hard to get their attention, while Toru applauded. Dramatically, Yuga asked Koji, oh, just what'll I do? I stand out enough just by attending. Sorry, but I'm afraid the scouts won't be able to look away from me. Trembling in terror of the boisterous and raucous Yuga Aoyama, Koji took a step back. Right, Yuga leaned into Koji's face and asked excitedly. The boy who had been silent nodded quickly in response. Shoji, you're lucky, Denki sighed. Your strength stands out on its own. Mezzo answered, it doesn't matter if I can't demonstrate its utility. Kyoka laughed and Denki stammered a response. Well, jamming way will definitely stand out, Kyoka said. Wow, everyone's getting so into it. Izuku exclaimed as he observed his peers. The vice president was asked by Tenya, of course. Aren't you as well? He said, we enrolled here to be heroes, so of course we'd get fired up at this chance. But Tenya remained extremely rigid. Suyu croaked, Iida, you have a unique way of getting fired up. It's weird. Suyu's remark was ignored as Tenya asked, don't you feel the same, Midoriya? Of course, smiled Izuku, I can't wait to get myself out there. But you know, Hitoshi murmured, it's a big incentive for the general studies kids as well. Based on performance in the sports festival, people can be moved in or out of the hero course. My plan was actually to get in through the festival, but I was transferred in by surprise. Deku, Iida, Ochako uttered ominously from their side. Let's do our best at the sports festival. Izuku laughed, Uraraka, your face looks so determined it's scary. Tenya gave the gravity girl a bewildered look. Uraraka, you look really Well, not Uraraka. Mina replied. Is something wrong? She exclaimed. Nothing, and pumped her fist into the air. Everyone, I'm going to do my best. Yeah, exclaimed Izuku, Tenya, Tsuyu, and Mina as they pumped their fists, but Hitoshi did not attend. Ochako turned to confront Fumikage, Sato, Shiro, and Eijiro. I'm gonna do my best. Saying, why yeah, they raised their fists in agreement. I don't get you, Eijiro sighed. Your personality is all over the place. But Izuku got it. He was aware of the significance being a pro-hero held for her and her family. She would undoubtedly give the sports festival her all. For some reason, though, her face did appear a little too hostile. As they went down the hall, Tenya said, Uraraka, what happened to your face back there? She gave the engine quirked teen a sidelong glance and said, What do ya mean? I think it was just her determination showing, Izuku stated. It was a little scary though. After a moment of bewilderment, Ochako laughed and said, It was, sorry, guess I'm just pumped up. I mean, this is our chance to make our dreams come true. How can't I get a little competitive? Here you are, young Midoriya. All Might exclaimed, startling the three students with his sudden appearance at an intersecting hallway. Izuku tried to lower his heart rate and said, All Might. What is it? With a lunch bag in hand, All Might said, would you, care to join me for lunch? Ochako exclaimed, oh my gods. With a laugh, he asked like a maiden. Izuku said, glancing at Tenya and then Ochako, who both gave him nods. Yeah, definitely. Ochako and Tenya went to the cafeteria while he followed the peace symbol to the teacher's lounge to eat. Ochako pondered, I wonder what All Might wanted with Deku. I heard that Midoriya jumped out to help All Might during the USJ attack, right? Tenya replied, that could be it. Why yeah, he did that, Ochako said with a laugh. She interrupted herself, remembering that Izuku had asked her to keep quiet about his training with the top pro. But it might be a Buddha, she said. Tenya inquired, what is it? Sorry, I'm not actually allowed to talk about that, What, is there some secret between the two of them? Tenya inquired. I mean, she muttered, averting her gaze. Forget I said anything. As they conversed, Shoto Todoroki turned to face them. When he leapt out, I found it odd, but, a secret between All Might and Izuku Midoriya, huh? The scarred boy pondered, interesting. Izuku looked up at All Might and said, an hour. Yeah, the skeletal man sighed in confirmation. That Nomu was tough, and I overstretched my limit again. I can push it to about an hour and 45 minutes, but then I'd shorten my time limit again. Izuku took a moment to process the information. I'm sorry, Iya. Buahahaha. Toshinori spit out blood while laughing. He handed Izuku some tea and said, don't apologize when it's unnecessary. Geez, we really are similar, huh? Here, drink up. Izuku sipped. Oh, thank you, he said. The skeletal hero sighed. To be honest, I don't have too much longer as the symbol of peace. Izuku looked down into his cup and said, and no way. Young Midoriya, do you know why I trained you? The green team speculated, because you saw potential in me. Toshinori turned to face his apprentice and said, yes, but more specifically. As the symbol of peace, I do more than just fight crime. I'm called a symbol, for a reason. Even if another hero takes up the mantle of number one, there aren't many people with the spirit necessary to bring peace like I have. Izuku Midoriya, I believe that you have the spirit to succeed me one day as the symbol of peace. What? Izuku's jaw fell and his eyes widened. When we trained, you said that you want to save people and show them your fearless smile. You still want that, don't you? Why yes. Izuku gave a head nod. All Might stood as tall as he could and said, then now is the time to show that. The UA Sports Festival is watched by not only pro heroes, but the whole country. It's a big event. This will be your debut as a hero in training. The next symbol of peace. Not All Might, but Izuku Midoriya. I want you to tell everyone watching that you are here. Izuku stammered, trying to take in everything that was going on. I am here, how? You know how the sports festival system works, right? Of course I do. Then you understand that it's the best place to sell yourself to the masses and pro heroes. Said the Almighty. Of course, Izuku enthusiastically nodded, and I'll do my best to stand out so that your faith in me doesn't go to waste. All Might laughed heartily again. That's what I like about you, kid. You know, there's a difference between those who are trying to do good and those who are aiming for the top. That slight difference in attitude will have major effects on how far you go in society. That's what plus ultra means. Never be satisfied, push to the limit, then keep pushing. You know. Yeah, Izuku said, grinning and nodding. Plus ultra. Underscore. W-O, Ochako exclaimed, shocked. Gee, there are so many people. As Class 1A was getting ready to leave at the end of the day, they encountered a large group of students outside the classroom. Katsuki sneered, TCH, must be here to scope out the competition. We were involved with that villain attack, so of course these extras would like a sneak peek at the main event. Kachan, don't say that, Izuku sighed. Whatever, he said, moving toward the crowd. Get the fuck out of the way, cannon fodder. Tenya shouted, Bakugo, at the blonde. Please refrain from being so insulting to those we don't even know. A voice from the crowd asked, don't know. As several people appeared to be shoved aside. That might be true for some of the people here, but I'm not one of them. A short boy with people spheres on his head pushed through to the front of the crowd, causing several people to gasp. Ochako yelled, it's him. Directed at the boy who had been moved out of their class on the first day. What was his name? She turned and whispered to Tenya and Izuku. Izuku said, it's Mineta, right? Minoru Mineta, he said, grinning and gesturing up at himself. I thought a lot about my loss in that quirk test. I guess it taught me that I have a long way to go. But, they're moving people in and out of the hero course based on this festival. If you weren't good enough a couple of weeks ago, what the fuck makes you think you're good enough now? Katsuki sighed. I wasn't taking this seriously enough before, Minoru remarked with a hint of assurance. I'm sure you guys have gotten a little better, and you even have some hands-on experience, but I've been working hard myself. General studies is easy, so I have a lot of free time, and I've been using it to practice. I'm getting back into this class, even if I have to boot one of you out. In fact, Izuku was relieved to see Minoru's determination. He was concerned that he might have been devastated when the people-headed boy was transferred, but instead he used the setback as motivation to get better. Still, Izuku didn't necessarily want to lose anyone because he had grown attached to his current class. Hey, 1A, a silver-haired boy with thick eyelashes that resembled growths around his eyes cried as he ascended above the throng. I'm from 1B next door. We heard you rumbled with some villains, so I came to see what the hype was about. But all I'm seeing is this arrogant bastard. He gestured toward Katsuki. You all better represent the hero course well. Katsuki simply moved through the crowd, pushing people aside, while the majority of the 1A students were taken aback by the people's sentiments. Come on, Bakugo, you're just making enemies for us, exclaimed Eijiro. Fuck if I care, the blonde said with a shrug. I'm aiming for the top. What they think doesn't fucking matter to me. Damn it, that's so straightforward and manly. Eijiro muttered, clenching his fist and trying not to cry. Well, he's right about reaching for the top, Fumikage acknowledged. Don't let him pull you in. Denki sighed in frustration. He's just making more of them hate us. Everyone in Class 1A, as well as those outside of it, was focused on winning. Ochako joined Izuku for a few more workouts as they all prepared for the festival in their own ways, whether it was during their hero training or after school. With the exception of the festival preparations, school itself settled into a typical, boring, and the final 2 weeks before the event passed by quickly. Momo yelled, everyone, finish whatever preparations you must. To the 1A prep room. We'll be going out soon. Mina remarked, you're in a good mood, Yaomomo, you excited too? According to the creation user, of course I am, this'll be our next big step in becoming heroes, after all. Mezzo sighed, shifting his big shoulders uneasily beneath the ripped sleeves of his PE uniform. I wish we could have used our hero costumes, he said. Masharao sighed and then glanced down at his tail, which had also ripped through his uniform. It's not allowed, for fairness, he said. I get what you mean though. Izuku was nervously pacing while clenching and unclenching his fists. He was just as anxious as everyone else there, if not more so. In an attempt to relax, he put his hand on his chest and inhaled deeply several times. He glanced around at his fellow students. Everyone was mingling, attempting to relax, and encouraging one another. It was strange to see Katsuki conversing with Rikido and Denki. Midoriya. Izuku turned to see Shoto walking toward him while holding a pocket in one hand. He felt several pairs of eyes focus on him and the student who had recommended him. Todoroki. What is it? He asked. You're pretty strong, Shoto remarked as he stood up. Capable, I mean. Thanks. But objectively speaking, I'm better, he said, raising his gaze to meet Izuku's. Izuku's eyes grew wide as he asked, All Might has his eye on you, doesn't he? He tried to offer an explanation, but it was unsuccessful. After giving him a long look, Shoto said, I'm not going to pry about that, but, just know that I'm going to beat you. Izuku finally found his voice and smiled. You sure about that? Denki turned to face the two students who were looking down at one another and asked, What's that? A declaration of war from the strongest guy in class. Eijiro took Shoto by the shoulder. What the hell is up, man? Don't pick a fight just when we're about to go out there. Shitty hair, snarled Katsuki as he approached the group. There isn't a damn thing wrong with picking a fight. The only thing out of place here is the fact that he's challenging the wrong fucking guy. Deku, icy hot, I'll beat both of you and win this whole damn thing. You can try, Kachan, Izuku said with a smile. Come on, seriously guys, cried Eijiro, frustrated. Whatever, Shoto said with a sigh before turning and leaving. Katsuki complained, Deku, you'd better make it to the finals so I can crush you one-on-one, before scoffing and turning to leave. The ashy blonde struck Denki over the head when he returned to his group. Then he grabbed his head and yelled, Ouch! What was that for, Bakugo? For saying icy hot was the strongest guy in class, you fucking moron. Present Mike called out, YYYEEEEAAAHHH. As the students gathered in 1A's entrance tunnel. Let's get this year's sports festival underway. The one time of the year when you get to see UA's talented students brawl it out for glory. For the first years, we are definitely starting with the most anticipated class. They already faced villains this year and came out on top. You know who I mean, everyone. Let's give it up for 1A of the hero course. Class 1A entered the stadium after exiting the tunnel. It took a few seconds for their eyes to adjust to the intense sunlight. The majority of the students started to realize that their popularity would be far more intimidating in person than from behind a screen as the seats above them filled up. Whoa, what a crowd, Izuku exclaimed. Tenya nodded his head and stated, Of course, we're expected to perform our best in front of all these spectators. Yet another way UA is training us to be top-notch heroes. With excitement, Eijiro remarked, Man, I think they're giving us too much credit, but we won't let it get to us, right Bakugo? It just pumps me up, Katsuki said with a sinister smile. Over the stadium, Present Mike shouted, and then Class 1B, also from the hero course. Damn it, why are we playing second fiddle? The adolescent with silver hair angrily exclaimed. We passed the same damn entrance exam. A boy with short blonde hair calmly said, Tetsu, save it for the competition, to him. We can show them then, Tetsu smiled and slammed his fist into his palm, saying, Right, Monoma. Then, can't wait to show 'em what we're made of. Present Mike declared. Next are classes 1C, 1D, and 1E of general studies. Then 1F, 1G, and 1H of the business course. After completing their lineup, the students gathered in front of a small stage, which was occupied by the referee for the inaugural sports festival. Before shouting, It's time for the athlete's oath, she gave a loud crack of the whip. Izuku let out an uneasy sigh. That's the R-rated heroine, Midnight. Fumikage questioned, Is she even allowed to be on a high school campus? Midnight used her whip to silence several people who were discussing the same topics. Pipe down, kids. The student representative for the first years is Izuku Midoriya. Together, Katsuki and Ochako cried out, It's Deku. Izuku gave them a sheepish smile before approaching the stage. Honda pondered, Must be because he placed first in the entrance exam, which made Katsuki mutter something about rescue points being hoax. He was corrected by a general studies girl, the hero course exam, that is. She's right, sighed Hitoshi. Izuku was ready for this. He had prepared his oath and done his homework, largely based on the oath taken by the former Olympic athlete. Even though he was still anxious, he chose to recite it while closing his eyes and acting as though he was by himself in his bedroom. After taking a deep breath and approaching the microphone, he said, I swear, in the name of all of these students, to put forward my best effort to compete fairly in this festival. May the best student win. He bowed rigidly, received applause, and then returned to his class. Oh my God, he uttered tremblingly, gasping for air and gripping his pounding heart. That was nerve-wracking. You did great, Deku, exclaimed Ochako, all sportsmanlike and stuff. Katsuki sneered, you ought to have simply stated that you were committed to winning. That's what I'd have done. I'm glad you didn't say that, Eijiro chuckled. That would have just made everyone hate us more. Midnight gestured up at a screen and said, let's find out what the first event is without delay. Ochako sighed, why is everything, without delay, here? Like a randomization wheel, the screen began to scroll through various events. These will be the qualifiers. This is where the majority of you will be sent home crying. And the first event, Ias. Kyoka stated, this isn't without delay, she's totally stalling. When the words, obstacle race, appeared on the screen, Midnight exclaimed, this. A race with obstacles, Izuku thought, starting to consider tactics. An archway to the outside was formed by the opening of the section of the stadium wall nearest the students. Over the students, Midnight yelled, it's a race between every first-year student of UA. It's a 4-kilometer course around the stadium. As you students may know, this school preaches freedom, in all things. Hey. Ahem, that means that, as long as you follow the course we laid out, any move is fair game. Everyone, get into position. Already, cried Ochako, it's really without delay. As soon as Izuku heard her voice, he turned to face her and realized. Uraraka, come here, he called out to her. She moved through the throng of people who were still moving around in an attempt to gain an advantage. She said, what's up, Deku? As soon as Midnight says, go, make both of us weightless. On your marks, called Midnight. Ochako cocked her head and asked, why? She said that anything is fair game, he replied. Get SEEETTTT. That means that teamwork is allowed, he went on to say. And nobody can beat our teamwork in a race. Ochako's eyes grew wide with insight. Gooo. Pressing her hand against Izuku's shoulder, Ochako also rendered herself weightless. Hesitantly, Ochako took Izuku by the arm as they drifted above the chaotic crowd of youngsters. She didn't know what to anticipate and wasn't used to the sensation of moving so quickly. Ready? Inquired Izuku. Yeah, she said with a smile as she nodded. Let's win, Deku. Before firing forward, Izuku used his quirk to grab both of them and envelop them in a bright green glow. They passed over Shoto and the other students who were with him outside the gate, as well as over the heads of the other competitors who were becoming trapped in the starting gate. Izuku brought the enormous fake villains from the entrance exam up and over the mechanical monsters. What's this? Shouted Present Mike. I haven't even started commentating, but these two are already past the first and second obstacle. As they passed, Ochako briefly raised her eyes and peered down over what appeared to be an endless cavern. Then she hastily closed her eyes once more, feeling sick at the sight alone. Or perhaps she was just using her quirk on herself. In any case, she tightened her hold on Izuku's arm. Ochako holding Izuku's arm made him a little uneasy, especially since he was aware that they were being shown on national television. He could see why she was, but he couldn't get rid of the feeling that it wasn't really necessary. As they crossed a sizable stretch of level ground, he glanced down. Then, he looked up and saw that the race was almost over. I don't believe it, exclaimed Present Mike. These two finished the race so quickly that we didn't even have time to pull up their files. But we don't need to if we want to know who got first to the first year's representative Izuku Midoriya. Aizawa whispered, the other one is Ochako Uraraka, and both are in my class, from the commentary booth beside him. Thanks, Mummy Man, exclaimed Present Mike. Izuku said, Uraraka, and placed them on the grass. You can release your quirk now. She asked, opening one eye before releasing his arm. She exhaled deeply after whispering, release, and pressing her finger pads together. We won, Uraraka, Izuku exclaimed, glancing up at the roaring crowd. Ochako sighed. Yeah, he saw that Uraraka was having trouble breathing and said, Uraraka, are you okay? Ochako straightened her posture, inhaled deeply, and grinned, yeah, all good. Just some nausea from using my quirk on myself. His eyes were wide as he asked, does using your quirk on yourself really affect you that much? Sorry, I could have gone a little faster. She said, no, it's fine, without pausing. It wasn't all that horrible. But we have the footage from the high-speed camera. Present Mike alternated between yelling about Izuku and Ochako and Shoto, who was reportedly doing something incredible against the big robots. Let's watch that finish again. Ochako thought Izuku looked really cool, with his eyes set forward and a determined look on his face. and then she was there, holding onto his arm for dear life and squeezing her eyes shut. Izuku and Ochako looked up at the screen where the footage of them crossing the finish line was being played in super slow motion. Izuku laughed uneasily. "Geez, I wish they wouldn't play it over and over," he said. Nodding, Ochako said, "Why yeah." The camera followed the two front runners as they reached the minefield, and shortly after, Present Mike grudgingly moved on from their record time and went back to the race that was still going on. Izuku and Ochako sat in the shade against the stadium's wall and watched as Shoto crossed over the large ravine they had seen, Katsuki right behind him, letting loose countless explosions as he propelled himself forward, and then the rest of the students started crossing. "Kachan is just slowing both of them down," Izuku whispered, "so that someone else might be able to pass them both. No one else appears to be nearby enough to exploit it. However, it would be ineffective in any other circumstance. Despite his remarkable quirk, he is unlikely to receive many internship offers if he does something like this rather than pursuing the goal. Heroes should always maintain a clear sense of priorities." Deku, "You're muttering again," Ochako said, startling him out of his rant with a giggle. Sorry," he blushed slightly and averted his gaze in embarrassment. "I don't really mind," she replied. "Just wanted to let ya know." Present Mike yelled, in third place, drawing Izuku and Ochako's attention once more. Katsuki Bakugo, exactly followed by Shoto Todoroki. He was beaten by Kachan, huh. "Good for hello," Izuku said with a smile. "Deku, you fucking cheater," exclaimed Katsuki, panting, as he approached the two. "Using the quirk of round face rather than just your own strength." Izuku shrugged and said, "I don't see how teamwork would fall outside of that HNG. Midnight said that anything was fair game." Katsuki seized Izuku by the shirt collar, and Ochako objected, saying, "Bakugo, release him." "Stop talking." He glared at her before turning back to face Izuku. "Deku, I won't give you credit because you didn't win this on your own. I haven't yet given you another victory." He released Izuku and said, "I'll win the next damn round," as he turned to leave. Izuku laughed uneasily as he tugged at his shirt to remove a wrinkle. "Sure thing," he said. "Are you okay, Deku?" Ochako moved slightly closer to him and asked. He grinned and said, "Yeah, I'm fine," adding, "That's just Kachan being Kachan." Izuku and Ochako were both shocked to see Tenya arrive so late, and as the other students started to enter the stadium, nearly all of them were out of breath. He approached them and leaned down on his knees, panting. "Are you okay, Iida?" Ochako inquired. The fact that I lost a race of all things is unbelievable." He sighed. "It's obvious I have some progress to make with my quirk." "He's fine," Izuku said with a laugh. "It appears that every student has completed." After a few more minutes, Midnight declared, "Let's see what the results are." Izuku was especially surprised that Minoru did better than many Hero Course students, finishing in 18th place, just behind Mina. The rankings appeared on the screen above them, with Izuku and Ochako in first and second place, respectively, followed by Katsuki in third, Shoto in fourth, and someone from 1B named Abara in fifth, followed by the rest. The top 42 will advance from this competition. "Don't worry if you didn't qualify, we have other ways for you to get some attention," she went on. "Give it your all because this is the moment when the media people start jumping up and down in their seats. The next event is about to begin." Once more, the screen started to scroll through the names of various events, but it was taking longer to reveal the actual second round. Midnight teased, "I already know what it is, of course, but are you sick of waiting? Next up, though, is this." When Cavalry Battle appeared on the screen, students started whispering to one another, wondering what it would actually mean. You participants will organize into teams of 2 to 4 members each. The rules are straightforward. Protect your headband while stealing those of other groups. One unique requirement, though, is that each of you has been given a point value based on how well you performed in the first event. So, just like in the entrance exam, we will receive points. Sounds simple enough, Rikido inquired. Aha. Additionally, each team's members will decide the point values. Toru exclaimed with excitement. "Just shut up, I'm about to explain it," yelled an agitated Midnight, cracking her whip. "Oh, geez. In any case, your collective point values will be totaled. Individual scores will also rise from the lowest scorer. 41st place receives 10 points, 42nd place receives 5, and the trend keeps going up. However, there is one minor exception. 10 million points are awarded to the top student. Well, TT10 M million. As all of the other students turned to stare at him, Izuku stammered and his eyes widened. So the idea is that the students who performed well last round will be at a disadvantage, Midnight laughed. This game offers a small chance for retribution. After letting it hover in midair for a while, she went on, anyway, this will take 15 minutes. Your groups, Rider, will don the headband that shows the total number of points earned by your team. The goal is to steal as many points as you can from opposing teams, and you have to wear the enemy headbands around your neck or higher. Additionally, losing your own does not disqualify you, so don't worry about it. It goes without saying that this will get a little nasty because quirks are permitted, but attacking another group maliciously with the intention of overthrowing them is a disqualification. If your rider hits the ground, you are also disqualified. Okay, everybody, you have 15 minutes to form teams and distribute headbands. Izuku was on the verge of a mini panic attack as the students started rushing around and discussing team combinations with one another. Who's going to want to be with me if I have so many points? Getting the 10 million point headband will be an instant win for any of the other teams, so we'll have a huge target on our backs. Izuku said, I'd love to be with Uraraka, but she'd be better off forming another team. Her headband has a high enough score to give her team an advantage like mine, so that's probably a safer bet for Hera. Deku, you're muttering, laughed Ochako. He squeaked, sorry, then noticed that Ochako was still standing next to him. Why are you standing here, Uraraka? Aren't you supposed to find a team? I'm so sorry. I just thought we'd be on a team, sorry for assuming thingsa, she said, backing up and waving her arms. Despite my enormous point value, you would still want to be on my team. Izuku joyfully exclaimed. Yes, without a doubt. We just need to run, right? We already have enough points to win, Ochako remarked with a broad smile. But everyone's gonna be after us, Izuku remarked. However, that won't matter because our quirks complement each other so well, you know. A dazzlingly bright aura seemed to surround her as she said, besides, I'd rather team up with a friend, anytime, even if it was more difficult. Midoriya's face twisted into a squeezed mess, his breath caught, and he felt something tighten in his chest. What's wrong with your face? Ochako chuckled and said, you suddenly became really ugly. Izuku sighed and shook his head, saying, you're just so smart that I can't look at you, but he turned back to her and said, I was really hoping to work with you anyhow. Is it possible for you to use your quirk on me for the entire 15 minutes? She scratched her head and sighed, maybe in different situations, but I'm already kind of exhausted from using my quirk on myself earlier. Alright, then we should flee until you're well because I can't just fly around all the time. I have a friend who can help us be more flexible. Ochako trailed behind Izuku as the green-haired boys searched in a somewhat panicked manner, but eventually they located Tenya Iida, and Izuku told them the plan. Tenya nodded, an impressive plan, as expected of you, Midoriya, but I'm sorry I can't go with you. You have consistently shown yourself to be superior to me since the entrance exam. Although I appreciate you as a friend, I am unable to follow you at this time for the same reason. He approached Shoto's team, which also included Momo and Denki, and said, I'll challenge you because I see you as a rival as much as Bakugo and Todoroki do. Ochako sighed softly, Iida. It's time to think about survivability, or, I suppose, self-improvement in Iida's case. Everyone must do what they must to become great heroes. Right, this is no time for loyalty between friends, Izuku thought. What are you mumbling about, Deku? Ochako inquired, are you formulating a strategy? Not really yet, he sighed. At least one additional member is required. The time you can spend using your quirk will be offset if we simply have a little more mobility. But whoa, Tsuyu croaked, Midoriya, Ochako, as she walked up to them. Would you mind if I joined you? Hero. Tsuyu. Ochako sobbed and gave her friend a hug. Really? Asui. Izuku grinned broadly, apparently ignoring Ochako's embrace. She reminded him, call me Tsuyu. You guys have a target on your backs, but that doesn't matter, Hero, because of your quirks. This, in my opinion, is the best way to advance to the next round. That's actually just what we needed, Izuku replied. Uraraka can't use her quirk the whole time, so having some more mobility is good. With her tongue hanging out languidly, she said, glad to help, Hero. Do you think we need someone else? Izuku tapped his chin and said, well, I don't know if it's necessary, Buddha. The top two finishers together on a team. Who would have guessed? A loud voice suddenly screamed from behind the three students, startling both Izuku and Ochako. They turned and saw a pink-haired girl with large round goggles just before she jumped forward and grabbed Izuku's shirt. "Team with me, mister. First place." He leaned away from the girl and laughed nervously. You're a bit close." "Who are you?" "Support course, Mei Hatsume." As she stepped back, she responded, "Listen, even though we don't know each other well, working together can still be advantageous to both of us." "You're being really straightforward about this," Izuku said. "I'll get some attention if I hang out with you guys. And being in the spotlight ensures that industry higher-ups will be able to see my super cute babies in action," she exclaimed, pumping her arms and intruding on Izuku's and Ochako's personal space. "After that, you can be sure they'll notice. Hey, adorable babies, industry, what are you a?" Before Mei turned on Izuku and pushed him back, still talking quickly, Ochako began to ask, she's more interested in him. Adding, "She seems to have a very one-track mind." "Hiro," Suyu nodded. "I have plenty of my babies here, so you'll definitely be able to use some of them. In the support course, we make a ton of equipment for heroes to use," Mei went on, before dumping out a bunch of support devices, from which no one knew where she got them. Before his eyes widened and started to sparkle, Izuku picked up what looked like a jetpack. "Could this be based off of the pack that Air Jet uses?" "Yes, and I made a few of my own modifications too," she smiled. "That hero is amazing. I even had hero agency in my neighborhood," he cried. At least before he moved. The casual statement, "They're getting along well," came from Suyu. "Yeah," Ochako said, nodding. "They became friendly quite quickly." "Okay," Izuku said, getting to his feet. "We should be able to successfully avoid for the entire duration. We should save Uraraka's quirk for the second half because the more experienced teams will most likely wait to surprise us. Kachan is one of the many teams here, though. Some of Hatsume's support equipment is available for us to use." "Babies," she gave him the correction. "Sorry, we can use her babies to help the three of us keep up with Asui's Aga." "Call me Suyu, Hiro." Sorry," he sighed. "Anyway, Hatsume's babies and Suyu's natural agility will give us the ability to evade the other teams at first until Uraraka is confident in her ability to keep me afloat the rest of the time." Suyu questioned, "Can she float you though? Would that be a disqualification?" "Midnight Sensei only said that it'd be a disqualification if the rider hits the ground," Izuku said. "So this strategy should work. Your 15 minutes are up," Midnight exclaimed while extending her arms from the stage. "We'll send employees around to get your team scores." "Well, your plan doesn't give my babies as much spotlight as I was expecting," Mei murmured. "But it's a good plan and I'll have more time to show off in the next round." Ochako agreed, primarily grinning at Izuku but also occasionally glancing at Mei. "Yeah, you're really good at making plans, Deku," he said. "Hey Eraser, wake up," Present Mike said, urging the hero with the bandage next to him. "All 12 teams have assembled, and it's time to start. Are you ready?" "Please, shut up Mike," Aizawa moaned. "But, some of those teams are interesting." Izuku was standing atop their steed. Holding her hands back so Izuku could stand on them, Suyu was crouched in the front. Together with Suyu, Ochako was on his left flank, supporting and steadying him by holding his foot and ankle, while Mei was on his right. Ochako and Mei each had a single thruster boot on their outside legs, and Izuku wore the jetpack. After putting the 10,560 headband on, Izuku glanced down at his teammates. "Are you guys ready?" "You bet Deku," exclaimed Ochako. Mei exclaimed, "My babies are always ready," loudly. "Hiro," Suyu said, nodding. When he said, "Uraraka, try not to use your quirk at all until I fly," she nodded. 15 minutes, let's do it, he sighed. Announcing, "All right everyone," was Present Mike. "Got your strategies down pat? Too bad if you don't, because it's time to get this thing underway. Here's the countdown to the Cavalry Battle Royale. 3, 2, 1, start." Several teams rushed to Izuku's team as soon as the starting bell rang. A black-haired Class B student with a second headband beneath his score of 1 was leading the first two he saw coming from the front, while Izuku couldn't see a rider on the other. It had to be Toru. Suyu croaked, "They're coming right away, what should we do, Midoriya?" "We gotta go," Izuku answered. "Uraraka, Hatsume, get ready with the boots when Asui jumps." Yeah, Ochako grinned and nodded. Yes, exclaimed Mei. Let's show off my babies. Call Mei a weight, the floor. Suyu cried, attempting to shift her legs. Ochako added, ah, we're sinking. My babies won't work if they're embedded in the ground. Mei screamed. Izuku's gaze followed the seemingly smooth ground to the feet of the front member of the Class B rider, who had to be from the same class. It's that guy's quirk, Izuku remarked, grabbing the trigger of the jetpack. Hold on to me, so you don't get torn away. They all tightened their hands around his legs, and he used his telekinesis to grab them for support. The jetpack ejected force straight down as he pressed the button, lifting the students off the sludgy ground and sending them skyward. Izuku exclaimed, "Whoa, that had a lot of force," before glancing down to see Kyoka's earphone jacks hurtling towards them from Toru's group. "Asui, can you handle Jiro's jacks with your tongue?" she exclaimed. "Kiro," before using her tongue to grab and toss the earphone jacks. "And call me Suyu." "Thanks, Suyu," he said with a smile. "I was just focusing on mobility, but having some defense is also important." "Thanks a lot, Hiro." The words, Hatsume, were landing. Came from Ochako. Activate the boots. Izuku slowed their fall with his telekinesis, and the boots prevented a rough landing by releasing a jet of air. "Aren't my babies just the cutest?" exclaimed Mei. "I made them to be cute." "Yeah, your babies are great, Hatsume," he replied with a smile. "They're really helping with our mobility." "I know, right," she exclaimed, bouncing a little. "They only work that good with his telekinesis," Ochako said, averting his gaze. "They're not all that great." Suddenly, a wall of vines erupted, causing the ground beside Team Izuku to crack and open. Izuku dodged and used his quirk to push away one of the vines that sprang at his head. "Everyone, get away," Izuku yelled at his group. Ochako cried out, "Wait, my boot is stuck in something." Izuku noticed that Ochako's boot was resting atop a purple sphere when he looked down. He began, "That looks like Kia," before noticing that the vine wall was slanting in their direction. "Everybody hold on." He reactivated the jetpack and used his telekinesis to grab his team once more. They were able to escape before the vines caught them. Sadly, the boot was torn apart by the purple ball. "My baby," exclaimed Mei. Izuku said, "Sorry Hatsume, but we needed to escape." Katsuki yelled, "You didn't escape shit." As he leapt over Izuku's group, he launched himself directly at them, and just as Izuku was about to use his telekinesis to veer him off course, the vines reached up and encircled the blonde. "What the fuck?" someone said. "Hey, is a rider allowed to leave their horse formation?" From a distance. Midnight yelled, "It doesn't matter, as long as the rider doesn't hit the ground." After wrapping itself around Katsuki's headband and tearing it off, one of the vines quickly withdrew. Izuku's gaze followed the vine to a girl whose hair was made of vines. She finished fifth in the obstacle race, and Izuku was certain that her hair was down, so it was odd that they stood up in a big bulb-like shape on her head. Additionally, the silver-haired student from 1B was holding the hair vines up from behind, which made it odd. He could only assume that they had a rider inside her hair because neither of them had on a headband. The fact that Katsuki's headband was drawn inside the mass of vines only served to reinforce this idea. Katsuki was thrown aside by the vines entangling him, but Siro's tape caught him and returned him to his group, which included Eijiro, Mina, and the explosion and tape users, of course. Something snapped in Katsuki's face as Izuku touched down. Before his team started pursuing the two Class B students and their enigmatic rider, the blonde said something to them. "All right Deku," Ochako addressed Izuku. "I think I'm good to use my quirk for the rest of this round." Mei sighed, "Ah, we gotta stop showing off my babies. Let's not waste any unnecessary time," Hiro, Suyu remarked. "Or else we might regret it." "All right Uraraka," Izuku said with a smile. "Make me weightless." He handed Mei her backpack after she touched his leg with her 5 fingers, then he took off and flew high. Mei said, "So, did we just win?" Ochako said, "Maybe," and then gave Mei a fierce look. "I hope you didn't just jinx it though." Suyu remarked, "Those kinds of things aren't real," Ochako, using a Kiro. "Maybe," she said with a shrug. "That makes things troublesome." They heard Shoto sigh from close by. "He's too fast when he's weightless. I don't suppose we could force Uraraka to release her quirk." "I suppose we could," Momo said, turning to face Uraraka and her friends. Present Mike said, "We're about halfway through. Over the field. Just to let you know." Ochako shouted, "Tsuyu, Hatsume, let's run." As Shoto's group started racing in their direction. "Grab onto me." Mei grinned as she fastened the jetpack to her body. Mei clicked the button after Ochako and Tsuyu put their arms around her. "Let's use my baby to get out of here," she exclaimed. However, it simply sparked and fizzled rather than activating as it had previously. Did it short circuit, or did I just forget to refuel it all the way? The support course student asked out loud as she looked back at it, still grinning. Ochako shouted, "Tsuyu, jump," after glancing over at the opposing team and noticing that they were nearly upon them. The frog girl complied and leapt off, going the other way from Shoto's group. With the help of Mei's one boot, they landed a considerable distance away, and Ochako watched their classmates converse briefly before moving on. They must have been searching for simpler prey. "Safe," Ochako sighed, releasing the other girls. "For now, Kiro," announced Tsuyu. "Even if we don't have the headband, we can't let our guards down." "Right," she sighed once more before glancing up at the sky, where their rider was floating too high to see clearly. From her left, she heard someone ask, "Where's Midoriya?" She turned and began to say, "I don'ta," before freezing. Her thoughts were fuzzy. Her body did not react. She was unable to hear or speak. Until she heard a voice, obviously piercing the otherwise deafening quiet. "Uraraka, release your quirk." A moment later, Tsuyu released Ochako from the haze and shook her shoulder, telling her, "Don't answer anything Shinso says, Kiro. It's how he activates his mind control." Ochako's mind started spinning once more, and she realized where she was and what she was doing. She recalled what Hitoshi had requested of her. She also noticed that Tsuyu had woken her up too late when she looked down at her hands. In the bright glow of his quirk, Izuku flew away from his team. It was, to put it mildly, liberating to feel the breeze against him. He always felt free when Ochako's zero gravity affected him, for some reason. Before he experienced what it was like to use his quirk in those situations, he had never considered it to be restrictive. Normally, he could only use his quirk on himself for brief periods of time before passing out from exhaustion, but now he felt free to soar. Izuku had no idea why, but it was challenging. He thought about how hard it was for Ochako to use hers on herself. He looked down at the field beneath him and could just make out that a wave of ice had trapped several teams. Even though he was higher than the stadium's roof, he hadn't considered stopping until then. He considered lowering himself somewhat. He didn't want to force Ochako to use her quirk any more than was absolutely necessary because it would be hard to tell when the event was over. However, his quirk strained against gravity as it started to pull on his mass just as he started to lower himself. He let go of his quirk in reaction to the unexpected force and started to fall. Looking down, Izuku exclaimed, What happened?" However, he only looked for a brief moment before the air struck his eyes, forcing him to squeeze them shut. Uraraka must have deactivated her quirk. But why? He was shocked to discover how far he had fallen in what felt like a matter of seconds when he peeked from one eye to see how high he was still. He looked down to try to locate his team after using his quirk to momentarily slow himself in midair. However, he closed his eyes and fell again because he was still a little too high. Using his quirk once more, he looked down and saw a team moving straight beneath him, but he was unable to identify any characteristics that would have indicated it was his team. He squeezed his eyes as a sharp pain shot through his side, and he fell again. Since he might not have been able to use his quirk on himself more than once more, he took a quick look out of his left eye to make sure it was his team. He let himself fall for a second more, satisfied that the brown blurb he saw must have been Ochako, and then he used his telekinesis once more to stop. Looking down, he saw that he had halted 10 meters above his team, lowered himself, and then landed on top of them. As they held him up, he sighed, Ochako worriedly said, Deku, you all right? Soar, he uttered as he slowly rose into the horse position. What happened? Sorry, Shinso made me release you, she said. And I used my quirk, Zoom, to find exactly where you were up there. Mei replied. Thanks guys, he said with a sigh. We should hurry with whatever we decide to do, Hiro, said Tsuyu. Shinso isn't far behind, and who knows who else might come after us. Looking at the leaderboard, Izuku looked up. Naturally, they remained at the top, followed by Team Mineta in 4th place, Team Monoma in 3rd, and Team Todoroki in 2nd. The fact that Katsuki wasn't making it and that Minoru was made him smile a little. He looked down at her and said, Uraraka, you're good to use your quirk on me again. Yeah, let Maya. As Ochako reached to touch Izuku's leg, Tenya's voice cut in, maximum torque. Recipro burst. A gust of wind blew past Shoto's team as the teen with the heterochrome hair snatched up the 10 million point headband. Izuku stuttered, looking at the other group with wide eyes. What? Present Mike exclaimed, Team Todoroki takes the 10 million. What was that? Nobody on that team displayed that kind of speed before. As he tied the headband around his neck and turned back to Team Midoriya, Shoto questioned, Iida, what was that? I put my engine's torque and RPM into overdrive to maximize my speed, he said, turning to face Izuku. It unfortunately stalls my engines momentarily. I haven't shown this technique to anybody yet. Ochako said, Deku, causing the team's rider to glance down at her before she touched his leg with her fingers. Let's get those points back. He gave a nod, then steeled his eyes and turned to face Shoto. Izuku shot past them, then sped up into the air, and Shoto blinked. Though he couldn't do it until after Izuku had died, he felt some sort of panic at the speed and turned on his flames. It wasn't until he felt that none of his headbands were left on his neck that he realized what had actually happened. As he passed, Izuku had used his telekinesis to grab them and take them with him. He deactivated his old man's quirk, shook his left arm in disgust, and then glanced up at the scoreboard. Although their scores were only marginally higher than those on Shoto's headband, Team Midoriya took first place, followed by Team Monoma in second, Team Mineta in third, and Team Shinso in fourth. The team that had stolen his headband was eventually overtaken by Katsuki. Given how the vine bitch moved with those vines, they were fairly quick for extras. Although it wasn't as good as the Katsuki Bakugo, her use of the vines as extra limbs was somewhat impressive. Leaping forward, he inserted his hand into her shabby vine cocoon and released a powerful blast that ripped it open. The purple midget clutched at his head and screamed, Ow! What the hell? He yelled, Oi, you're giving me those headbands. At the extra, now. With the metal guy reaching and jumping up at him, Katsuki didn't exactly have time to mingle with the purple midget. Instead, he reached in, grabbed all of the headbands off his neck, and then bounded back towards his group. Team Bakugo took its place in third place after Team Mineta was knocked off the board in the 1 second Shoto looked up at the leaderboard. Tenya said, I apologize, Toradoi. I was useless in the end. It's fine, he said with a headshake. I really should have seen it coming. Denki said, well, what's the plan now? I suppose first place is unobtainable now, he murmured. Let's go handle the nearest team. He looked around. A few were wandering around without headbands, 1 or 2 teams were disqualified for losing their rider, and many teams were immobile due to the fact that they had already been frozen. Then he noticed that Team Shinso and Team Monoma were getting closer to one another. 1 minute left, exclaimed Present Mike. He asked his team, does everyone know how Shinso's quirk works? And got confirmation. Don't answer anything he says then. Let's get those points. While Team Monoma's rider appeared to be giving Hitoshi the headbands from his neck, his team rushed over to the other 2. However, a vine suddenly appeared and snatched them from the blonde's hand before they could do anything. Shoto attempted to capture it with a wave of ice, but it was too late and only managed to capture the other teams. Well, if it isn't Scarface, Hitoshi said with a smile. Where's your name up on that leaderboard? Using his ice pole, Shoto extended his arm and tapped Hitoshi's shoulder, creating a layer of ice that covered his face's lower portion. Shoto snatched the headbands from his head and neck as Hitoshi screamed something incomprehensible from beneath the ice. Katsuki, meanwhile, was yelling bloody murder as he attempted to capture Izuku in midair. But before anything more could happen, time ran out, and Izuku and Katsuki returned to their respective groups. That was amazing, Deku, exclaimed Ochako. She deactivated her quirk and nearly puked, saying, the way you flew past Todoroki and got the headbands was great. Herc. Izuku exclaimed in a slight panic, Uraraka, are you alright? Why yeah, I'm fine, she said, grinning a little. Good job, hero, Tsuyu acknowledged. Team Midoriya was able to retake the 10 million and they bagged first place. The presenter screamed, and in second place, Team Mineta came back in the last few seconds. In third, Team Bakugo. And Team Todoroki also came back at the last second to take fourth. Fucking third place, complained Katsuki. Disappointing, Shoto murmured, but the next round is the important one. That Midoriya, Denki complained. First he's all buddy-buddy with Uraraka, and now he got to get carried around by all those girls. What the hell? Minoru cried out, we did it. As Abara released him from her hair. He tried to cry as he turned to face her. See, can I have a hug? Of course, she exclaimed, bending over to give the short boy an embrace while being totally unaware of any hidden agenda. Tetsu shouted, yeah, take that Class A. At Team Todoroki and Team Bakugo. In 5th place, said the presenter, is Team Monoma. We need 16 people for the next round, so can Team Monoma pick one representative from their team to advance. The students were dismissed for lunch after Nito was nominated to proceed. In the deserted entrance by the stadium's side, Izuku stood opposite Shoto. He had been pulled aside by the team with the heterochrome hair as the students were making their way to the cafeteria. Neither had said anything yet, and the tense atmosphere was starting to unnerve Izuku. So Todoroki, what did you want to talk about? Izuku asked after a brief period of silence. Then he sighed and said, the dining hall will be packed soon, and I'd rather sit with my friends when I eat. Shoto said, you were fast, at last. Too fast, faster than Iida. You surprised me, overwhelmed me. And you made me break my pledge. Izuku shifted a little and asked, your pledge? My father is Endeavor, he said with a sigh under his breath. He's a powerful man, but he's a bastard, and only thinks about becoming stronger. He's worked hard to make a name for himself as a hero, but All Might has always been a roadblock to him. He couldn't ever beat him, so he came up with an idea. Izuku questioned, why are you telling me about this? Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Why yeah, he offered a nod. My father, he wanted to create offspring that could surpass All Might even though he couldn't. With his fame and fortune, he got my mother's family to agree to the marriage. All because he wanted her quirk. He raised me to surpass All Might as a hero. My only purpose was to fulfill his ambition. I hate living like this. Being used as a tool. You know, I don't think I can remember a time that my mother looked happy. Izuku stiffened uneasily. He said, she gave me my scar, which caused Izuku's eyes to enlarge. After so much, she couldn't tell the difference between my left side and my father anymore. She poured boiling water on my face. And I don't blame her for it. He ruined my family's lives. To spite him, I pledged to become a great hero with only mother's quirk. A pledge I broke when you pressured me, and I wasn't fast enough to even do anything with it. I can't break this pledge again. If I can win this festival without using my left side again, then I'll have succeeded in taking his ambitions away. Izuku sighed and said, I'm sorry, I don't know what to say to that. Shoto turned to go. It's all right, he said. And it's all right if you don't want to tell me what's going on between you and All Might, but the fact that he's behind you is all the more reason to beat you without his quirk. Todoroki, your life is simply, Izuku thought, so unfair. I'm sorry to take this away from you, but he called out, Todoroki, before Shoto could get away. I won't just let you win either. I can't understand what it's like for you, but I'm here because there are people who believe in me. I want to win this to repay their confidence in me. And yeah, especially All Might. So, I won't lose to you. Katsuki overheard the two students talking without their knowledge. Hey there everybody, said the presenter, Mike. For everyone that's been eliminated, this isn't the end of the festival for you. We have recreational activities for everyone to have fun with. We even have cheerleaders who flew out here from America. But then we're on to the final event of the festival, a one-on-one tournament. Eijiro said, man, I can't wait to take the stage that I see every year. Mina inquired, is it always a tournament? No, replied Siro. It's always some one-on-one event, but the format always changes. Last year was sword fighting, ahaha. Midnight said, okay, as she approached the stage with a box in her hand. We'll decide the bracket via lottery. After that, we'll get right on with the festivities. Of course you don't have to participate in them, since you might want to save your strength for the tournament. Now, let's begin with the first place team. All members of Team Midoriya, please come up on stage. In the end, the matchups were as follows. First match, Momo Yaoyorozu vs. Tetsu. Match 2, Nito Monoma vs. Mei Hatsume. Match 3, Tenya Iida vs. Izuku Midoriya. Match 4, Shoto Todoroki vs. Mina Ashido. Match 5, Honda Siro vs. Minoru Mineta. Match 6, Katsuki Bakugo vs. Abara Shiozaki. Match 7. Denki Kaminari vs. Tsuyu Asui. Match 8. Eijiro Kirishima vs. Ochako Uraraka. Tenya said, "Ah, Midoriya," as he went up to Izuku. "We'll be facing off in the first round." His smile and thumbs up said, "Yeah. Let's do our best, Iida." Eijiro growled. Uraraka, through his teeth. "That'll be a toughie. Let's have a good match," she exclaimed as she leapt to his side. "Kaminari, I don't have much of a chance, hero," Tsuyu replied. "Ah, don't be so glum." Denki chuckled uneasily. "I'm not glum, just realistic." "Ah, Todoroki," said Mina, "he's like the hottest guy in class. Maybe I'll be a little playful with him, hee." "Shiozaki?" Katsuki asked, tilting his head in an attempt to identify the person. "Ah, that'd be me," Abara exclaimed, gesturing to the blonde she would be interacting with. "So it's Vine Hair," he pondered. Each student prepared for the final round in a different way, whether they were trying to calm themselves or psyche themselves up, or they were conserving energy or taking part in the events. Before they knew it, the wait was over, and they all crammed into the stands to watch the opening game. Denki bent over and said, "Midoriya, how do you do it?" in Izuku's ear. The green-haired student looked at the blonde bewilderedly and said, "Do what?" "You were carried around by a group of girls," he yelled. "I'm feeling like this is a betrayal of our friendship, dude." What? I didn't, I mean, I wasn't thinking about that," Izuku stammered, blushing a little at the thought. He prodded Izuku's shoulder and adamantly said, "I'm calling bull. You're a red-blooded male too. There's no way you didn't realize. So what is it? What do you do that makes you so good with girls?" "Nothing, really," demanded Izuku. "Come on, bro code. You can't keep all the girls for yourself. Help a guy out." "I can't," he repeated. Seated across from Izuku, Ochako questioned, "What are you guys talking about?" As Izuku struggled to think of a reply, Hitoshi, seated beside Denki's interrogation, sighed, "It's something irrelevant and annoying. Don't worry about it." Denki leaned back from Izuku's complaining after Ochako blinked at the brainwasher a few times. "Hey guys," Mina exclaimed as she and Toru arrived and took a seat beside Denki. "What's going on?" "Nothing," Denki said, crossing his arms as Eijiro laughed uneasily beside him. Toru remarked, "Oh, Yaomomo's up first, right? I'm excited." "Me too, I hope she does well," exclaimed Mina. "Yeah," concurred Ochako. "Who is she up against again?" Izuku said, Tetsu. I think he's the one with silver hair from 1B that challenged us in the hallway a few weeks ago. I saw him use his quirk during the obstacle course. It's pretty manly," said Eijiro. "What is it?" Izuku asked, swiftly turning to face him. "I don't know what it's called, but his skin turns silver and hardens," he replied. "Actually, it's kinda the exact same as my quirk in terms of applications. I can't help but want him to win this a little bit." Tenya yelled, "Kirishima," as she leaned over Ochako and cut his hand. "You should not root against fellow 1A members. Let alone your class president." "I know, man, but that's like acknowledging that I'd lose against her. No self-respecting man woulda." Hitoshi said, "Would you all be quiet? My headache is bad enough without you all." Hitoshi was completely shaken when Present Mike yelled, "Alright yo." To the audience, "Let's start the first match of the first year's final round. First up from Class B, the juggernaut with steel skin. Tetsu. The audience erupted in cheers as Tetsu emerged onto the ring. He was smiling broadly and slamming his fist into his pain. Next out onto the ring is a girl that's as smart as she is beautiful. The Class A president, Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo had a determined expression on her face and appeared calm as she left. The crowd's applause and Present Mike's introduction didn't really startle her. Tetsu grinned confidently and exclaimed, "Oh, Class A's prez. Just the right way to start off. I'll do my best to represent my class in this fight." Momo raised her arms and said, "Good luck," her face still frozen in place. Let the first match begin. Momo started building a shield and staff in her hands and leapt back toward the ring's edge. He staggered a few feet before catching himself at the edge of the ring as Tetsu arrived at her, rolled to the side of him, and struck him in the back with her staff. Yaoyorozu almost knocked Tetsu out in one blow, but he saved himself. Declared the Present Mike. He laughed and turned to run at her once more. "Didn't feel a thing," he exclaimed. She retreated beneath his volley as he threw his metal fists at her several times, causing sparks to fly off her shield. Momo saw that she had just missed a chance to confront him. If she reached the edge once more and tripped him, she might have another chance. However, she noticed that he was pushing in the direction of the corner when she looked back. Present Mike yelled, Tetsu is pushing the Class A president back. She retreated to the corner, thinking, he probably realized that he was in a bad position last time. If he corners me, I won't be able to roll away. However, Class A Prez, you're running out of space. Tetsu exclaimed, raising both of his arms to forcefully strike her shield. She countered his force by pushing up, knocking him off balance when he struck. Her head rattled from the metal-on-metal impact, but she ignored it and slammed her staff into his legs. She grabbed him with her round shield as he fell forward and pushed him over it in a roll. Presenter Mike exclaimed, Tetsu lands out of bounds. Momo Yaoyorozu wins. Yeah Yaomomo. Mina and the majority of the other 1A cheered. Hey Deku. Ochako turned to face her friend, did you see a gay? At the moment, Izuku was writing brief but readable notes in his notebook and muttering too quickly for her to understand. Deku? Inquired Ochako again. Hitoshi let out an exasperated groan. Midoriya, shut up. Izuku's eyes widened as he swiftly looked up. Sorry Hitoshi, what did you say? He sighed and said, nothing, I just wanted you to shut it. I wanted to see what you thought of the match, Ochako said with a laugh. Oh, sorry Uraraka. Well, Yaoyorozu wasn't very efficient with her movements, and she could have ended it way faster than she did. I'll chalk that up to the fact that Tetsu's quirk was an unknown variable, but it still stands. Then he switched to full stuttering, and Tetsu made even more mistakes. If he was a little faster at the very beginning then he could have caught her off guard, but he was also being cautious of her quirk. After she made the shield and staff though, he should have assumed that she knew how to use them and been cautious instead of just wailing on her. Besides that, Yaoyorozu could have made more effective tools in the first. Shut the fuck up Deku. Katsuki yelled behind Eijiro. Sorry. Izuku scratched his neck and laughed nervously. Hitoshi sank as deeply as he could into his seat and asked himself, why the hell am I sitting here? A little miffed that Katsuki had cut off Izuku's analysis, Ochako pouted. She found it fascinating to hear and found it impressive that he was able to come up with such a thorough solution so quickly. Mina smiled and said, hey, don't be such a party pooper, to Katsuki. It's fun to watch. Midori, why do you mutter like that? Toru leaned across Mina to ask. I'm sorry, it's just a habit, he excused himself while still rubbing his neck. Don't apologize Deku, Ochako chuckled beside him. But really, with analysis skills like that, you could be a detective, Denki stated. Eijiro exclaimed, ooh, that sounds super manly. But Toru has a point. How did you get so good at that? While repeatedly cutting his arm, Tenya pleaded, please everyone. Do not hound him for answers so much. Instead, good students should respect each other's privacy and It's fine Iida, thanks, Izuku chuckled. I guess it's because I've always liked heroes a lot, and when I was little I started taking notes on the best heroes out there. Over time, I started analyzing their quirks and ways to counteract them. Thinking about quirks and heroes like that kinda became a hobby of mine. Toru questioned, notes, before gesturing to his notebook with her arm. Like those. Izuku said, oh, yeah, as he glanced at his notes. Actually, I made notes on everyone in our class. It's especially useful in this festia. Hitoshi flinched as Tenya, Denki, Eijiro, Mina, and Toru all yelled, you made what? But ultimately chose to ignore them. Ochako said, oh, did you finish them? And Izuku nodded. Midoriya, I am your friend, Tenya declared. And while I have no issue with this personally, you should not do something such as take notes on your classmates without their permission. It can be viewed as an invasion of privacy. Eijiro countered, no man, it's totally cool. It's really smart since we're all competing to become great heroes. He'll have an edge on everyone else in class. Mina grinned broadly and said, hey, can I see your notebook? Well, Suriya, great. Mina snatched it out of Izuku's grasp and began turning the pages. Whoa, you really got notes for everyone. And you even sketched us accurately too. Toru exclaimed, you're such a good artist. She indicated a page on which Izuku had drawn an empty UA uniform. Hey look, there's me. Wow, You have notes even though my quirk just makes me invisible. Eijiro grabbed the notebook and said, "Hey, where's my page? Wow, you are a good sketch artist. Let's see. Varying my level of hardness to conserve energy. Can I do that?" he said, laughing, after reaching his page. "Most of the notes are speculation because I obviously don't know everything about anyone's quirks," Izuku said. "Sorry if I got something wrong." Eijiro chuckled. No, don't apologize. It's just, I've never tried. This is notebook number 14. Mina exclaimed as she retracted the notebook and examined the front cover. Toru said, "You have 13 more. All filled out." Izuku had no idea what was happening anymore, so he asked more questions than he answered. "Yeah." Momo took the seat Toru had reserved for her and asked, "What's going on?" "Look at this," exclaimed Mina and Toru as they showed Momo the notebook. Izuku said, "Actually, could I have that back?" Mina said, "Not yet." While searching for Momo's page. "Look, here are some notes on you Yaomomo." Touching his temples, Hitoshi said, "Everyone's so loud." Izuku gave up and sighed as the group behind him kept studying his notebook. The contestants of the second match are ready. Declared Present Mike. First up, from Class H of the support department, it's the mad inventor Mei Hatsume. How apt, she exclaimed as she entered the ring and gave the executives of the major support companies a wave. Next is the most competitive guy from Class 1B. Really, he's a borderline 1B supremacist. Nito Monoma. As he brushed a flyaway hair from his face, Nito declared, "I have no issues with support course students. But I'll walk away with the win here." Mei smiled and reached for a microphone on her headset as Nito's expression changed to one of perplexity. "I got no problem with that," she said. "Let match 2 begin." Mei turned on the microphone, which was reportedly connected to the stadium's sound system, after Nito initially hung back to watch what she would do. She used her support items to quickly dodge any attacks from the blonde, so the entire match turned into a sales pitch for them. In any case, he couldn't do anything with his copy quirk. Mei took a bow and exited the ring after showcasing all of her ready-made babies, allowing Nito to proceed straight to the next round. How dishonorable, Tenya exclaimed while severing his hand. This festival is meant for those who are serious about winning to compete against each other. Not really, Izuku replied. This is a platform for UA students to get recognized by the higher-ups of the hero industry. It may be an opportunity for hero students to be spotted by pros, but it's an equally big opportunity for someone like Hatsume. She also wants to succeed in her field, after all. Ah, I see. Of course UA would take all of its students into consideration. Thank you for correcting me Midoriya, Tenya replied. When midnight abruptly called, would the competitors for round 3 please come to the preparation rooms? Izuku hummed and nodded at his friend. Tenya said, I suppose that's us, Midoriya, and got to his feet. We should both adequately prepare ourselves. Izuku nodded, yeah, and got to his feet. Let's go get ready. Ochako called out to them, hey, before they departed. Both of you, good luck. Give it your all, she said with a broad smile. Right, Izuku said with a nod. Of course, Tenya grinned a little. Ochako reclined in her chair as the two of them left. She was torn. It was hard, even though she knew she should have felt unbiased. Although she knew that one of them had to lose, she obviously didn't want either of them to be eliminated in the first round because that would reduce their chances of receiving many internship requests. She couldn't help but feel partial to Izuku, but she would feel bad if she voted against Tenya because he was one of her best friends. Eijiro interrupted her to ask, Uraraka, who are you rooting for in the next match? Oh yeah, replied Denki. They're both like your best friends, right? She looked down and sighed. Ah, yeah, she said. I dunno, I kinda want them both to win, Buddha. From right next to her ear, Mina whispered, but you'd rather it be Midori, huh? What? Ochako cried out, recoiling from the pink girl as her skin abruptly matched her friend's. What? Eijiro exclaimed as he got to his feet and cast a worried glance at the girls. What did Ashido say? Ochako proclaimed, and nothing. Before turning to face the field. After stretching, Izuku sighed and took a sip of his water. He looked at the exit in front of him that led to the stadium's center. Iida, he sighed inwardly. Although I would prefer that we weren't paired for the first round. I must prevail, for my mother and All Might, for what I said to Todoroki, and for everyone else who has made it possible for me to be here at this moment. and to do my best to meet your challenge. Let's get into match 3 of this tournament. Present Mike's voice echoed throughout the stadium. First up, it seems like this kid's the one to watch. He got first place in both the first and second events of the festival, on top of clearing that obstacle course in record time. The vice president of Class 1A, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku glanced up at the audience as he entered the ring. He managed a wave and a smile, but the sheer number of people there was still daunting. Next is probably the second most diligent student in this school, and he's allowed to be, because he's fast enough to have that kind of spare time on his hands. Also from Class 1A, Tenya Iida. Tenya approached the ring across from Izuku and thought, second most diligent. I wish you the best of luck, Midoriya, he said once they were both positioned. Izuku said, same here Iida, and nodded. Midnight looked between the two teenagers and said, all right, are you both ready? Both of them nodded. All right then, match 3, begin. Minoru had successfully completed the obstacle race, and with respectable placement as well. Having been expelled from 1A by Aizawa, he had come to the realization that his use of his quirk was rather direct and obliging. Since then, he had worked on that, and now he could use his power to navigate the race more skillfully. It mostly involved him tossing his balls to the ground and then jumping up from them, but it was effective. But now he had a more serious issue. Who in hell is going to join me? He noticed that everyone was grouping together. The few people he knew from general studies who had also passed the first event had already joined together, and the majority of them were staying in their own classes. Shit, well, there's no doubt that no one from 1A would want to team with me. I have to find someone from 1B who has a position available for me, and I'm hoping they're qualified. If not, I won't be able to demonstrate to everyone my progress in round 3. Behind him, a girl's voice said, are you looking for a team? When Minoru turned to look up, she saw a stunning girl with vines for hair. His mouth fell open before he composed himself and said, yes. He attempted to control his initial instinct to something else he had considered working on after being expelled from the hero course because heroes required public acceptance and popularity, and after he was certain he had mentally readied himself, he asked, could I join yours? Of course, she said with a radiant smile. You're the one from general education that confronted 1A a couple of weeks ago, yes. He said with a nod, yeah, that was me. Well, is it true that you were kicked out of that class? Yeah, Minoru sighed. On the first day, Aizawa-sensei tested out the physical applications of our quirks. He switched me out with someone from Gen Ed because I got last place. How upsetting, she exclaimed angrily. That's the kind of guy teaching that freaking class, exclaimed a tall boy with thick lashes and silver hair as he passed them. No wonder that class is rotten. This girl with the vines said, Tetsu, please don't be so intolerant. Sorry, Shiozaki, he said with a smile. Wanna form a 3-way team? 3 ways, Minoru screamed to himself. They are putting my resolve to the test. She said, I think that'd be great, and turned to face Minoru. What do you think? He grinned and said, it'll be great. Before holding out his hand. I'm Minoru Mineta, by the way. She took his hand and said, I'm Abara Shiozaki, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. With a bright smile. She has such a soft hand. He became aware. The boy then announced, and I'm Tetsu. While holding Minoru's hand, let's get those 1A bastards. He said, leaning awkwardly close. What exactly do you have against them? Asked he. Chuckling, hey, they got a ton of spotlight after that villain attack, so everybody's been fawning over them like they're the only hero class here. We passed the same exam. We just gotta show them all that we're just as good, if not better. And that applies to you too, right Mineta? Yeah, the student in general education nodded. So, what sort of formation should we use? Abara remarked, I have an idea about that. We can take advantage of no off and see your stature, Mineta. You could be the perfect rider. And Tetsu's strength, too. Tetsu exclaimed, yeah, let's hear it. Mineta, would you have any objections to being inside of my hair? Quote. Huh, exclaimed Mineta. Am I dreaming? What did she just say? I can make a cocoon with my vines to protect you in the headband, and Tetsu can act as our rear guard. Then I can grab other headbands and give them to you under the cocoon. With a smile, Tetsu said, great plan. Let's do it. Minoru pumped his fist and whispered, yes. Before turning to face Abara. Sounds good to me. She said, oh, And what's your quirk? Pop off. These balls on my head come off. They can stick to any surface or person, so it's great for immobilizing. They don't stick to me though, they just bounce off. Oh, and they regrow after I take one off, although my head starts bleeding if I use too many. Abara clasped her hands and grinned broadly again. That can be useful. We can immobilize people and then take their headbands. What a wonderful quirk, she said. Minoru had to turn away because it was so bright. She's really sweet. My thoughts on this are almost making me feel bad. Nearly. They're making it really hard to keep my personality from showing. They are actually inserting me into her hair. Later on, I might have to do something to make contact with her. All I can hope is that she won't despise me for it. Minoru found great satisfaction in Abara's embrace following the cavalry battle, especially since she had unintentionally pressed his face against her left breast. She was really too innocent for her own good. However, the majority of his guilt vanished because it appeared that she was truly happy to give him the hug. Still, though, this place is heaven. Begin, said Midnight. Izuku was taken aback when Tenya stepped aside, but he soon realized that the engine-quirked teenager was beyond the range of his own quirk. He was waiting for Izuku to initiate contact, which he was happy to do. When Izuku got to the middle of the ring, his classmates started running in a circle around him. Izuku had run forward, hoping to get close enough to Tenya to use his telekinesis. What is he doing? As Tenya faded into a hazy circle around him, Izuku pondered. He'll be within range of me if I move in any direction. However, if I attack him with my quirk at that rate, he'll likely have an opportunity to attack as soon as the momentum breaks my hold. Well, he's considered this. I must, however, do it. It's preferable to waiting for a surprise attack. Izuku used his quirk to stop Tenya in his tracks as he dashed out toward one of the ring's edges. However, his grip was instantly released, just as he had anticipated. Tenya smiled up at him, then shot him in the face. As he was kicked head-on in less than a second, Izuku had little time to do more than brace for the impact. Even though he was able to raise his arms to shield his core from the blow, he was still propelled a considerable distance and rolled to a stop close to the edge. He looked up at his friend as he stood, dangerously close but not quite out of bounds. Tenya waited once more. He undoubtedly believed and was right that Izuku had little time to recharge after his quirk's hold was broken. Yes, Izuku was able to use his telekinesis once more. Tenya was completely mistaken, though, if he believed he could simply repeat the same move. Tenya quickly started running in circles once more as Izuku dashed back into the middle of the ring. Izuku had to implement his temporary strategy right away because he was certain that Tenya would completely surprise him with his reciprocal burst if he didn't move swiftly. He moved to the edge, putting his friend within his quirk's reach, and extended his hand. Knowing that he would only be kicked in a few seconds, he made an effort to concentrate as quickly as possible and found his target in time. Izuku used his telekinesis to grab onto Tenya's shoe just as he was about to turn an attack. The damage was done, but his quirk's hold was broken again in an instant. Tenya stumbled and shot forward, parallel to the ground. However, that didn't last long because his legs were driven into the ground by his still-firing engines. He slid to a stop at the ring's edge as the friction served as a natural brake. He said, "That was close." However, Izuku had anticipated that. As soon as he tripped Tenya, he started running in his direction. By the time the blue-haired Ten had started to stand, Izuku had used his quirk to push him over the boundary line. "Tenya Iida is out of bounds," declared Midnight. "Izuku Midoriya wins." Yeah, Ochako exclaimed, but when she realized she was meant to be neutral, she blushed and covered her mouth. Mina nudged Toru and remarked, "See, I told you she'd be rooting for Midori, cough it up." She sighed and gave Mina $5, saying, fiend. I was sure she wouldn't take sides." "I was thinking the same thing," Momo said, nodding. "Oh my god, please stop," Ochako muttered, burying her face in her hands. Mina said, "You say something, Ochako." "Nothin'," she yelled angrily, her face a fiery red as she gazed up at them. Mina laughed and said, "Hey, it's fine. Nothing to be embarrassed about." Ochako sighs and looks back down. "Says you," he says. "Can Mina Ishido and Shoto Todoroki report to the preparation rooms for round 4? Asked Midnight. Mina said, "Gotta go," and got to her feet. "Wish me luck." As she left, the girls in the immediate vicinity all yelled, "Good luck." Together. Denki questioned, isn't she too happy about this? She's up against the strongest guy in class. Oi, Katsuki shouted as he leaned over from behind Eijiro and struck Denki over the head. What the fuck did I say about calling him that? Damn it, sorry, he rubbed his head. Nah, she's got a pretty good counter for Todoroki's ice. Eijiro smiled at Denki. That's how she was able to get a spot on Bakugo's team, after all. Yeah, Katsuki said with a nod. Raccoon eyes can melt right through. Denki, Kyoka, and several others questioned, raccoon eyes. He's been calling Ashido that ever since I introduced them, Eijiro murmured. It's like he remembers nobody's names. Shut up, shitty hair. He cried, see, like that, and my hair isn't even that different from his. Some people nodded in agreement, celebrating Katsuki Bakugo's current status as a ticking time bomb. Tenya's voice said, I see. As she got closer, I wouldn't have thought that such a straightforward attack would have worked on someone that can strategize like you. You overthought that way too much, Izuku said with a laugh. If you just kept the pressure on me, you would have won easily. Midoriya, I will take this advice to heart. Don't bow, there's no reason. Ah, you're back, Momo exclaimed, turning to face the two as they got closer. Good match. Ochako grinned and said, you both did really well, as they took their seats on either side of her. But Midoriya was the better contestant today, Tenya replied. I have not forgotten my words earlier however. I still see us as rivals, and I will work to surpass this speed bump on my journey to heroism. Not likely, Izuku said with a smile. Because I'll be working to stay in the lead just as hard. Tenya gave an arm chop and exclaimed, of course I've taken your growth into account as well. I will certainly need to grow at a much more rapid pace than you to overtake your progress. Izuku laughed and said, I don't think it's that simple. Toru said, ah, look at you guys. Being such good sports about it. Tenya stated matter-of-factly, of course. There should be no animosity held in a competition in which both competitors gave their best effort. I'll never get over how you talk, Iida, Ochako remarked. Momo said, how is that? Well, you talk the same way Yaomomo. Like rich people. Are rich. Momo looked away, blushing a little. Well, I do suppose that my family is rather well off. Ochako exclaimed, see, they're totally rich, to the other people. Yeah, I can see that, laughed Eijiro. Denki shrugged and said, no, that's just sophisticated rhetoric. It has more to do with one's manners and personality than it necessarily does with other factors such as wealth or upbringing. A KHG. Katsuki struck Dun's face on the head once more and said, shut the fuck up, Dun's face, you're trying too hard. It's annoying. God, stop doing that dude. Denki rubbed his head and exclaimed. Ochako turned back to face Izuku, who was studying his notebook beside her. Where had he stored that item? They were dressed in their gym uniforms, which lacked adequate pockets. Not that it mattered to think about it. So Deku, who do you think is gonna win this match? She inquired. He answered immediately, without pausing to glance up from his notebook, Todoroki. She titled her head, really. Kirishima and Bakugo said that her quirk is a good counter against his ice. It is in small amounts, but Todoroki should be able to launch way too much ice way too quickly for her to melt, he remarked while turning a page in his notebook. But we might get a better look at his max output here. Oh, she tipped her head in agreement. Announcing, all right everyone, was present Mike. Time for the fourth match of the tournament. Everybody say YYEEAAAH. Even louder than before, the crowd cheered, and the majority of the UA. As they recalled how differently they had responded during the entrance exam orientation, the students went pale. First up is one of the most distinctive faces you'll see today. Her personality is just as colorful as her skin. It's 1A's Mina Ashido. When Mina emerged, she waved and smiled broadly, greeting the crowd as warmly as she could. To be honest, she was extremely anxious. Shoto was undoubtedly one of the most powerful students in the class, and she was. No, not at all. Compared to most of their classmates, she was certain that she had a better chance against him. Actually, it was the only thing that allowed Eijiro to secure her a place on Katsuki's squad. She would thank him again later. Next up is also one of the most distinctive faces you'll see today. One of the students who got into 1A by recommendation, and also the son of the flame hero Endeavor, it's Shoto Todoroki. It was typical of Shoto to have a disinterested expression on his face. However, Mina was resolved to take some action that would somehow shake his calm. She waved at him and said, "Hey Toto." Before posing and winking, "Let's have fun together, alright." He gave her teasing a quick raise of the eyebrow but otherwise remained unresponsive. She became irritated by that and made the decision to treat it more seriously. Midnight questioned, "Are both of the contestants ready?" She said, 3, 2, 1, begin. When they nodded, Mina wasn't particularly surprised when Shoto opened with a blast of ice that went directly toward her. She was taken aback by the size of the glacier he had let loose. The enormous wave completely covered her body, and she was freezing. Then she shivered. "Brr. You're so cold." After taking in what Shoto had just done, Midnight said, Ashido, are you able to move?" Well, I mean," Mina said, cocking her head to one side. She began melting herself out when a stream of her strongest acid erupted from the ice, saying, "If I say no then I lose, but if I said yes, then that would have ruined the element of surprise, right?" She exclaimed as she stood above them on the ice, laughing, after being released. With narrowed eyes, Shoto threw another ice blast at her. This time, instead of allowing it to catch her, Mina launched a stream of her acid forward, melting a hole all the way to the opposite side. She went through it like a slide, washing away the stronger acid with a layer of her weakest acid to prevent it from melting through her clothing. Because of her extraordinary agility, she was able to hook one leg around Shoto's and slide out at his feet. She tripped him, pushed him to the ground, and got up on her other leg. The time to truly get under your skin is now. Try not to get caught up in this. As she leaned down and put her hand on the center of his chest, she thought giddy. "I can't exactly immobilize you, so how about I settle for melting your shirt off, hot stuff? What d'you think?" Shoto pushed his hand against her stomach and fired a pillar of ice straight up as his eyes widened. She lost her breath and was propelled out of bounds by the force. Mina Ashido is out of bounds. Shoto Todoroki wins. Gay. Mina exhaled sharply. She sat up after a short while and turned to face Shoto, who was leaving. As she plummeted back down, she grunted, "You are so damn cold." Izuku write in his notebook, "She put up a better fight than I thought," as he muses. She must be able to make pretty strong acid. Realistically though, Todoroki could have ended it at the beginning by pushing her with his ice instead of trapping her. And it would have been easy for him too. That was a huge amount of ice. I guess it might be harder to control the force that he hits her with at that range, so he didn't use it to strike her until she was closer. But that just means that she really had no chance from the get-go. Unless she would be able to use acid that can harden. Then she would have been able to immobilize him when she was on top of him. She probably would have discovered it by now if she could though, so I wouldn't. Hitoshi turned to the boy with green hair and said, "Midoriya, do you want me to duct tape your mouth shut?" Sora. Izuku held his breath. "Much better," he sighed as he turned around once more. "Don't do that." Ochako pouted at Hitoshi and nudged Izuku's arm. "Shinso." Izuku blinked a few times before turning to face Ochako. Thanks." "Yeah, for sure," she said with a smile. "So, you're gonna be up against Todoroki in your next fight, huh?" "Yeah." Izuku looked down and sighed. "Well, I've had a good run this year. There's always next year's festival, right?" he said with a smile as he looked up at her. She pouted. "No, there's this year's festival. You gotta do your best and give it your all. Overcome the circumstances. That's what heroes do, right?" His smile returned to its genuineness. "Yeah, right, that's right," he said. "I'm gonna try my best to win." "Yeah," exclaimed Ochako, and Izuku followed suit. "Would Minoru Mineta and Honta Zero please report to the preparation rooms for match 5? Announced Midnight. Honta stood up and stretched from a few rows back. I'm not gonna try to be too hard on him," he said. "I kinda feel bad for him after everything that happened." "Don't just assume you'll win," Izuku informed him. "He's been working hard so he can get back into the hero course." "The hero course hasn't exactly been letting us slack off, Midoriya. We've probably improved way more than him," Honta replied with a smile before turning to walk away. "That's," sighed Izuku, "probably not true at all." "Deku?" inquired Ochako. "What is it? What's Zero thinking?" he asked, turning around once more. "Since we've only been here a month, the majority of our activities have been routine exercise followed by the occasional hero training session. We've also learned very little in class that could Please assist us here, Tenya remarked, but we have practical experience. The attack on USJ was awful, but we became stronger because of it. That is something that Mineta doesn't have. Izuku remarked, Zero is still overconfident. He'll lose if he goes into this with that kind of attitude. Ochako cocked her head and asked, Ya think so? Toru yelled, Hey Mina. As the pink girl came back to the stands. Good job, you did really well. She merely remarked, He's cold, as she sat down and stared at the floor. Momo remarked, Well, that's his quirk. Not that, Mina said with a sigh and a headshake. He's just cold. Shoto went back to his seat a few rows back, and Izuku looked up. He remembered what they had said. He's just concentrated, he understood. Mina yelled in exasperation, so cold, startling everyone that was nearby. I got this. I'm sure I can do this. Mentally, Minoru chanted in preparation room A. Honta Zero. He can shoot tape from his elbows, if my memory serves me correctly. The fact that we both have sticky quirks is kind of a coincidence. However, I must demonstrate that I have improved. I must become heroic. He got to his feet, raised his arms above his head, and then bent to crack his back on both sides. Then he headed for the entrance tunnel as instructed by the intercom. Present Mike said, All right. Let's get this going. As the sound reverberated, the first one up to the plate in match 5 is a general education student. Actually, he was in the hero course, but got swapped out for someone else in general ed because his teacher's a major pain in Thea. Shut it, Mike, Aizawa moaned. Whatever, mummy man, chuckled Present Mike. Here's the kid, Minoru Mineta. There was only a moderate amount of applause when Minoru left, but he waved to the crowd, not letting that deter him. Next is a student who stayed in the hero course. Called Present Mike. He's got weird-looking elbows and a one-of-a-kind smile. Honta Zero. As he left with his hands in his pockets, Honta smiled and said, Weird-looking, huh? To much more applause than Minoru. He removed them and knelt down, grinning broadly at his shorter opponent. Well, these elbows serve a purpose. Midnight said, Mineta, Zero, are you two ready? Minoru and Honta both nodded. Well then, round 5 will commence in 3, 2, 1. Begin. Minoru threw a ball on the ground and used it as a trampoline to jump to the side as soon as Honta shot him some tape. Minoru, for want of a better term, grabbed another one of his balls as Honta pointed his tape at him. He tossed it aside and struck the tape, causing it to fall from the air and adhere to the floor close to one of the ring's edges. Honta switched elbows and unplugged the tape that Minoru's ball had now rendered useless. As he rolled beneath the subsequent tape shot, Minoru thanked the gods for his diminutive size. Minoru had already bounced away with another ball he had set down when he saw Honta yank on the tape, which would have trapped him. Is he attempting to immobilize me by trapping me in the tape? Minoru pondered as he touched down. He smiled as he glanced at the piece of tape he had previously adhered to the ground. That's a smart idea. Listen, Mineta, Honta sighed, her smile remaining intact. I feel bad for you. Really, I do, but I mean, all you've done is dodge. You're gonna tire out sooner or later, and I haven't moved a single centimeter. What's that? Inquired Minoru, trying to get me to throw the match or something. Something like that, he said with a shrug. The tape user stepped idly to the side as Minoru popped off one of his balls and lobbed it at him. The student in question, who was still smiling, simply sighed and shook his head before firing another piece of tape. Minoru condemned the tape to a long-term relationship with the cement ground by rolling to the side and striking it with one of his balls. Minoru beat Honta to the punch by launching a broad barrage of his purple head spheres in his general direction as he attempted to switch elbows once more. It appeared that most of them missed their targets, so Honta only had to avoid a handful. Honta laughed and shrugged once more, asking, You're that bad at throwing? Maybe you don't belong in the hero course after all. Maybe, Minoru said, grinning as blood ran down his brow. The short general education student released another ball from his head and dove toward the end of the closest piece of tape that was adhered to the ground when Honta shot more tape. Before the hero in training could use his existing tape to wrap Minoru up, he fastened the ball to the free end and hurled it at Honta. Honta took a few quick steps back, barely having time to consider how to respond to his own tape being thrown at him, when he stepped in something mushy. Looking back, he saw that the purple spheres covered nearly the whole ring behind him, and he knew that he had stepped in one of Minoru's balls. He would have stepped in one wherever he went, so it wasn't just bad luck that he did. When he realized that Minoru hadn't simply been skipping shots earlier, he swore, oh, shit, and stooped to take off his shoe. However, it was too late. His shoulder was struck by the tape Minoru had thrown. Minoru then retrieved 3 more pieces of tape, used his quirk to secure them on one end, and tossed them around Honta each with the last ball. They encircled him, and the ball closed the tape cocoon. Midnight said, Honta Zero, can you move? Honta struggled and grunted, EAHNG. I can't agur, before hanging his head and sighing, no, I can't move. Minoru Mineta is the winner of round 5. Declared Midnight. Yes, Minoru exclaimed, pumping his fists before turning to face the commentary booth. How about that, Aizawa-sensei? Present Mike laughed, Eraser. You kicked this kid out. While laughing, why'd you do that? He wasn't nearly this creative with his quirk before, he murmured. Getting kicked from the class obviously showed him that he needed to improve, and I'm glad he took the initiative. Not to be blunt, but it was probably the best way to motivate him. Ochako said, Deku, you were right. Zero lost. He didn't take what I said into consideration at all, Izuku murmured. But I don't really mind that Mineta won. I think he could make a great hero if he gets back into heroics, you know. Yeah, Ochako said with a nod. His quirk seems useful, and his strategy wasn't bad, Tenya replied. I'd have to agree with you, Midoriya. Hey, Bakugo. Kyoko grumbled as Katsuki stood up and ignored her, pushing past her. Don't just shove past like that. He ignored similar protests from Tsuyu, Fumikage, and Mashirao and said, I'm going to the prep room, as he passed their legs. About fucking time I get to let off some steam. Mina questioned, what's with him? Izuku remarked, he's just amped up. It's been a while since he's gotten to have a one-on-one match with someone, so he's probably frustrated that his turn wasn't earlier. Ochako pointed down at the ring and said, what are they doing? When the rest of the class noticed that the ring was being disassembled, they stared and marveled. They were getting rid of all the cement that had a ball on it. As several staff members attempted to improve Honta's sorry state, he remained standing in the center. He took off his stuck shoe after they used wire cutters to cut the tape that was holding him in place. Short strips of tape hung from his shirt, and 2 balls were still stuck on it when he left the field. Izuku said, I think they can't get Mineta's balls off the stage or Zero, which caused Denki to chuckle a little. Kyoka said, hey Jamming Wei, what are you laughing at? He said balls, the blonde adolescent chuckled. Ack. With a sigh, Kyoka shook her head and poked the side of his head with one of her earphones. What are you, 6? Deku, what do you Ochako turned to see Izuku scrawling and muttering wildly in his notebook. She was no longer even surprised, really. Hey Deku, you home? She asked, prodding. He raised his wide-eyed gaze to her and said, huh? Did I do it again? She said, smiling as she nodded. What do you think they'll do about Zero? Well, since they're removing the parts of the ring with the balls, I assume their adhesiveness is stronger than heavy machinery can handle. So all Zero can do is very carefully remove his shirt and put another one on. Assuming their stickiness lasts a while, anyways. Ochako said, I guess so, and then burst out laughing. I kind of feel bad for him. Yeah, I'd hate to be in his position, Izuku thought to himself. Ahem, Midnight said, clearing her throat. Please be aware that we are not postponing the next match. It will only take Smintos a moment to fix this. The final patches of concrete with balls adhered to them chinked away as she spoke. Then Smintos approached the ring's edge, put his hands on it, and almost immediately smoothed it out. All right, now, with that done and out of the way, let's get these guys out here for match 6. Said the present Mike. First up is Class 1B's assassin. Every rose has its thorns, right? Well, here's the beautiful but deadly Abara Shiozaki. Abara shouted, excuse me. I apologize for interrupting, but might I ask what you meant by assassin? As she stepped outside and held up her hand. Mike appeared to be feeling lost. I was just, I thought it'd be good commentary. Well, I haven't come this far to hurt others, she said, frowning as she raised her head. I am here simply because I seek victory. Present Mike hurriedly said, I'm sorry. And the audience could practically hear him bowing through the microphone. Whoa, she seems nice. Exclaimed Ochako, a true example of an exemplar hero in training. Tenya concurred. She's like the exact opposite of Kachan, Izuku said with a laugh. Is she truly squandering her time on meaningless phrases like his? Itching to step out onto the ring, Katsuki thought. According to what I observed in the previous round, her quirk is powerful. Those vines are hardy and have the ability to burrow underground. Additionally, given that I blew the fuck out of them earlier and they were unharmed, they don't appear to be particularly flammable. Well, after all this fucking waiting, I would fucking kill her if she put up a weak fight. Next up, called Present Mike at last. He's been something of a celebrity since getting caught by a villain in his middle school days. He's the guy with an explosive personality and a face that only a mother could love, Katsuki Bakugo. As he left, Katsuki yelled, "Oi!" loudly enough to largely drown out the applauding crowd. "The fuck did you just say about my face?" Present Mike sighed and said, I completely messed up with the intros this round, didn't I?" "Yeah, you did," exclaimed Katsuki. "Well, I'm sorry," he sighed once more, then muttered to himself, "It's not like it wasn't accurate." "I heard that," exclaimed Katsuki. "I'll fucking kill you later, Present Mike." The voice hero said, "What? I know I pressed the mute Buddha, just before a click." Aizawa sighed, "Don't mind me," and then there was another click. Abara said, "Bakugo," and the blonde snapped his head in her direction. Her eyes hardened into a glare as she said, "You have an awfully vulgar attitude and tongue. It's unbefitting of a hero. I'll have to remove you from the running." "What?" Katsuki struggled to comprehend what he had just heard. Too bad to be a hero. He yelled, "I'll kill you, Vine bitch," as his hands exploded. With the commentators gone, Midnight didn't seem to know exactly what to do. "Aside from Mike's nonsense and all that, are you two ready?" "Fuck yes." Katsuki laughed a little and smiled. Abara put her hands together in front of her chest and declared, "I am ready." "Okay then," Midnight said with a nod. "We'll begin in 3, 2, 1, start." As one might anticipate, Katsuki began by charging toward Abara as quickly as his explosions permitted. Her hair dug underground as she knelt, but it emerged again as a barrier between her and Katsuki when he detonated an explosion. A number of vines grew up and caught Katsuki in midair as he blasted up and over the wall. He yelled, "Oi, cut this shit out," while tearing and blasting the vines. Truly vulgar. Abara shook her head. A hero should be graceful and reverent. "Fuck you," he grunted as he blasted out of the vines at last. He launched himself directly at Abara, but the wall she had built earlier disintegrated into hundreds of vines that seized him once more. He scowled at her and said, "Trying to hold me with these shitty things again." Like a cocoon, Abara's vines encircled Katsuki's entire body and clamped down, saying, "You may be able to break out of a few, but can you break out of that?" The only exposed area of Katsuki was his face as the cocoon of vines fell to the ground. He let out explosions inside the vine entrapment, causing it to vibrate as he grunted. Midnight said, "Bakugo, can you escape? Give me a second, goddammit." He yelled, "Damn, these shitty vines are tough. Fuck it." At last, the whole cocoon grew and burst with tremendous force. A pillar of smoke and a smoldering crater were left behind by the explosion. Abara's glare hardened and she said, "You are truthfully impressive in terms of power, all the more reason to stop you here." "Fucking hell," Katsuki sighed, getting to his feet and giving himself a pat. His clothes were slightly on fire before he put it out with his hands, and his shirt and pants had holes in them. "You're not just some extra, huh?" He smiled, wiping a little perspiration from his brow. "Extra, is that how you refer to those weaker than yourself?" "No, just the ones who are so weak that they don't matter," he laughed. "All life matters," declared Abara. "It is the job of heroes to protect and nurture those who cannot protect themselves. If you believe that weak persons do not matter, then you are not only vulgar, but lacking in the basic principles of heroism. Nah, real heroes are the ones who never lose. That way, they can beat the villains before even worrying about the damn extras." Katsuki grinned and straightened his posture. "Listen up, Vine bitch, you should feel honored. I was planning on saving this for the endgame, but I really can't think of another way to end this anytime soon. You're gonna see one of my best moves." "What are you?" Katsuki shot straight up into the air, reaching a height of about 30 meters. Then he fired directly down at Abara. He started to spin by angling his palms as he gained downward momentum. A flaming cyclone formed by his blasts followed him in the direction of the vine's user. Abara yelled, "Oh no," as she raised a huge wall of vines before her. Katsuki snarled and raised his right arm, saying, See if those damn vines will help you against this. Howitzer impact, he yelled as he unleashed his most powerful blast, pushing the wall forward as he arrived. The stadium trembled as if it were the epicenter of a minor earthquake. The arena was shattered by a massive fiery blast that sent a black plume skyward. The word, shatter, isn't typically associated with cement, but it was the most appropriate way to characterize the enormous number of cracks that ran throughout the ring. With his right arm dangling at his side and his left hand resting on his knee, Katsuki stood stooped, panting. The vine wall was still standing in front of him. It was still standing, but the rest of it was burned and on fire, and there was a huge hole right through the center. Finally, huffed Katsuki, it's on fucking fire. Midnight moaned as she got to her feet. The shockwave had knocked her back. Abara Shiozaki is out of bounds. Katsuki Bakugo wins. Through the gap in the vines, Katsuki could see his opponent unconscious, sprawled out on the grass outside the ring. After missing the remainder of the game, Present Mike exclaimed, "Yeah. I knew this guy would win." As he arrived, I mean, he's got a face that anybody would love, so who wouldn't root for him? Fuck you. Katsuki let out the loudest scream he could manage. Izuku, like the majority of the other students, stared down at the ring with wide eyes and said, I had no idea he could do that. It looks like it damaged his arm. Eijiro exclaimed, that's so damn manly. With excitement. Maybe I should stop calling Todoroki the strongest in class after all, Denki thought. Bakugo might really kill me. Izuku muttered, pulling out his pen and notebook once more. If he had something like that up his sleeve, he was probably saving it for when he needed it, he said. So her vines must be strong. Now that I think about it, he had to try pretty hard to get out of her vines when she trapped him, and they didn't seem to be too flammable up until the end. I wonder if there's some threshold. Mina, who had already recovered from her defeat to Shoto, remarked, it doesn't take much to set him off, huh? Yeah, said Toru, I think it's impressive, Ochako said with a laugh. Denki remarked, it's weird, I'm starting to agree with Shinso that. Wait, is Shinso asleep? Ochako leaned over Izuku to see Shinso lying with his eyes closed between two seats. I think he is. He returned with just one shoe and a white t-shirt, and Honda asked, what happened to the ring? Bakugo made a huge explosion. Toru cried with delight. It was all like, boom, and then it went, wah. And we could feel the heat and the shockwave went, whoosh. Right over us. Honda gazed at the invisible girl for a moment before saying, right. To break the silence, Momo inquired, were they not able to get Mineta's spheres off of your shirt? He shrugged and sighed. No, those things apparently just stay stuck for a while, he said. I'm more upset about my shoe than my shirt though. Well, maybe you shouldn't have been so overconfident, Izuku responded. I pretty much told you that this would happen. Well, I guess so, he said with a laugh. Ah well, I was still able to show myself to the pros for a round. Honda turned and walked back up to his chair. Izuku looked down at the field once more, where Smintos was flattening the ring and Abara was being carried away on a stretcher. Well, now that excitement is out of the way, Midnight said with a sigh, would Tsuyu Asui and Denki Kaminari please report to their preparation rooms? All right, I'm up. Denki grinned as he leapt to his feet. Ooh, I'm pumped up. Tsuyu croaked. Good luck, Kaminari, hero, as she passed. You too, Tsuyu, Kaminari exclaimed as he left his seat group and made his way to his preparation room. Hey Deku, Ochako said, turning to face Izuku. Who do you think will win? Izuku sighed and said, well, Kaminari is pretty much a human stun gun. Asui can't touch him without being zapped, and if she hangs back he can use his indiscriminate shock ability. I don't know if there's a way she can win. Maybe, said Ochako. Also, call her Tsuyu. It's gonna take a while to get used to that, Izuku said with a laugh. Deku, Ochako said, it's been a month already. Plus, she's been telling us to call her Tsuyu since day one of class. Yeah, he said, averting his gaze and rubbing his cheek. I really have no excuse. Tenya remarked, I think it is perfectly understandable. It is improper to refer to others by their given names unless you are particularly close, so I believe Midoriya's preference to call her by her surname shows that he is polite by nature. Thanks Iida, Izuku sighed. From behind them, Eijiro remarked, I don't understand what the problem is. What's the big deal about calling her Tsuyu? Anyway, I prefer Suyu over Asui, Mina said with a radiant smile. It sounds super cute. It does, Ochako agreed, nodding. Oh, and Midori, Mina responded, I think you're wrong about Suyu losing. Gotta believe in girl power. Toru said, but you lost, didn't you Mina? Mina waved her hand languidly and said, but I knew I'd lose going into it. Kyoka questioned from behind, what exactly does that have to do with girl power? You know, Mina said with a laugh. She sighed and said, no, I don't. Momo looked around and asked, shouldn't Bakugo be back by now? It looked like he hurt his arm with that huge blast, Izuku stated. He's probably checking with Recovery Girl. The creation user pondered, that makes sense. I don't really mind if he doesn't come back for a little bit, Toru replied. His bad mood really ruins the vibe around here, you know. Ochako nodded firmly and said, I know, right. When Mina said, I kinda disagree with you guys, it's kinda exciting. You never know what'll set him off. Ochako cried, how's that a good thing? Eijiro remarked thoughtfully, I mean, he's got some temper issues, but you gotta admit, he's pretty manly. Doesn't he keep hitting you and jamming way on the head? Replied Kyoka. Eijiro smiled, yeah, but I don't mind. But Kaminari's thick skull isn't exactly as literal as yours is. She chuckled, you know what? I actually might like Bakugo a bit because of that. It's always funny seeing jamming way get clubbed. Then Mina thought, a sadist. Kyoka glanced down at the pink girl and said, oh, never mind, she said with a smile. All right. Present Mike's voice echoed throughout the stadium. Let's get match 7 started. This girl's definitely got the composure of someone who's lived through just about everything life has to offer. Although, she's really an absolute animal. Give it up for Suyu Asui from 1A. Was that introduction really any better than Shiozaki's or Kachan's? Izuku laughed. When Ochako said, at least he didn't call her ugly, she laughed. And he's technically not wrong. After Suyu was eliminated, Mike continued, the next contestant is also from 1A. Whoa, there are a lot of people from 1A, You could say that this guy has the spark of greatness in his eyes. Denki Kaminari. Together, Kyoka, Mina, Eijiro, and Ochako questioned, greatness. I have the spark of greatness, damn it. Denki laughed quietly to himself. Dude, show off your mic. What a man. Suyu was staring at Denki blankly when he stepped out onto the ring and looked him in the eye. It's actually a little unsettling. Dude, why did I get paired with her? I don't beat up on girls, and she's too off-putting. It's not too bad, though. I won't feel bad about it because she isn't really my type. Midnight said, are you two prepared? Yeah, Denki said with a nod. Hero, said Suyu. Denki thought the frog girl was probably just nervous, but she started waving her arm back and forth, which kind of freaked him out. Begin, declared Midnight. Denki called, I'll finish this in an instant, as he surrounded himself with lightning. I hope this doesn't hurt too long before you lose consciousness. 1.3 million volts. He screamed, a indiscriminate charge. As lightning started to fly from him. Suyu thought the blonde's move was predictable, if foolish. The toxic secretion she had been accumulating flew out between her and the yellow flash as she swung her arm forward. The charge stopped there and never made it to Suyu because her secretions were a fairly good conductor of electricity. Denki gave a cheerful, way, and extended his hands and thumbs. With a slight shake of her head, Suyu put her tongue around his waist and threw him onto the grass beyond the ring. Denki Kaminari is out of bounds. Suyu Asui wins, declared Midnight. It's already over folks, declared the presenter Mike. I repeat, it's already over. Go Suyu, exclaimed Ochako. Mina exclaimed, Yea Suyu. Girl power. Woohoo. Toru joined her in cheering. Hitoshi sat back up, muttering, what the hell? And placing a hand on his head. Eijiro said, Shinso, you're awake. What got you up? Whispering, a lot of high-pitched cheers, he massaged his temples. That woke you up but Bakugo's huge explosion didn't. What explosion? Inquired Hitoshi. More importantly, Midoriya, the mind controller said, turning to face the green-haired boy who was writing quickly in his notebook and muttering angrily once more. I had no idea she could secrete a liquid. I suppose I never really asked the specifics about her quirk, but assuming all of her abilities are frog-based, that opens up a lot of possibilities. There are poisonous frogs, Frogs who can camouflage themselves into their environment. I'm pretty sure some kind of night vision is standard issue, and I really don't know too much about frogs. And it's really lucky that her secretion can conduct electricity so well. There's no way Kaminaria. Midoriya, I will hurt you, Hitoshi scoffed. Oh, you're awake, observed Izuku. Yeah, now can you shut up? That time, Izuku didn't respond. Katsuki walked back to the stands and asked, Oi, did Dunce face lose? Izuku was the first to greet him, saying, Oh, hey Kachan. Before realizing that his arm was covered in bandages. Oh, how's your arm? He exclaimed, fucking fine, nerd. And then made his way back to his chair. That Vine bitch didn't do shit to me. Kyoka complained, hey, don't just call other people names like, Vine bitch. Yeah, it's pretty rude, Toru concurred. Oh yeah, anyone who's so sensitive that they care about that shit isn't gonna be able to handle the shit that comes with being a hero. Well, he's right, asserted Eijiro. Gotta have thick skin, you know. Ha. But, it is kinda excessive, Bakugo. With an eyebrow raise, Katsuki asked, what's that, shitty hair? You wanna go? Sorry, but get in line. Chuckled the hardening hero in training. I've gotta beat Uraraka and then sue you first before I fight you. After saying, oh yeah, the next match is you and Ochako. Mina turned to face Ochako and placed her hands on her shoulders. Girl, do me proud. Ashido, come on, Eijiro released a sigh. Are you really gonna root against me? No way Kiri, she said, beaming at him. I want you to do me proud too. Toru questioned, then who are you rooting for? Can't say, I want them both to win. Momo sighed and said, that's not how it works, Ashido. That doesn't mean I can't want it too, Mina sulked. Midnight yelled, Ochako Uraraka and Eijiro Kirishima. To catch Ochako's attention, please come down to the preparation rooms. Jumping up, she exclaimed, alright, I'm off. Deku smiled and gave Uraraka a thumbs up. Good luck Uraraka, you can do it. Hey. Yep, she gave the thumbs up in return. I also wish you well in your match, Uraraka. Tenya concurred. As she headed to the tunnel beside the stands, Ochako grinned and said, thanks guys. Eijiro exclaimed, hey Uraraka. As he followed her down. I won't be holding back just cause you're a girl, you know. I'd beat you bad if you do, she chuckled. Good luck, Eijiro said, holding out his fist as they arrived at the hallway where they had to part ways. Yeah, you too, she said, grinning as she struck his fist. Ochako saw Suyu and congratulated her on her victory as she made her way to Prep Room A. But since Suyu was using Denki's tongue as a leash to bring her back to the stands, the conversation didn't last very long. Ochako grinned to herself as she started walking again. You're capable. Deku had told her that, correct? She said the same thing about his nickname before they started attending UA. Deku. She let out an inward sigh. Indeed, I'm capable. I've got this if he's behind me. With a determined smile, she went into the preparation room. She spent the time relaxing and drinking water because she didn't think she had much to prepare. However, Aizawa's voice finally blared over the intercom, telling her to head to the entrance tunnel. Present Mike said, all right. As his voice reverberated through the hallway. We've already had some exciting matches in this first tier of the tournament, but this is the last of the set. Match number 8. The first student to come out is a girl who's definitely out of this world. The one with the powers of gravity in her side, Class 1A's Ochako Uraraka. Ochako braced herself and strode into the middle of the stadium. Although the crowd's roar was frightening, everyone else had dealt with it. She had to give it her all since Deku had already faced it and prevailed. To confront it and fulfill her aspirations of supporting her parents and becoming a successful hero. To fulfill that dream as soon as possible, she had to perform well and receive recommendations from reputable professional heroes. The other contestant is the guy with thick enough skin to tough out just about anything. Also from 1A, Eijiro Kirishima. He smiled and waved, hey Uraraka. As he approached, you ready? You bet, she exclaimed, pumping her fist while grinning. How about you? He's not nervous at all. He smiled his toothy grin and said, for sure. Midnight inquired, are the contestants ready? Yup, Eijiro exclaimed, raising his arms in confirmation. Ochako noticed that everyone in 1A was cheering when he looked up. Tenya, Kyoka, Mina, and Toru. Well, she didn't actually see her, per se, as well as Deku. I'm ready, she said, turning to smile at Midnight. Then let match 8 begin in 3, 2, 1, start. Eijiro initially hurried at Ochako, and he reciprocated. All she had to do was grasp him with all 5 fingers. But he also knew that was all she needed. She reached for him, but he seemed to anticipate it because he shifted his arms and took hold of her wrists. She placed one foot on his chest, pulled as hard as she could with her arms, and then lifted her other leg to kick him in the chin because Ochako was unable to escape his hold. She only hurt herself with her kick because he was able to use his hardening at the last second, but he was so taken aback that he slightly relaxed his hold on her right arm. She released one arm and kicked off his chest, landing with a shaky landing. She managed to grab his wrist with her free hand as Eijiro lifted her up by the left arm, which he was still holding onto, and started to throw her out of bounds. She held onto him when he released his grip, and he flipped upwards as she flipped and landed on her feet. The redhead managed to throw his arm down and embed his hardened hand in the cement, preventing him from going out of bounds when she heaved him over her shoulder towards the edge. Holding himself only by the hand inside the ring, he pulled himself down until he was kneeling on the ground. Eijiro gasped and wiped a drop of perspiration from his brow. "Phew, man," he said. "I lost gravity already, huh? You're holding yourself to the ground," Ochako exclaimed, gasping. "Yeah, can't let a little weightlessness catch me off guard." He laughed. "But I really wasn't expecting that throw reversal. Pretty manly," Ochako remarked. "You're pretty manly yourself," after catching his breath. "But one of us has got to win." He pushed up at her from the ground as she ran at him. He pulled from behind and grabbed Ochako's shoulder as he passed because she was not fast enough. It was sufficient to ground him, and he drew back his other hand for a punch while maintaining his hold. Now, however, Ochako used one hand to reach back and grab the punching arm before it struck her, and the other hand to hold the arm on her shoulder. She managed to pull him away from her shoulder by pushing with the force of his swing, then she swung him over her head and slammed his back onto the ring. After that, she released her quirk and allowed him to fall out of bounds by throwing his weightless body upwards outside the ring rather than along the ground. Midnight declared, "Eijiro Kirishima is out of bounds. Ochako Uraraka wins." Ochako nearly recoiled as the audience erupted in applause. They were fighting in front of so many people, but she was so engrossed in the moment that she nearly forgot. Her eyes strayed up to see Deku and Tenya applauding her as she blushed and nervously waved at the crowd. Her smile widened at that, and she gave them a fist pump. Yeah Uraraka, Izuku exclaimed as he greeted. "She did it. Yeah, girl power," exclaimed Mina. "Please, do not show favoritism among fellow 1A students," Tenya replied. "Especially you, Midoriya, as the class's vice president." "Ah, well, I can't really help it," Izuku said, tossing his cheek. "Iida, you can't tell me that you didn't root for Uraraka." "I'd never verbally root against a classmate, even if they're against another one," he said with conviction. Izuku shrugged and said, "I'm glad Uraraka won, but I didn't root against him." "Well, I'm kinda upset that they were paired together in the first place," Mina responded. "Like I said, I wanted both of them to move forward." "But girl power, right," exclaimed Toru. "Yeah," Mina exclaimed, beaming broadly. Midnight declared, "And that concludes the first tier of matches in this tournament." Before raising her whip in the direction of the large screen, here are the 4 matches in the quarterfinals. First match. Nito Monoma vs. Momo Yaoyorozu. Match 2. Shoto Todoroki vs. Izuku Midoriya. Match 3. Katsuki Bakugo vs. Minoru Mineta. Match 4. Ochako Uraraka vs. Tsuyu Asui. Izuku turned back with a sigh after glancing up at Shoto, who was staring directly at the field. "Shit," sighed Denki, who was largely recovered from his brain burn. He looked up at Katsuki and said, "I know Siro said he felt sorry for Mineta before their round, but I actually feel sorry for him now. Go easy on him. If that fucker wants to be in the hero course, he should get a good idea of the competition," the explosive blonde said with a slightly amused smile. "He lost that test in the beginning of the year for a reason." "Dude," laughed Denki. Momo pondered, "Nito Monoma. That blonde won. I didn't get a chance to see his quirk in action, and he didn't use it in his match against Hatsume." Izuku remarked, "I never saw him use it either. I wonder what it is." "Did anyone here see him use it?" "He took my headband from behind, so he didn't even have to use it," Toru murmured. Tenya told Yaoyorozu to be prepared for anything. It's something that all heroes should be. Midnight called out, Momo Yaoyorozu and Nito Monoma. Please go to the preparation rooms. Well, I'm off. Momo grinned. Wish me luck. Toru declared, you don't need luck. Mina concluded, you've got girl power. For her. As she walked away, Momo gave a small laugh. Quote. Right. Mina questioned, do you think we're pushing this too far? No way, cried Toru. Yeah, Kyoka said simultaneously. Probably, Hiro, Kyoka and Suyu agreed. Toru exclaimed, but girls. At them. We gotta stick together. According to Eijiro, and then that slam was really manly. As they made their way to the stands. Kirishima, you already said that, Ochako answered. Well, what about that throw at the end? Now that was manly. Quote. That's the third time you said that one. Well, what about how you made me weightless in the middle of my throw? Asked the man. You haven't said anything about that one, Ochako uttered, attempting to recall the previous remarks. Well, that was super manly. She laughed and scratched the back of her head. Thanks, she said, you're really enthusiastic, Kirishima. As they came out of the hallway, Tenya exclaimed, Uraraka, congratulations. And then hurriedly added, Kirishima, my condolences for your loss. What loss? It's not like anyone died. The macho man chuckled. True, I am glad you are not taking this loss poorly. I mean, it's more than most other people got to show, he replied. I suppose you're correct, Tenya replied. Ochako returned to her seat during that conversation, and Deku, Mina, and Toru gave her, good job, comments. She questioned, so Yaomomo's up against that blonde guy. Yeah, said Deku, we don't know what his quirk is though. Ochako nodded to confirm that she understood, but she was thinking, if Deku doesn't already know that guy's quirk, then he'll probably take notes on it. He will need to retrieve his notebook from its current location as he does not currently have it out. This is my chance to find out. Momo Yaoyorozu of 1A is the first competitor for match 1 of the quarterfinals. Declared the presenter Mike. Aizawa questioned, no witty introduction. As Momo left. I already introduced these guys, mummy man. I charge extra for seconds. Mike chuckled. Anyways, the other competitor is Nito Monoma of 1B. As she waited for Deku to pick up his notebook, Ochako's gaze remained fixed on him, unaffected by the students entering the ring or the jokes of the announcers. Deku turned to see Uraraka staring at him and asked, what is it, Uraraka? Ah, sorry, it's nothin', she blurted, blushing visibly as she glanced back down at the field. However, he was already holding the notebook out with his pen when she turned to look at him again. Nito grinned as he eyed Momo. You can create things, isn't that right, 1A president? Momo said, and what can you do? Tisk tisk tisk. That's need to know only, sweetie. Midnight held up her whip. All right, the match shall begin in 3, 2, 1, start, she exclaimed as she cracked it. Momo started off by leaping back to give herself time to create her tools, just like she had done with Tetsu. However, due to his lighter frame and faster speed than his fellow 1B student, Nito managed to reach Momo and seize her wrist. Great, he exclaimed, leaping back. Momo shook it off and completed making a staff and shield for herself, although it was obvious that she didn't understand why the blonde had run and grabbed her before running away again. As he swung his arms back and forth, Nito said, all right, how do you work this thing? Just like, gimme a stick. No. Momo said, what are you doing? How the hell does your quirk work? He exclaimed. Why would you need to know that? No reason, he exclaimed angrily. Momo cocked her head and asked, what is your quirk? It was, never mind, he said, I'm not helping someone from 1A, and I don't need your help either. If I can't use your quirk, I'll just knock you out myself. He screamed and charged at her, but she once struck him in the face with her staff, knocking him off balance. He then stumbled and fell out of bounds behind her. Nito Monoma is out of bounds. Momo Yaoyorozu wins. What was that? Exclaimed present Mike. Monoma just flailed his arms and got knocked out. Monoma, Momo said, reaching out to lift him. Good match. He slapped her hand away, saying, get away. He laughed almost uncontrollably as he said, you think you're better than me? I'm as good as anyone from 1A, even better. What is your quirk? She inquired once more. He said, I don't need your help, and turned to leave. Izuku raised his head above the barrier separating their classes and repeated what Itsuka Kendo had told him, so he can copy other quirks. Yes, that's what I said, she said with a nod. But why wasn't he able to copy her creation, I wonder? Yaoyorozu said that she needs to know an object's makeup in order to create it, Izuku clarified. And they're made from the lipids in her body, so even if Monoma knew what an object was made of, he probably wouldn't be able to make it unless he loaded up on junk food. Ah, I see, Itsuka said, striking her first in the palm. So it was just a bad matchup for him, huh? Izuku nodded, yeah, I suppose so, and waved, anyway, thanks for the information. Before lowering himself once more and passing Shinso to go back to his chair. What did they say? When Ochako sat down, he inquired. He has the ability to copy other people's quirks, Izuku stated. It just didn't work because of how Yaoyorozu needs knowledge of an object before creating it. Replicating peculiarities, she inquired, how is that going? Apparently, he just needs to touch someone and he'll have their power for 5 minutes. That's cool and all, but that fight was so lame, Mina said with a disappointed sigh. But Momo prevailed, correct? Toru declared. I guess so. Mina crossed her arms and pouted. Ashido, the upcoming match is likely to be among the most exciting of the day if you want to watch a cool match. Mina's eyes widened as she realized, next is Midori. Give me a good hit with Todoroki. Right, he said with an uncomfortable laugh, I suppose I'll be up next. Listen Deku, Ochako said, placing a hand on his shoulder. You're capable, okay. He nodded, yeah, I can do it. Yeah, she grinned and said, you've got this down pat. That's an overstatement, he said with a laugh. But, I can do this. Yes, she persisted in urging him. Mina leaned down beside him and grabbed his shoulder, saying, Midori, you have to beat him, okay. With an awkward smile, he leaned away and said, I'm, gonna do my best. Hey, Mina, Ochako began, but was interrupted. Please come to the preparation rooms, Izuku Midoriya and Shoto Todoroki. Midnight declared. Izuku said, I guess I should go, getting to his feet. Deku, good luck, Midori, you get him. Yes, thank you, he grinned at Mina and Ochako before making his way to the corridor. Mina mumbled, so Ochako, what were you going to say before Midnight summoned them? Well, Ochako's head cocked. You know, when I put my hands on Midori and leaned in real close to him, she said with a grin. Nothing, Ochako said, averting his gaze. Are you certain you wouldn't have told me to leave your Deku alone? Mina rested her hands on Ochako's shoulders. That prompted the zero-gravity user to look back at her, exposing the pink blush on her face. Seeing the skin tone, Mina exclaimed, oh my gosh. Twinsies, we are. Shut up. Ochako clapped her hands on her cheeks and whimpered before turning away once more. Well, Uraraka, are you all right? After observing her flushed face, Tenya inquired from next to her, do you have a fever or something? She sighed and sagged forward, saying, I'm fine. Izuku heard a rough voice say, oh, there you are, as he was making his way to the entrance tunnel. He turned to the big man and yelled, why are you trying to find me? Your peculiarity is a fascinating one, he remarked. My Shoto, it is his responsibility to surpass All Might as a hero. Oh yeah, you're Todoroki's father, Izuku remarked, squinting. I believe you have a good chance of pushing him to the limit of his abilities. I am, he said, nodding. That Bakugo boy, then you. Therefore, I want you to fight as hard as you can to make him realize that he must use every resource at his disposal. I apologize for being so direct, but that was all I had to say. As Endeavor turned to go, Izuku said, wait, your son has no duty to surpass anyone. For the record, he will not be the most popular hero even if he surpasses All Might. I will. Before Endeavor could react, Izuku turned to go, and he made his way to the entrance tunnel. A few minutes later, he was called out. Izuku Midoriya of 1A is the first student to enter the ring. Present, Mike said. The roar of the crowd grew louder as Izuku left, looking up at the stands where all of his friends were applauding. I'll try to make Mom proud, and maybe try not to worry her too much, he thought, realizing that she was watching this from home. Shoto Todoroki will be the next to enter the ring. Shoto left with his hands in his pockets and his eyes fixed on the ground, and when he looked up, his expression was one of indifference and boredom. He paused and gazed down at Izuku. Izuku seemed to take the heterochromatic teen by surprise when he said, "We all have aspirations, and I have an obligation to follow mine through. Todoroki, I won't hand this match to you just because you have a sob story," he said firmly. "You never had a choice whether you'd win or lose," Todoroki stated. "Sorry about your aspirations. Are you prepared?" Midnight inquired. Izuku said, "Yes," and Shoto nodded silently. "All right, then, Tier 2's second match begins in 3, 2, 1, get started." Shoto surprised everyone by launching a massive wave of ice at Izuku. The telekinetic hero in training was ready, and he used his quirk to fly up and over the wave before it could reach its full size. He landed on the downward slope and began to slide in Shoto's direction, kicking back and forth along the way to knock off several jagged protrusions of ice. By the time he was halfway down, 8 decent shards were falling with him, and he used his telekinesis to launch 6 of them at Shoto, who raised an ice shell in front of him to block them, though they still had enough force to stab into and crack the shield. With 2 shards of ice in his arsenal and still sliding down his previous one, Izuku was able to shift the momentum from his slide as he planted his feet and jumped out over the new ice wave, not only having enough momentum to clear the wave but also heading straight for Shoto. Shoto pushed his right foot past the shell of ice and sent another wave up at Izuku. Shoto's eyes widened in shock as Izuku slammed his leg onto the ice shell, which had already been weakened by the ice shards he had launched, causing it to break in two. Izuku then fired one of his 2 remaining shards down at Shoto's left side, but Shoto was unable to use ice with his left side, so he dove to the right and managed to escape with only a hole in his sleeve and a scrape on his arm. As soon as he righted himself, Izuku was surrounded by a stream of ice. After thinking, "Shit, my entire body is cold," Izuku covered himself with his quirk's glow and broke out. Using his quirk, he lifted the broken remnants of his temporary ice prison and hurled them all down at Shoto, but the heterochromatic teenager used the ice to form a shield around himself, which prevented the attacks but was also shattered by the force. As they waited for the other to move, Izuku and Shoto stared at each other, panting. Shoto's right side was covered in patches of ice, he had a cut on his left, and he was clearly shivering. Izuku had no visible injuries, but he was holding his side where he felt the sharp pain of overusing his quirk on himself. The air felt dense, still, and cold due to all of the ice. Izuku grinned and said, "You're not looking so hot, Todoroki." "With it, you aren't doing so good yourself," Shoto answered. "But at least that's not my own choice," Izuku retorted. "Don't you have the option to use your fire to warm up?" "We already had this talk, Midoriya," Shoto firmly stated. "You know my reasons." "Yeah, I do," Izuku replied. "I considered it, and it's a rather embarrassing explanation." "What just did you say?" Shoto's question had a hint of abrasiveness. "You're good enough to wear me out, Todoroki, which is why I'm exhausted. I'm good enough to hurt you, but that doesn't mean you're hurt. You're hurting yourself because you've made the decision to limit yourself. You're treating it like it's no big deal, while I'm giving it my all to win this tournament." Shoto snarled and said, "I'm fighting with all of my mother's strength." "No, it isn't." Izuku was now shouting, "What on earth are you saying? The power of your mother. The power of your father. They don't own it. How in the world is Endeavor going to claim that he needs it returned? You idiot, it's your power. You're not getting it. What these powers mean, what they represent," Shoto emphasized. "It will always be there." "Yes, I do comprehend," Izuku yelled, causing Shoto to flinch. "Prior to coming to UA, I disabled myself for the final 10 years of my life. Out of spite, I restrained myself from using my power, allowing one jerk to take over my entire world. I know what it's like, but you can't get rid of your quirk, but it's also true that the past cannot be changed. And accepting that is the only way to ever get better. I made the decision to give everything I had in life my all, even though my past hasn't changed, even where I had previously been holding back. Even though it used to be something negative, I'll turn it into something positive." Izuku looked up at his friends in the stands and met Katsuki's gaze, who was watching with a deep frown. "Midoriya," Shoto called, returning his focus to their battle, and as the steam rose from him and the ice that was melting around them, flames ignited on the boy's left side. "You could have won, but you just had to be honorable about it," he said, grinning wildly as he looked up at Izuku. "Who says I won't succeed anyhow?" Izuku laughed and positioned himself to begin running. "Midoriya, I'll give it my all for you. Take action." It was just Izuku, Shoto, and the line around the ring, and I could hear Endeavor encouraging Shoto off to the side, but judging by the look on his opponent's face, it wasn't interfering with their fight. The half-hot half-cold user turned into a flaming missile, and Izuku ran at Shoto after that. As they were about to collide, Izuku thought, not ideal, but I got this. Izuku used his quirk on himself to dodge to the left, Shoto's right, rolling his hip as far up as he could before using his telekinesis to fire his leg at Shoto's midsection. He felt a crunch, which was regrettably probably one or two of Shoto's ribs, before something unexpected happened. The air where Shoto had fired his blast, which had previously been cold and dense, rapidly rose in temperature, causing it to expand at such a pace that it became an explosion. The shockwave carried both Izuku and Shoto to the edge of the ring, but Shoto landed somewhat limply on the grass. Holy shaw, the present Mike interrupted. This is being aired nationally, Mike, Aizawa reminded him. As the crowd cheered, Izuku looked up at Ochako and Tenya, who appeared more worried than joyful, though he couldn't imagine why, and realized that he was actually not in a flaming whirlwind of destruction, even though he could still smell something burning. What on earth is wrong with you kids? After being knocked down by the shockwave, Midnight yelled as she stood up. Izuku chucked, sorry, then grunted in pain and fell to one knee, gripping his side. She gigglingly said, oh and kid, your hair is on fire. What the heck? That's what was burning. Izuku swatted at his head to put out the flames. After taking her place on the referee's pedestal once more, Midnight cleared her throat and declared, anyways, Shoto Todoroki is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya prevails.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, bye bye.